Good morning, Chatty House.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Who has the belt today? Russ Dog got the belt today on a play-in Wednesday. Nice job, Russ Dog.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, brah.
I'm feeling good today. I'm
Morning,
excited. I saw Will say he's finally starting to get excited. I feel that.
Nice.
It's starting to build up.
Morning. What's up, Fire the Vest? What's up, Harderway? What's up, King Vaz? Wheezy, hello. David, Jay, Tyler, Chester, Lance, Katrina / Tasha, Dawn, DAWN.
Every
What's up,
time
what's
I
up?
hear Wheezy, I think of the Jeffersons.
Lil Wayne. Oh.
No, the Jeffersons.
I
What's
think
up,
of
Lil
Lil
C?
Wayne as well.
My man. Wheezy F, baby. The F is for phenomenal. A. Yeah, I agree. Hope so. I wasn't. Yes. I need a special credential tonight, right?
He said, no.
Okay.
He said, here we go, and then I don't hear anything.
Oh, hello. Welcome in. Happy play-in Wednesday, everybody. Kings, Mavericks tonight, and we're getting you ready for it right here on the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. James Ham's there. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil behind the glass. We're hanging out with you until noon. Getting you ready for Kings-Mavs at Golden One Center. ESPN 1320 AM listeners, if you're on the radio, good morning. Hello. I don't know why I'm waving to you, but I'm waving to you. Thank you for listening on the radio. If you're on the free Odyssey app, hello, good morning. Appreciate you. If you've not downloaded the free Odyssey app, we highly encourage that you do so. Search ESPN 1320, favorite us, and then when you open the app, it's right there. You don't even have to search for us. It's just front and center. Super easy. Podcast listeners, hello from the past. Hope the future's going well. The James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show is available wherever you get your podcasts. And of course, our viewers on YouTube and Twitch, youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, and a salute and good morning to everybody in the chatty house. We got on a little late today, so we didn't get to say good morning to everybody in the chatty house.
Yeah.
But hopefully we'll get to see some people out at the game tonight at Golden One Center because we got Kings-Mavs. Loser goes home. Winner plays the Grizzlies in Memphis on Friday.
Yeah, this is for all the marbles. Like
Oh,
the whole
it all
ball
comes
of wax.
down to this.
It all comes down to this.
Oh, boy.
You know what, though? Like, look, this is exciting. I think
It is.
when you look at what the play-in tournament has done for the NBA, I think it's absolutely worked out brilliantly.
Mhm.
I think the best team in the moment does get through,
Mhm.
and I think that's what will prove out. Like, as of right now, if the Kings can somehow beat Dallas,
Mhm.
and then they get Memphis on Friday, the better team is the Sacramento Kings at this point. The Grizzlies are in a death spiral. They have been for a while. Ja Morant just got hurt. So you have all of these things playing towards it. And you know what? If I'm looking at the playoffs, I want to see the best teams, the teams that are there and are the best teams in the moment, not the best teams in December or the best teams in February or March. It's the best teams going into the final,
Right.
segment of the season. And while the Kings haven't been great, they have been better than these other teams that are around them. And so I'm intrigued to see how it all plays out.
I think we saw yesterday, and Kirk Henderson from Mavs Moneyball he's covered the Mavs for a long time, does such a great job. He's going to join us at 11:20. I have so many questions to ask Kirk Henderson, who covers the Mavs.
Yeah.
I want to talk basketball for sure and play in, but I got to talk about the Nico Harrison Invitational yesterday. I got to figure out how he's doing personally with the Luka stuff. I legitimately, I don't do this flippantly. Like I'm not kidding. I genuinely, it's insane. And I have not gotten that perspective yet. We have not gotten that perspective yet. So Kirk Henderson from Mavs Moneyball going to join us at 11:20. You talk about the best teams winning.
Mhm.
I think exactly what you said bared itself out last night.
Oh yeah, totally.
Orlando beat the Hawks by 25 points, but they jumped out to an early lead. The Hawks cut it, I believe, to single digits in the second half, made it interesting. And then Orlando was just a little more talented, a little healthier, and they eventually pulled away and won that game. They go on to face the Celtics in the first round in the 2-7 matchup. And then you have Warriors Grizzlies. The Warriors are a little better than the Grizzlies right now, and that bared itself out. They win that game by 5. So that avoids the Kings Warriors battle for the 8 seed,
which
everybody was buckled up for.
I did not want to see that again.
No, I was over it.
Yeah, I've been
I
over
don't
it
need
for
year
so
3
long.
of that.
Yeah, and I mean the first year the problem was they had played each other so many times down the stretch.
Yeah.
And then like it was just so many games. It was like the two teams had played like 9 of the previous 13 games once you got through
outrageous.
training camp, and they played them like 3 times in the first 2 weeks of the season. Like, what is happening? Like,
it was crazy.
Yeah.
But that the build up to that series made the 7 games feel like 40.
Oh yeah.
That was the longest 2 weeks of my life.
Yeah, I aged.
Just brutal, right? And not even just with the basketball. The basketball was really good, but just the discourse on the internet and on the radio and in the media, it was nuts. And then last year, both teams, disappointing years. The Kings were better last year. They showed it in the 9-10 matchup. They dispatched the Warriors, go on to face the Clippers, and the Pelicans. It's kind of like, all right, that I'm over it now. And then it looked like we were just barreling toward it again this year. So I'm glad we avoided that. The bigger news and I want to talk about that game a little bit, but for the Kings specifically, if they move on with a win tonight, you mentioned that jaw injury. That did not look good. He rolled his ankle. We never got a full replay. I couldn't tell if he stepped on Buddy Hield's foot or fell just short of it because the camera cut off the bottom of the screen.
Yeah.
Very odd. But anyways, rolled the heck out of his ankle.
Yeah,
did not look good.
That's like a high ankle sprain. That's like he went toe first,
right?
Rolled up and over.
Yeah.
Those hurt.
Yeah,
like,
and you could tell it wasn't because there's the various athlete pained expression, and there's a really discernible difference from that person being like, I'm worried about the pain I'm in, versus I know I can't play and I'm pissed that I'm not going to be able to get back on the court.
Yeah.
And Ja last night looked genuinely worried that when he went to take his free throw, because if you get hurt and you get removed from the game and you don't take your free throw after you get fouled,
you can't return. Yep.
So he limps onto the floor, didn't even tie his shoe. Limped onto the floor, hit his free throw, which is gangster, and then they foul and he gets checked out. I was shocked that he came back in after that because he was not moving well. I don't think he was helpful for them.
No, I mean, even the last play where they get the 5-second call, he just stood there. Like, I think mentally he just wasn't sharp because he was in a lot of pain.
Yes.
And it was a mess. And so I think he did the best he could to try to be active and try to, fight through it. But I don't know what he looks like 2 days later.
Yeah.
And a flight, they went back to Memphis, and like, no matter what, they were flying. And so what is that ankle going to look like a couple of days later? Yeah, it's probably not good. And
can't imagine it is.
Yeah. That's always a worry with him too.
And even if he does play, there's no way he's going to be anything close to 100%.
Yeah, not at all. Like, no.
Not in 3 days.
His lateral quickness will definitely be hampered. And when you're talking about a guy who thrives on athleticism and quickness, that's a bad one.
Yeah, man. And you saw a couple of moments last night where he dug deep and got into the paint and got a little shot up, but he was not going to the rim with the same force. He was not getting side to side with the same force. They were doing everything they could defensively to make sure that nobody was getting switched onto him.
Yeah.
They were sending doubles. They're fighting over screens. They're not switching anything. It was protect Ja at all costs. And so, like I said, he could every once in a while dig deep and find his way into the paint and hit a shot. But Ja's superpower is being able to do that for 40 minutes.
Yep.
And when he can do that half a dozen times through 4 quarters, like, what's he doing then?
Well, and we're talking, again, 2 days later, if that thing's the size of a softball, they're like, it swells. There's nothing you can do.
No,
like the human body does what it's going to do, and it's trying to protect itself.
Yep. And
I think we're all kind of intrigued to see what he will look like. And hey, look, it might not matter to Kings fans because the Kings have a game tonight that they've got to get through. And but the Ja Morant injury is looming large for the next, and the fact that that team has not played well. I mean, what we saw from the Warriors last night is what we saw from the Warriors the entire season. They were up 20. I sent you to up.
The Steph,
Bring on the Grizz.
But the Steph 4-point play
Mhm.
that put him up 20 or 21 or whatever it was felt like, okay, they might roll.
Yep.
But I told you,
Yeah.
like, not quite, because this team is generational at smoking leads.
Yep.
And then it gets down to 15. Oh, now it's down to 12. Oh, now it's down to 9. Oh, now it's down to 4. It's just, like you said, it went exactly how every Warriors game has gone this year.
Mhm.
And the difference is, can they execute a couple of times down the stretch and the other team doesn't?
Yeah.
And that's what it came down to.
Well, I think what it really came down to for me was that they had 2 great players rolling
Yes.
at one time.
Yes.
And so when you have Steph, you know that you're in any game. When you
Mhm.
had Jimmy Butler playing at playoff Jimmy level.
Yeah.
But the problem is that everyone else was bad or marginal or marginalized by
Mhm.
what was happening with the other 2 players. So, I mean, they only had 2 other players in double figures, Quentin Post and Gary Payton the second.
Yeah. He had a nice game.
Yeah, he had a nice game. He had a couple of threes. I think he had 3 threes. There's even one he passed up on late.
He had
It's like,
2.
man, 2? Okay. It's like, hey, you're shooting well tonight. Why'd you?
Yeah, take that shot.
Yeah, you got to take that shot.
That's the issue with Golden State moving forward, and I don't want to spend a ton of time on them, but there are just points in the game where their lineups have no spacing. That's a huge problem for them, right? It's Jimmy Butler, who nobody's scared of shooting threes. It's Draymond Green, who's nobody's scared of shooting threes. This is not to say they can't, but teams aren't going to guard them. Teams aren't going to guard them the way they guard Steph, right? They're not going to warp their defense to make sure that. And then they've got GP2 closing games. He's not somebody anybody's really scared of shooting threes. So they run into this problem where, man, if Moses Moody is 1 for 4 and Draymond Green's 0 for 3 and Brandon Podziemski was abominable last night. He was 1 for 5 from 3, 1 for 7 from the field. If you're not getting high-end production from any of those guys,
Yeah.
you got a pretty significant problem. Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry scored 75 points last night, and they still needed to be dragged across the finish line.
There was a play late, though, that just showed you the brilliance of Steve Kerr's offense and what he's doing. Steph came out to set a screen for Jimmy Butler. He sets a screen. Jimmy Butler fires it to Draymond in the corner, and coming off the screen, Steph roped around. Draymond hits him. Draymond screens off his man, and there's Steph in the corner for a wide open look.
It's crazy.
Just absolutely wild that guy could ever get wide open. But then you see the brilliance of their offense and the brilliance of players who have played together for a long time and can sense a moment and know exactly what to run against a team. And just you can't get a better look than that.
It's the value of ball movement, man. We talk about it with the Kings all the time.
Yeah.
There's a reason that the best offenses are ones that are very, very democratic in the way they move the basketball.
Yep. Everybody touches the ball. Sharing is caring.
Yep.
That's how you keep everyone involved.
Steph had the quietest 37 last night.
Yeah.
When he had his couple of free throws to get to 35, I think. He has 35. If you had just said, hey, don't look, how many does he have tonight? I'd be like 22, 23.
Well, he was around that. Then he hit the back-to-back threes.
Yeah. The double pump fake on Scottie Pippen Jr. was nasty.
Or the 5 pump
Scottie
fakes.
Pippen Jr. was really good last night, by the way.
Yeah, I thought so too.
I was really impressed.
He's you know what? They have a way of developing players and bringing in players that just play a certain way. We talked about it like the Taylor Jenkins way, but John Conchard does so many things that are just
just the little stuff.
He does all of the little things every single time you play against him. I mean, just comes up big all the time. And it's that mentality that they have that you need to bottle and figure out how to put that into what you do. And I asked Jake LaRavia about it, and he said, well, part of it is that they go find those guys in the draft. That's who they look for.
Yeah.
But also part of it is just that's a culture. If you're going to play, you're going to do all the little things. You're going to hustle. You're going to dive on the floor. And I appreciate this style of play.
I do too. Desmond Bane was awesome last night too. It felt like he had 50 points. He was really good. I still can't stand watching Jaren Jackson though. His game is just not. I understand he's a good player. His game is so not aesthetically pleasing to me. I cannot stand watching him hoop, man.
He just looks like a guy who does not work out.
I saw somebody say that his jump shot looks like a full court heave.
Yes, every time.
And that is spot on. That is so spot on. I get so mad when his 3-pointers go in.
I would just like run at his feet, not put your foot down so he thinks that you're gonna like, but put the fear of that in his head.
Yeah.
Because he just like totally lunges forward every single time.
Yeah. His feet are all, his landing zone's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Really good game. Very enjoyable. I do just real quick. I just want to point this out. I thought the entire game, Golden State got a very favorable whistle. And I shouldn't say very, it was definitely like, man, they've gotten more calls than they haven't.
Yeah. The Jimmy Butler phantom call.
Come on, man.
That was horrible.
So and as we're watching that game, it's like, dude, they're getting a great whistle and they're still not able to put this game away. Man, this is a bad sign, right? But that stretch at the end, so that was already bad. Then you had the stretch at the end where Steph sets a screen for Jimmy Butler. And instead of switching the screen, instead of doing anything, Desmond Bane just throws Steph on the ground.
Yeah.
No call. Butler going to throw it back to Steph as the play is designed. It gets stolen by Scottie Pippen Jr. Scottie Pippen Jr. goes down, clean block by Brandon Pajemski. Foul.
Yeah, that was wild.
Insane. But I get why it gets called in the moment. I get it. But not a good call. And then you had the Kevon Looney one, which you thought was a foul.
I did. I thought he got the inside of his arm, which made
talking about the play where Zach Edey's going to get the ball. And then Moses Moody wound up with it.
Yeah, it looked like he hit him on the inside of the elbow, which bowed him out, which made him bobble the ball.
Sure.
And then he turned around and Moody grabbed the ball. I thought what Moody did was totally clean, but I did think Looney got him.
So there was that one. We disagree on that one, but that's fine. I cannot believe they let that game end on a 5-second call. Oh, it was the right call.
Yes.
I don't want to. The refs did not blow that. I can't believe that this game that has been this good and was back and forth for 8 minutes of game time.
Oh yeah.
It from the 8-minute mark on was just back and forth. It's crazy. And they let it end on a 5-second violation. Give them 8 seconds. Like, what do you have to do?
I was just like stunned watching the Grizzlies stand around and not go anywhere. What? Ja just like, he makes his move at like 6 seconds. He goes to like break.
Right. As the ref's doing his fifth arm, because you do the arms to count. As he's doing his fifth arm thing, Ja breaks, and it's like, no.
I was watching with my son. I had enough time to go, oh, that's a 5-second call. And then the whistle blows.
Yes. Insane. And I don't know what they were doing on that play, because like you said, Ja's just standing there. And what's Ja going to do anyway? He's hurt, man.
Yeah.
So Ja's just standing. You have Desmond Bane on in the opposite corner. He's not been able to miss. And you have him just in the far corner. Like, there's no way the ball's getting to him.
Weird.
And you've got Luke Kennard just kind of calmly jogging to the corner. What play was that?
Not an effective one.
Really weird. I couldn't believe, like, it was the right call. Like I said, the refs did not blow the call. I just couldn't believe they let the game end on that. Man.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Tough.
Alas. Zach Edey had a really effective game too. 14 points, 17 boards. 4 of 11 from the field though. Oof. So we avoid Kings Warriors part 3 if the Kings win tonight, of course. Will they win tonight? Let's dive into that matchup next. Kings, Mavericks, Golden One Center. We're going to get into what the Kings are facing. A little bit of a strange matchup, and we'll tell you why next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's here. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we're back in a minute on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Leader. Hey. Bro, when I saw this on Instagram, I sent James a photo of it. And I said, at the next game I go to, I'm going to the team store and I'm buying this.
Oh, yeah. I told you I bought my son the sweatshirt.
The sweatshirt's so sick. I felt like the sweatshirt was a bridge too far.
Okay.
I can do the hat, but I can't do the hat and the hoodie.
Yeah.
And so I would have had, I would have done one or the other. And A, the hat is less expensive, and B, I'll wear it more.
So he has like the gray crew neck, not hoodie, but with like the stripes on the wrists as well.
Sick.
Yeah, I think it's really nice.
Little throwback look. That's so fire.
Well, shout out to Kenny, who's putting one graphic out after another.
Dude, just cooking. And then our guy Joe's putting graphics up. Jesus. I'm so sad they didn't bring Royale back. They got to do it. They got to do it.
Well, I mean, they hinted at it.
I know.
I think it was just a mess with De'Aaron, because they sort of hinted at it at the build up to the Spurs game,
Right.
and then didn't. Yeah.
Like that would have been great.
Mhm.
But they were too busy coming up with the gold diggers.
I totally missed that whole deal.
Oh,
Like-
man. Tough scene for
The gold diggers.
our men and women in the marketing department.
Is that for the Kings or for
Rivercats.
Rivercats, which is basically, let's be honest,
Yeah.
the same group of people at this point.
Insane, man.
Wild.
This would have been it would have been so good. I thought for sure that's what we were gonna see. Yeah, Jimmy Butler was very, very good last night. Although I don't understand his affinity for being awesome, and then when there's 2.5 minutes left, passing up every drive.
Oh yeah.
Very odd. During the game, he's getting in there, he's scoring, he's hitting jumpers. 2 minutes left, tie game. Let's kick it out to Gary Payton.
I'm still lost with the De'Aaron Fox Royale thing. They were so conscientious of Fox's opinion on a mascot, but not on whether they should fire the coach that he told them he didn't want to be there anymore if they fired him. I'm just saying. Like the knee
I
jerk,
had never even put that together.
like, take the mascot down. Mike Brown, you got to go. Take the mascot down. Like,
Man.
what are we doing here? Wild.
And just the whole trying to play it off as, oh, it was a bit. Like, no, you got to just lean into it.
Mhm.
You will sell if they had just leaned into, hey, look at this weird ass mascot we have.
He would be beloved right now.
Beloved, dude.
By now, he would be a fan favorite.
Yes.
Guaranteed.
He already is.
He literally already is.
I don't even
Yeah.
see the lion at all anymore. I don't.
His name is Slamson, first of
Slamson.
all.
Yeah,
Hold on.
I actually
That
know his.
lion
The
has
lion.
a name.
I know his real name.
The lion.
His real name is Brad.
Mute the mics for a sec.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Justice for Royale. Oh, good fade.
Wow.
Did you fade that or did you take it out of our ears? Oh, there it is. Okay.
Ah, gotcha.
Is that just cut in our ears? So, all right. Very good.
We're watching Supernatural here in studio, and I just realized that the guy in Supernatural in this episode is the guy from White Lotus.
Oh, it's Greg.
It's Greg.
Nice. / Uncle Rico.
Yeah.
I just learned the other day that's Uncle Rico.
No.
I swear to God. Just learned that.
Wait, Uncle Rico's in White Lotus?
I would
Yes.
never have put two and
That's
two
Uncle
together.
Rico.
Wow.
Yes.
It is.
He can throw a football over the mountains.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, I'm
Yes.
starting the show tonight. That's all you had to say.
What
He's
what
actually-
just happened?
He's actually so
Gary
it's kind
Gregg. Yeah.
It's kind of an anthology series, sort of. It takes place at different venues across the 3 seasons. We're talking to Joe here, talking to the young people. And it takes place across 3 different there's Thailand, Hawaii,
No.
Maui's the first one.
Yeah.
Is it Hawaii? Is it filmed on Maui? Doesn't matter. Anyways, there's 3 different locations. The other one's on the Amalfi Coast. And
Yeah.
the storylines are different, but there are a couple recurring characters, and he's one of them. He's in all 3 seasons.
Yeah.
Sold.
He's the only one in all 3 seasons, right? I think he is.
Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, was
I don't think so.
yes. Yeah. The person who's in season 1 and 3,
Yep.
but not 2. And the person who's in 1 and 2, but not 3.
Yes.
But he's in all 3. Nice. Okay. Anyways, real quick, got a couple of housekeeping notes before we dive into this Kings-Mavericks matchup. We got basketball to talk about. First of all, I got 3 housekeeping items for you, so buckle up. One of them is going to include us giving you money. So lock in. First of all, at 4 o'clock today, we've got Miami at Chicago in the 9-10 East play-in game. We've got that for you right here on ESPN 1320.
Awesome.
Miami, Chicago should be a ton of fun. I am looking forward to that game. I don't know that I'm looking forward to the next one with the Hawks and whoever wins this one, and I'm certainly not looking forward to their series against the Cavs. But the Bulls were really good to finish this year.
Yeah, the Bulls are rolling.
Yes.
Again, I want to see the best team win.
Yes.
The team that's playing the best going into the playoffs, so we actually get a good first round series.
Yeah. I hope we get. I think this will be a good game tonight, though. The Bulls are clearly playing better than Miami, but man, Eric Spoelstra in Miami in a 1-game play-in setting.
Yep.
You can't count them out. So that'll be a ton of fun. As far as the money goes, ESPN 1320 is giving away money just for listening to the station. ESPN listeners will have 2 chances to win big. All listeners have to do is listen for the 2 keywords throughout the day and then enter it online at ESPN1320.com. Listeners will have 2 chances to grab a keyword, one with us on the Insiders and the other with D'Lo and KC. Each day, one lucky winner will win $500. That's courtesy of Folsom Lake Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. And that begins next week.
That's amazing.
$500. We're giving it away.
That's right.
And then we're also doing we're doing a draft party for the Professional Football League that is the most prominent
There you
one.
go. Yeah.
I don't know what we're allowed to say and not say. So we're doing a pro football draft party.
That's right.
At Cache Creek. It's going to be a ton of fun. So here's how it's going to go. James and I are doing a live show there from 4 to 5 p.m. Talking NFL draft 4 to 5 p.m. in the YOLO room. It's a small conference room.
It's like a
small
ballroom. Yes.
Small ballroom.
Intimate setting.
Come hang out. We're just going to chill and talk draft. Super non-formal. It'll be on air. We'll have to follow, the rules and stuff, but really non-formal, ton of fun. And then we're going to pack up our stuff and we're going to head over to the Elevate Lounge, which is this big, beautiful bar with a bunch of TVs in the middle of the casino. And we're going to watch the NFL draft there. Not doing a show, not going to have mics on, not doing anything. We're just hanging out, having some good food, having some good drinks, and watching the NFL draft with you at Cache Creek. Again, that is Thursday, April 24th. So that's next Thursday. Live show 4 to 5. Watch party begins right after that. Watch party begins at 5.
That's right.
And then we're just hanging out.
Just chilling. Come hang out with us.
Got to see where the night takes us. It's going to be a ton of fun out at Cache Creek on April 24th. Cannot wait to get out there and do that. But before we get to the NFL draft here on the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube, James Ham over there. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's behind the glass. The glass, by the way, is a divider between Studio 2 and Studio 1.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know if everyone is completely aware.
Yeah, Joe's not just in a random cage. So we have, 7 studios here?
8?
I don't know.
7 studios or something? So Joe is in the very first studio, which is Studio 1. We're in Studio 2. The glass is the window between the 2 studios. It's a big window that you can look through and we can see Joe and he can see us.
Yep.
So when we say Joe's behind the glass, that's what he is. That's what he's doing. He's free to roam about as he wishes.
Oh, yeah.
He's not locked in a glass
I'm not
container.
being held captive.
Yeah, right. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that was.
Yeah.
What?
No, nothing. Yeah. No, it's all good. We're all good over here.
Kings-Mavs tonight, Golden One Center. Kings swept the season series against Dallas. Dallas and the Kings feel like they're 2 sides of the same coin. They're both in very weird places organizationally, but not the exact same place.
Yeah.
But you wrote down, and it's correct, this is a completely different Mavericks team than the one the Kings have faced at any point this year. But also it's a little bit different Kings team than the one the Mavericks have faced at any point this year. A lot of turmoil between these 2 teams.
Yeah, I would say that these teams are two of the most unsettled franchises in the league as of right now. Like going into the offseason, the biggest difference is that, I mean, they both traded their star. They, of course, traded a superstar where the Kings traded a star level player.
Mhm.
They did get a superstar level player back, but an injury prone one who's in his 30s, as opposed to the 25-year-old superstar they had.
Boy.
They've set their path forward is not good. And they don't even have like the draft capital to go and replenish and to figure things out. And also, I think that there's a point here where they're going to become a little bit like Sacramento for like the next 2 or 3 years, where they're sort of a free agency pariah team, because I don't think anyone wants to go to Dallas and be part of the group that replaces the Luka
No.
version. And so I don't think that there's going to be a lot of people lining up waiting to go there. And again, they don't have draft picks. They don't have any of their draft capital, I think, until 2030. Like whether it's, they've already traded it or they've
Mhm.
got pick swaps or, again, they can't trade in between, the step-in rule, all that stuff. This is a team that's in a bind, in a bad spot. And they're in a bad spot because of a general manager who kind of went rogue and just decided to like trade their best player.
Again, Kirk Henderson from Mavs Moneyball. He does an awesome job covering the Mavs. He's going to join us at 11:20. I want to talk hoops with him. I want to talk about the game tonight, but it's impossible to avoid the Luka, Nico Harrison conversation, because Nico Harrison had an invitational presser yesterday with no recording devices, no cameras, but they released a transcript of the conversation.
And the transcript is just wild.
You get why he didn't want it recorded.
Yeah.
But and now I'm seeing stuff about how it's even more awkward than it looks in the transcript, and it's just a mess. So it's impossible to talk about the Mavericks right now without talking about this mess that they've put themselves in, because their GM, who the fan base to a person wants fired, keeps shooting himself in the foot.
Yeah.
Just keeps scoring own goals.
Well, that, and the tough thing is that Nico Harrison, like, he's a Nike executive.
Right.
That's where he comes from.
Who's really has a lot of connections and friends in the league.
Yeah, but he didn't come up through a system as a basketball person. And it's just different. Yeah, I mean, every team chooses a different path. And I mean, some of the transcript stuff is just wild.
It's incredible stuff.
It's just wild. I mean, and the funny thing is, like, if there is no recording devices outside of the team recording device, they get to put the transcript out. Like, right? So we've got transcripts from the Kings of like a 20 or let's say a 12-minute coaching press conference, right? And they'll give you like the first 3 questions and answers. Or sometimes if there's something controversial, they'll just skip it.
Yes.
So like just the way this thing reads is just wild.
Right.
I mean, I've got this Tim McMahon exchange here. It's just absolutely bonkers. It's crazy.
I don't want to, because I will say Tim McMahon's first question was a little bit convoluted.
Yep.
So I don't want to go all the way through it. But the crux of his question was, you say that you've built this window and this long-term path.
Yep.
But you don't have any draft capital, and you traded away a star who just took you to the finals in the middle of his prime or even before his prime. So how are you in a better place?
Yeah.
And Nico Harrison says, can you repeat the question?
Did you see his answer to that? His answer to that is spectacular.
Yes. So Tim McMahon said, do you have his answer in front of you?
Yes.
So Tim McMahon restates the question. You don't have any draft capital moving forward.
Yeah.
You say you open this window for long-term success, but you traded away a younger player who just got you to the finals for Anthony Davis, who's an older, injury-prone player. How are the Mavs in a better spot now? How is the Mavs future in a better spot now than it was? And what did Nico Harrison say?
Well, his first thing, can you repeat that?
Right.
And then he responds, I keep saying the same thing, but defense wins championships. I believe that we have a championship caliber team, not only for now, but also for the future. Obviously, the future will hold if I'm right or wrong. And ultimately, we're going to be held to the standards of wins and losses. And every executive in every field is going to be held to that same standard. So, I mean, the question that Tim asked was like, he said 27-30, you're out on your first round capital. Your own words, you created a 3 to 4 year time frame. When the credit card bill comes due, that time frame is over. How is that in the best interest of your long-term interests of the franchise? Again, 27-30, you're out of your capital. You build a franchise, you build a finals team doing it, and you trade the guy who led that finals team. How is that in the long-term best interest when he's at the same time a 25-year-old generational talent who could have had a 10 to 12 year runway? Yeah.
And the thing that's insane is Nico Harrison has not provided any answer outside of, well, defense wins championships.
That's it.
They've done all this sniping of Luka in the press, anonymous sources saying that they feel this and that. If you really feel that way, then say it. Say it with your chest, man.
Yeah.
In that press conference, when Tim McMahon says, bro, you got this 10 to 12 year runway, say, we don't think we had a 10 to 12 year runway. We think we had a 1 to 2 year runway because we don't think he's going to work hard. We think he's going to be out of shape. We think he's going to have injury problems. We were out on him as a future centerpiece of our franchise. Say it.
Yeah. End of story.
Say it.
Yep.
But, well, defense wins championships, and you're entitled to your opinion. Only the future will tell what's right and wrong. Like, brother, no. You're wrong. It's not. So anyways.
The Kings play this team.
Anyways, this is the team. Like, it genuinely, for the Kings have been through the ringer this year. You fired a coach. The assistant GM left. The general manager's on the hot seat. You finished 10-ish wins below where you thought you would.
You traded your best player.
Traded your best player. You've had injury problems. Your other best player, there's rumors that he's going to ask out. It's just been a mess. And they are they're still in a better spot than the Mavs.
Yeah.
That is unbelievable incompetence in Dallas.
Well, that's the key word, incompetence. Like, that's what it is.
That's it.
There are teams that trade their best players. There are teams that trade players like Luka. They like throughout the history of the NBA, players like him on occasion get traded or they leave. They leave via free agency. They do whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But to not at least maximize your dollar and maximize what you're trading him for, like Luka was worth 5 or 6 first-round picks. Like that's how you reset your franchise. You give away all of your picks, right? Yep. To build a championship winner, which is what Tim McMahon is saying. You kept mortgaging your future to build a championship winner, and then you traded the centerpiece of your franchise. So like all of it doesn't make any sense. If you're going to trade that piece, then you better get back either all that draft capital or a player that's going to be your centerpiece going forward. And unfortunately, I don't think Anthony Davis is that player. That doesn't mean he's not a very, very good player, an exceptional NBA player.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a big difference between, the Anthony Davises of the world and the Luka Doncic of the world.
That's it, man. There's Anthony Davis is that we need to get away from, if you don't call somebody the very, very best, that you're disrespecting them in some way.
Yeah.
Anthony Davis is one of the best players in the league. Luka Doncic is a tier above. If Luka was on the Mavs right now, I don't think they'd be playing in this game. But if they were, I would have so much more fear of the Mavericks if they had Luka going into the night instead of Anthony Davis.
Well, of course.
And it's not even close. It's not even, it is not even in the same. And again, that is not, oh man, Anthony Davis can't bust up the Kings tonight. He might. And we'll talk about it. We'll talk about reasons to the Mavs could win or the Kings could lose. Like, we'll get to that. But if Luka was playing in this game instead of Anthony Davis, let's say they were in this game because Luka's been hurt and he came back in the last week and they fought and they scratched and clawed and they got to the 10 seed. we would be like, man, this is a tough Dallas team. A team that went to the finals last year. PJ Washington and Daniel Gafford and Derek Lively, and man, they got Luka running around. It's going to be tough. And instead, it's this.
Yep.
It's Anthony Davis and
Well,
what else?
And I'll tell you, like some of the conversation will be that, well, Luka's got to go win, and he's going to have LeBron and all that stuff. But I will just tell you, the 10 to 12-year window that Tim McMahon is talking about just got transferred to the Los Angeles Lakers.
Yep.
Because once LeBron is gone, that's Luka's team, and it will not be that difficult to build a winner, a sustainable winner, because he's that good.
Yep.
Just took a marginal team to the NBA Finals last season.
Yep.
Can he win one? Wow, yet to be seen. But still.
They're going to be in the conversation for as long as Luka is suiting up and playing basketball.
Yep.
Man. All right, we'll keep diving into tonight's play-in game between the Kings and Mavericks. Again, 11:20, Kirk Anderson, Mavs Moneyball, and of course, Pod Maverick, a Dallas Mavericks podcast, does a great job covering the Mavs. He's going to join us at 11:20 to kind of get that perspective. How do the Mavs win? What's going on down there in Dallas? We'll discuss all that. We'll have keys to a Kings victory tonight. All that coming up. Also, I want to very briefly talk about the Eastern Conference play-in game last night, because I might be out on Trae Young moving forward. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's here. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
There's this crazy thing I wanted to talk about yesterday. I saw it yesterday when I was looking over stats, and it's not really like a topic for. I mean, it can be a topic for the radio, but when Zach LaVine was traded to the Sacramento Kings, he was shooting 51.1% from the field, 44.6% from three.
Who's this?
Zach LaVine. When he got traded to the Kings, 51.1 and 44.6. And that was in 42 games. In his 32 games with the Sacramento Kings, he shot 51.1% from the field and 44.6% from three.
Wow.
The exact same number. Both 3-point shooting and 2-point field goal percentage. He took 0.9 shots less with the Kings. He shot one less free throw with the Kings. But from the free throw line, that's the only thing is different. He shot 79.7% as a member of the Bulls and 87.4% with the Kings from three. Yeah, just absolutely wild.
That's hard to do.
Yep. Yeah, it's like Isaiah Thomas had the same true shooting percentage 3 straight years in Sacramento, which was like off the charts good. I think it was like 57.4. Let me see. Per 36, per 100 possessions. Advance. Yeah, true shooting. 57.4, 57.4, 57.4 in his first 3 years in the league. That's crazy. Yeah, just the statistics on Zach LaVine are nuts. His best field goal percentage of his career, his best 3-point shooting of his career. And that's saying something. I mean, he's a 2-time All-Star. This is a guy that's, put up numbers everywhere, but
good news. Oh, wait. Bad news. Hang on.
how is that possible?
Because game 1 starts on Sunday. So
Oh.
Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday.
Oh, got it.
I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. I don't think he does. DeMar doesn't have any trade kickers or anything, right?
No. Nope. If he had a trade kicker, it got paid out. And actually, I think he did, and he accepted a lower number.
Mm. I agree on this. Yes, I can't. That was a just all time get me out of this game ejection.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody has ever been more ready to be ejected than that. I also want to get to the Paul George thing I texted you today.
Yeah. I like that topic.
Okay. I trade Zach LaVine for Trae Young straight across.
Yes.
Oh man, that's tough. I think I would.
Yeah.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
The Mavericks moved on in the East last night with their play-in win. Magic. Kings-Maverics tonight. We'll talk about that, but I want to put a pin in it to talk about the 7-8 matchup between the Magic and Hawks last night. Magic jump out to an early lead. Hawks battle back, and then the Magic pull away. I got the ick watching Trae Young get ejected.
Yeah.
It was such a strange. He's not the first player. He's not the only player who's ever. I've watched Draymond purposely get ejected perhaps 400 times in my life, but the way he went about it, where he's barking at the ref, trying to get a T, got a T, and then did whatever he could to get a second one.
Yeah, just disrespectful.
Just took the ball and wasn't giving it back to the official. Knew he was going to get teed up, wanted to get teed up, wanted to not be playing in that game anymore. It was the stuff going off the court where he pump fakes the referee and then drops the ball on the ground as he's walking off. I didn't like it. Not a fan.
Yeah.
It's my old man yells at cloud take of the day.
I remember there was a game where a specific big man did not want to play against DeMarcus Cousins. Did not want any part of it. And after the game, I was told very specifically that he went to the official and said, "Throw me out of the game." He's like, what do you mean? He's like, "Throw me out of the game. I don't want to be here. Throw me out of the game."
I think I know who it is.
Well, I'm not going to say the name.
Would you blink twice if I said the name and it was right?
Maybe.
Okay, here, I'll ask it this way. Is it a player who's technically been on the Kings?
No.
No?
No.
Not a person who's been on the Kings twice, sort of?
No.
Okay.
No, that player has got thrown out multiple times for going crazy. This one quietly went over, said something to the official, got his first tee, said, "Okay, what are the magic words I need to say again?" Said them again and said, "All right, you're out." First quarter, like, I'm good. I don't want to be there. I don't want to be here.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
So I say that about Trae and how I kind of got the ick from watching him get ejected. It's just like, man, I thought he was, I don't know, above that. I didn't think he was that type of player. But then somebody in the chatty house asked if I would trade Zach LaVine for Trae Young straight across. Kind of makes sense.
Okay, so like if you're the Kings, would you consider that? And I would, like, in all honesty, I think you would have to.
Yeah.
Like, Trae is 4 years younger, doesn't have the injury history. He's not nearly as efficient as a player. He's not efficient
as
at
a scorer.
all.
He's not even close.
Yeah, he's not efficient at all. He's even for as great of a 3-point shooter as you think he is, he's not very good.
He just shoots them from far away. He doesn't make them at a particularly high clip. Trae Young's superpower is that he's a point guard.
Yeah.
He is an awesome distributor.
Yeah, he led the league in assists this year at 11.6, but he also shot 34% from 3 and 41% from the field. Now, part of that's because they blew up their team halfway through the year. They had injuries. Again, we talked about this. Jalen Johnson went out. They traded DeAndre Hunter. They traded Bogdan Bogdanovic. Like, when that happens, you have to understand that all of the focus offensively, all of the focus for the opposition's defense is on one player. It's to try to take away Trae Young. Yeah. So Trae is basically out there looking around like who else is going to bust these guys up? And the answer is nobody. Nobody is in the scouting report as like a plus.
Nope.
Like, teams do not fear Risache. They don't fear Dyson Daniels. They understand that Capella can dunk in the pick and roll, or that Okongwu can dunk in the pick and roll, but there's no other like offensive creative threat. And so all of their energy goes to limiting everything that Trae Young does. And so that's why you have a season where, again, he shoots below his career shooting percentage is 43.3%. His career 3-point shooting is 35.2. You put him in the right system and you take him away from the only team he's ever played for. I think he's going to look a little bit different. He's never going to be a good defender at all.
Yeah, but there'd have to be a very specific team built around him.
Yeah.
And it kind of looks like the Hawks are moving that direction, but I'm not totally sure. But anyway, the idea of having Trae Young with the Kings, and the reason it's appealing is just that point guard aspect, because like going into tonight's game against the Mavs, one of the big concerns I have for the Kings is, hey, if this game gets a little bit sideways or it's a little hectic, who's the calming offensive presence? Who's the person that Mike Conley for the Timberwolves, right? Mike Conley doesn't do a lot of things great at 38 years old or whatever he is, but man, when they need to slow things down, they can get him the ball. He's going to get everything organized and they're going to run the offense.
Yep.
The Kings have missed that player all year. And well, not all year, really, since they traded De'Aaron Fox. They have missed that player, that kind of what's the word I'm looking for? The organizational, no, just the guy to run the offense.
The floor general.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're missing that. And that's where tonight against Dallas, because Dallas really doesn't have the player either.
They don't. No, because Kyrie's done and because Luka got traded.
Right. So they don't really have that player either. Like, God love Dante Exum. I don't think anybody's confusing Dante Exum for John Stockton.
No.
So it's a concern I have tonight. And if they win, it'll be a concern going into the Memphis game. And if they win that one, it'll be a concern going into the playoffs, where, hey, when things get slowed down and they grind to a little bit of a halt, are the Kings just going to revert to, okay, it's DeMar DeRozan time? Because that's his thing. And I have a hard time. This is where I agree with our buddy Sean Cunningham, KCRI3 Sean Cunningham. This is where I have a little bit of a hard time disagreeing with him, because in that spot, when you look at, we always talk about the Kings and their team build and what makes sense and what doesn't. And man, if the Kings are in a spot where it is tied or they're down a couple points and there's 4 minutes left, you don't have somebody who's going to go, okay, I'm going to bring the ball across. Let's get into the offense. All right, let's run it. It's just going to be, all right, everybody clear out. It's DeMar time. And that is where, like, that's kind of where you want to have them. Maybe.
No, I get it, especially in playoff basketball when the game does get slow.
Yeah.
When pace is not nearly as prevalent. Guys like DeMar, guys even like Zach LaVine, like the ISO game. And I think that's why when we look at this contest, we look at the Kings in a different light than we do the Dallas Mavericks. Like, the Dallas Mavericks still have a superstar. Like, on paper and like historically, the best player in this game is probably going to be Anthony Davis.
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
I'd agree.
he's a better player. Like, again, he's a first ballot Hall of Famer, just like DeMar
If he-
DeRozan is a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Right.
So my point though is that if you're really fearing the two teams, like Anthony Davis needs help to be the player that he is.
Mhm.
Like defensively, he's incredible, great rebounder.
Mhm.
Like he can score like crazy as well, but there are ways to limit him and limit his effectiveness. And a lot of that is the fact that he's not going to have a point guard at all. Like there is
Mhm.
not going to be a point guard in this game. Exum, you could consider a point guard, but
Sure.
like as of right now, they're starting Najee Marshall at the point, or they're starting Klay Thompson at the point. That's what they did like the second to the last game of the season. I didn't
Yes.
look at their last game of the season
Yeah.
because that one didn't matter.
Weird game.
But like when I look at the way that team is created, they have a lot of players that are so dependent on having Luka or having
Mhm.
Kyrie. And when they don't have those pieces, how do you function?
Yeah.
Because again, Anthony Davis as just like an individual player and a historical player is unbelievable.
Mhm.
But I would rather have a player today like Domantas Sabonis who I can run the ball through and can pass and like make plays for everybody else because he's used to doing that.
So I think that's it. If I laid out the wrong scenario, let's say there's a spot tonight where early third quarter, Mavs go on a 13-0 run,
Mhm.
and they take an 11-point lead. Who's the player that the Kings go to and go, okay, we need to get into our offense and get a bucket? Let's run our best play. Let's run our best set. And I think Domas is it.
Yeah.
I think he has to be the organizer. And I mentioned crunch time. If in crunch time, it's going to be Najee Marshall or Anthony Davis v. DeMar DeRozan trying to go bucket for bucket, cool. But in that spot where, hey, got to settle things down, this is a must-win game, everybody chill, I think it has to be Domas.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Because if it gets into that where, okay, now we're stopping the ball, and whether it's DeMar DeRozan or Zach LaVine or otherwise, you can't get into that, oh my God, we can't get a stop. It's a 13-0 run. Quick, take a contested jumper. That cannot be the plan going into tonight or the next game or the next series.
Yeah.
And they got to figure that out.
I agree. But I do think the Kings are better equipped because of their ability to go into specific ISO plays.
I think you're right.
In crunch time in the playoffs.
And if there was that little stretch where DeMar was distributing and facilitating and also doing his DeMar thing, that would be great. If he wants to be the de facto point guard, awesome.
Yep.
A+. Love that idea. I just don't know that that's something that we can effectively rely on. What we can effectively rely on is our friends at Underdog. It's daily fantasy sports. Their pick'em game is super easy. You pick higher or lower on at least 2 player stats. I tell you about it all the time. They've got basketball, and of course, with the NBA playoffs coming up, you're going to want to lock in to basketball, but they've got baseball, they got hockey, all your favorite sports, all your favorite leagues, all your favorite teams, all your favorite players. What they're doing for the NBA playoffs, though, is awesome. They're doing a profit boost token, 40% profit boost for game 1. If you use that 40% profit boost token, you get a 50% profit boost token for game 2, all the way up to 100% for game 7. That is incredible. I will be using that. I usually give out a lineup now. I'm ice cold. I don't know that I've ever been colder in daily fantasy, so I'm not going to give you a lineup. I guess I could have given you one to fade, but okay. I'm not going to give you a lineup. I'll have one. I'm just not going to give it out. I'm not trying to give out losers, and I'm very unconfident in my ability to create Underdog fantasy lineups right now. So download the Underdog app and sign up with promo code KYLEM, KYLEM, to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. That's promo code KYLEM, KYLEM. Create your own lineup. Whether you want to do the Kings game or another one, create your own lineup. Don't follow mine. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/extend.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncbgambling.org. I didn't really do a tease there. That's fine.
Good question, Matt Morris. First of all, Marcus Smart's not a point guard. He's a defensive-minded like combo guard, but he also doesn't shoot or shoot well, or and he actually has not aged well. If you look at his decline, I don't hate the idea, but finding a $21 million player to match salary would not be easy. And I think the easiest thing to do there, you can say, oh yeah, you can come up with an easy way to do that. You just traded DeMar DeRozan for him. I think DeMar has to. You also need a small forward to play as well. And like, look, I think you might have a younger, cheaper, more versatile version of Marcus Smart. Maybe he doesn't have the whole dog mentality, but you have that in Keon Ellis, in my opinion, and he's much less expensive. Wilsey, I think we're gonna try to work in a conversation about the front row Joe, but we do kind of have a big game to talk about tonight.
Yeah, there's a little bit more pressing matters happening today.
On occasion, we get lost into some of these stories, but on days like this, you kind of got to stay focused on
absolutely
the task at hand.
Tell you what, if you guys want an update, go to my Instagram, joe.brazil, and on my story, you will see an update of what happened last night.
Look at that, Joe. Joe's just throwing out his his gram handle.
It took a month and a half for me to self-promote.
There it is.
I did take a look at the grass. I actually went out there. Dude, it looks great. Like, the grass is holding up in Sutter Health.
Shout out to the grounds crew.
Yeah, but it hasn't got hot yet. That's the problem.
Hey, but so far, so good.
All right.
There's benchmarks. Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen, Joe Brazil on the ones and twos. We're hanging out with you till noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. And those guys will take you up to 4 o'clock. And then at 4 o'clock, the first play-in game. Well, tonight's first play-in game. Miami at Chicago right here, 4 o'clock, ESPN at 13:20. Of course, the Kings play tonight against the Dallas Mavericks.
That they do.
I want badly to overlook the Mavs. I don't think if the Kings play a B-level game and the Mavs play a B-level game, I think the Kings win pretty easily, control the game. My greatest concern is less about the Mavs going off, because they just don't have, we just talked about it. And Anthony Davis is most effective scoring when he's playing center. He's playing the 4 for the Mavs.
Mm-hmm.
So it's probably more jump shots than you'd like to see from Anthony Davis.
Well, yeah, because he's playing the 4 alongside 2 rim running centers.
Correct. Derek Lively and Daniel Gafford.
Yeah, those guys, like, they're space cloggers. I mean, they hide in the dunking position.
Right.
That's something that the Kings have struggled with guys that hide in the dunk position. Because remember, it wasn't, these 2 were hurt. Lively and Gafford were hurt early in the season. Well, later in the season when they played the Mavs a second time.
Earlier this season, not early in the season.
Yeah, but it was it was Kai Jones who busted up the Kings with a bunch of dunks from that dunking spot. That's going to be a problem. Like, the Kings are going to have to figure that one out. But again, Anthony Davis just brings a different dynamic to this.
Yeah.
And I mean, I guess you can run the ball through him. You know, I looked at his stats and I'm thinking, oh, like, where's he at assist wise, right? Can they run the ball through him like they did with like the Kings do at Domas? In 9 games, he averaged like 4.4 assists per game. And I'm like, oh, that's not bad. So maybe they are using him a little bit. Then I go in and I look at the box scores. Yeah, he averaged 4.4 assists, but the last game he played this season against the Toronto Raptors, who are not good at all, he had 10 assists and he had triple-double.
To skews the numbers because his sample size with the Mavs is very small.
Yeah, and the game before that, he had 6 assists versus the Lakers, which, of course, everyone's amped up for that game, right?
Well, okay, keep going. I might have a counterpoint.
The game before that, he had 0. The game before that, he had 2. And then a couple of games at 5, a game at 2, and a game at 3. So, yeah, I mean, in all honesty, like, his time there, he really hasn't been able to shine as, like, well, we don't know who he is. And I don't think the Mavs know who they are with Anthony Davis or without Anthony Davis.
Yeah, we talk about the difficulties of trying to integrate new players after the De'Aaron Fox trade. Imagine trying to integrate new players after trading Luka Doncic.
Yeah.
That's crazy. And then you lose Kyrie Irving. It's a couple of just massive blows to the two players. Like you said, they've built this team around those guys. And now they don't have either of those guys. So the pieces are weird. I'm less concerned about the Mavericks though, because of course we all know what Klay Thompson is capable of, right? Or at least was capable of. But I don't think Klay is the type of player anymore who's going to go get 45 points and carry a team. You got to guard him. He might go 8 of 13 from 3 if you let him mess around and get open. But I don't think Klay's that player anymore. Najee Marshall had a game this year where he had 30. That's weird. He's not a player that's gonna go carry you. Anthony Davis is, but like you said, we don't know exactly what his role is with Dallas. My greater fear tonight, I say all of that to say, my greater fear tonight is the Kings.
Oh yeah.
I'm not, again, if this was Luka, if Luka was still on the team, it would be a discussion about Luka as a playmaker, as a scorer, as just a singular offensive force. Without that, and without Kyrie, there's not a lot to lean on, as we've just explained. The worry is, hey man, we talk about a B performance for the Kings. They might lay down an F performance because who knows? It's been the conversation all year. You just never know on a night in, night out basis what kind of performance you're going to get for the Kings. I want to believe, my heart wants to believe, that Doug Christie is gonna say whatever he needs to say, have whatever acronym he needs written down on the whiteboard to get everybody going, okay, let's go win this game and win it by 50. We're going to play our best basketball right now. The best thing we can do is play our best basketball. And when we do that, it's A, B, C, and D. We got to check all these boxes. And they go check those boxes. My heart wants to believe they're going to do that.
Yep.
But there's just too much evidence of them not doing that this year where I can't fully buy in. I think they're going to win. I want them to win. But if you're saying, hey, you have to bet your life on it, I would not take that bet.
Yeah, because even when we hear Doug Christie talk about this, like the nameless, faceless opponent, like the Kings' biggest like opposition is themselves. And everyone knows that. If you buy into the game plan and you execute the game plan to a T, this team will win.
Yes.
Like they have better pieces all around than the Dallas Mavericks right now.
I would agree with you.
I mean, I don't think there's anybody who's going to question that. The Mavericks could have the best player on the court, but he won't be the best player on the court tonight, most likely, because there's very few ways to maximize him as a player. If they had Kyrie Irving, I would feel totally different.
Same.
If they can have that guy running around doing the pick and roll with Gafford, and then the pick and roll with PJ Washington, hitting the 3, and then the pick and roll with Derek Lively, who gives them just another different look. And then you get that moving, and then all of a sudden you start firing the ball to Anthony Davis, and he starts cooking. And the Kings don't really have somebody that can defend Anthony Davis. You're hoping that Keegan Murray can hold his own against a 6'11", long wingspan, defensive genius in Anthony Davis, but you're so limited. Right? They are so limited because they don't have a natural point guard, because they don't have a way to move the ball in the right way. And it's proven out that way. Like you look at their record in the second half of the season, it's abysmal.
Yep.
And they've been through a bunch of trauma. And for some reason, Nico Harris decided to bring up a bunch more trauma with his off the record, whatever. I don't even know what we're calling it at this
On the
point.
record, but nobody record anything I'm saying press conference.
Yeah, they don't want video of it. They don't want audio of it. They just want to transcribe it, right? So why exactly is like why are you doing that now? Why are you causing more chaos, more drama surrounding this team the day before you go play a play-in game? And the answer is they don't have an answer.
Inexplicable.
Yeah, they don't have an answer for why they're doing the things that they're doing. And the team on the court looks exactly the same. It looks like a group of players that don't have an answer.
Mm-hmm.
They have been abysmal in the second half of the season. You talked about it. What's their net rating?
Minus 12.3 since the All-Star break. 9.3.
Something like that.
It is a minus a lot since the All-Star break and in
Yeah.
their last 15 games.
Yeah, it's not good. And
They don't, and there's a difference. Like the Kings don't have a point guard, right? We have bemoaned this all year. But the Kings don't have a point guard, but they still have Zach LaVine, who you feel good with the ball in his hands. DeMar DeRozan, of course, can work in that role as a primary ball handler. You still have arguably the one of the two best passing big men in the sport in Domantas Sabonis, who is so effective when passing the basketball and being that offensive hub. So they have ways around it in ways I'm not sure the Mavs do. And we'll talk to Kirk Anderson, who covers the Mavericks, coming up here at 11:20 in about 10 minutes. And I'm curious to ask him, functionally, how does this work?
Mhm.
Because I'm not totally sure it does, but it just might not matter. Because you might get a sleepy performance from the Kings where they're down 8 at the half and they're forced to claw back and they just can never quite get over the hump because enough guys hit big threes for the Mavs, and it's just by the time the game ends, they've lost by 5.
Yeah. And that's because 50% of the games, it feels like after the trade are exactly that. Like you just don't know who the team is walking on the floor. And you hope that they would be geared up and like excited to play this game and there wouldn't be any letdown at all. And the ball's hopping and everything's moving right. And they look like the team that beat the Cavs or beat the Pistons. But that doesn't mean that it's going to be that team.
Yeah.
You know, we have the Washington game. We have before that the Orlando and Indiana game. We have too many games this season where they show up and they're just not the team that you thought that they would be. And they're searching for an identity for sure. And I don't know that this is the right time for them to find any kind of identity. Like you needed to find an identity 2 weeks ago and build off of that. And they've played better.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say that they haven't played better, but they have. But at the same time, you know, both of these teams are 6-9 over the last 15.
Yep.
The biggest difference is that Dallas is a negative 7.3 net rating. That they average 110.2. That's their offensive rating, and a 117.6 defensive rating.
Just so and just real quick, offensive rating, estimated points per 100 possessions.
Yeah.
Defensive rating, estimated points allowed per 100 possessions. Net rating, offensive rating minus defensive rating.
Yeah. And so the Kings, 116.6 is their offensive rating. So like 6.4 better than Dallas. Their defensive rating is worse at 118.2, but that defensive rating is 0.6 worse. So the Kings net rating is a negative 1.6 over the last 15 games. But there's this other sneaky thing that we didn't talk about, and that's that the Kings had one of the most difficult schedules in the final 15, 20 games of the season, and the Dallas Mavericks had one of the easiest schedules in the final, and that's why Dallas is still standing and the Phoenix Suns aren't, because Phoenix had an even worse schedule than the Kings.
Yeah.
And so here we are, we're looking at these two teams, and we can compare offensive, defensive ratings and all these things, but the Kings were a better team down the stretch. They had some buzzsaw games that there was no way that they were going to win.
Yeah. And securing a 12th pick in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320 makes a good point. Anthony Davis did miss a bunch of time. You can't overlook that.
Oh no,
but
of
like
course.
we've talked about, they're better with Anthony Davis, like no doubt. There's not a question. But I don't know basketball wise how they make this work if the Kings play a B game,
Yeah.
if they play a B level game, I don't know how Dallas either gets stops defensively or keeps up offensively. That's where and again, we'll talk to Kirk Anderson and maybe he has an answer for us.
And we might be way off. This
We
game
could
could
be.
just be a complete Dallas Mavericks blowout tonight, and everyone's like, "What in the world just happened?"
Is there an outcome tonight? And I'm sorry, I know Mitch and Sam are on the Elk Grove Kia talk on. I'm sorry, I didn't have the phones up. That's my fault. Is there an outcome tonight that would surprise anybody? I don't think there's a single outcome. I think I would be surprised if the Kings got like blown out, like 30 points. That would surprise me.
Would it?
Yes.
Yeah.
If they got smoked,
like the triple Jones on the court at the end, that would be a rough look. Like,
yeah. If
something like that.
I don't think it gets that bad, but if they lost by 15, that wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah,
Like they just comfortably lose.
I think that there's a possibility for everything because these games have an emotional swing one way or
Mhm.
another. You know, I think, you know, we were looking at keys to the game. One of my first keys was, you know, you've got to get the crowd involved.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's how you win. You build some momentum. You play well.
Mm-hmm.
Like if this team comes out and they look like they don't have it, we've seen too many times this season when they don't have it, they don't have it.
Mm-hmm.
There is no other button that they can push. Maybe one game this season I can remember where they were bad in the first half and like they didn't have it and they're down like 12 at halftime, and then they came back and just ran over somebody. Like one or two times.
Yeah.
They're really good when they're leading going into the fourth quarter. But outside of that, like this team has to be competitive from the opening tip.
That's it.
And they've got to be competitive all the way through the first half. And they can't just let the game slip away, because in games like this, there's a possibility to just let go of the rope. And you hope that doesn't happen. Yeah. But you hope that you're the team that forces the other team to let go of the rope.
Yeah. And what did I just I don't know. Somebody in the chat says this feels a bit off. Jason Kidd had them playing very hard even when they had no one. That's true.
Yeah.
We talked about that. The Mavs won some games there where you're going, man, they won. They made the 10 seed despite all of that. Mm-hmm. So yeah, credit to Jason Kidd. I just and I guess that's sort of my point. The Mavs are likely going to come out and play hard. Or maybe they won't. Maybe they're like, screw this. We would like to be done with this basketball season now.
Mm-hmm.
We don't want to do this anymore. 1, 2, 3 Cancun, and we're done. My point is, I don't think they're going to do that. And B, what I think you and I are both saying is that the Kings match that force. They're in a really good spot to win tonight.
Mm-hmm.
If they do not, they're in a really good spot to lose tonight. You can't play a C-level game and have the Mavs play an A game and feel good about winning. You have to match the urgency.
Yep.
And if they do that, I feel good about it.
Yeah.
But who knows? I sure don't. Somebody in the chatty house, as we were coming back from break, made the point, and I was it Mark Souza? I forget who it was. Made the point that this is a win-win for them, because if the Kings win, you get another game and you get that excitement. But if they lose, you get to fast forward to the part where they start blowing everything up.
Oh yeah.
All right, that's a perspective. I promise I will try to get to you, Mitch and Sam. I know you guys are on hold on the Elk Grove Kia talk line. I'm going to do my very best to get to you. If you don't want to be on the phone anymore, I don't blame you for hanging up. I'm sorry for not getting to you guys. But if we can, we will before this program ends. Coming up in 2 minutes. Kirk Henderson, Mavs Moneyball, Pod Maverick, a Dallas Mavericks podcast. One of my very favorite people covering the Mavs. He does such a great job. And we're going to ask him all these questions. We're not Mavs experts. He is. I want to find out what kind of game we're going to get tonight. Where is their fan base in terms of this game? Talk some Nico Harrison, talk some Luka. Tons to get into with Kirk Henderson next. He covers the Mavs for Mavs Moneyball right here on ESPN 1320. It is Sacramento Sports Leader. Stephen.
I'd also bring up, there's another point to this. It feels a bit off. Jason Kidd has been playing very hard even when they had no one. It's easier to play that way when you have no one, because the guys who are on the court are playing for their NBA lives. When you start peppering other guys in, it doesn't always feel the same way.
Hey, Kirk's here.
Cool.
Hey, Kirk Anderson.
Well,
How are you, man?
Well, we've had better days, months, weeks, years, I don't
Seasons.
know.
Just to give you a heads up, we're at commercial on the radio side, but you're live on the stream right now,
Cool.
so people can see you. How are things non-basketball edition? Thumbs down. A lot of thumbs downs. All right.
Yeah,
Well,
you know,
we're kind of in the same boat out here in the 916. So
everything's covered in pollen. I feel like I'm quacking more than I'm talking.
yeah, I mowed my lawn the other day. I did a bunch of yard work and did not wear a mask while doing so, and it just took me out for the rest of the day.
Well, I made the adult mistake of getting Taco Bell about an hour ago, and I went out to my car, put my hand on the car, took my hand off my car, and it was yellow from the pollen. Like, this is like, come on.
Oh
So,
man,
anyway,
That's funny.
what'd we get at Taco Bell though? That's the big question.
the one near me still somehow makes the legendary chili cheese burrito from days of yesteryear. Yeah. So
What?
it's like $3.50, which feels like a crime against humanity, but I will order it.
That's the new storyline.
That's
Wow.
big time.
That's
That's big
amazing.
time.
If you've ever like taken a cross country trip and like stopped at different places
Mm-hmm.
along the way, it's amazing how regional food is. Like even
Oh,
at like
yeah.
McDonald's, Taco Bell, like whatever. They always have something on the menu. You're like, oh, wow, look at that. You know,
That's right.
like the McRib was so huge, and it never goes away. Like in Texas and like
Is that true? You get year-round McRib?
I think it depends on pork prices. Like McDonald's will
Mm.
zero in when pork is really cheap, and then they'll bring it back.
Sure.
Here we
that'll-
get it like every 4 years.
Economics of fast food. Brought
Yeah.
to you by
The
ESPN.
chili cheese burrito was a staple of when I could just burn calories. Like, and so when I saw it, I was like, I have to make this terrible choice.
I love
Yeah.
this for you. No, this is great. I love that for you so much. When they brought back the Mexican pizza, it was a moment for me because that was the go-to growing up.
Yep, that's the best item on the Taco Bell menu.
Yeah, and then
in my
then
opinion.
it went away, and then they brought it back.
Oh yeah.
But then they ran out because it was so popular. Loved it, the Mexican pizza. Back. Shout out to Taco Bell.
Shout out to Taco.
We got about a minute here.
Shout out to
Oh,
Taco Bell.
Kirk, you were not at Nico's thing yesterday, right?
No, as my wife asked me yesterday, she's like, "So I see you didn't get the invite." I was like, "Well, no." Like the transcript is peppered, and my read on it is they very clearly tried to pick out, or Nico tried to pick out friendly media outlets, including some people that I just don't think go to Mavs games. There's one article from an outlet here called D Magazine, and the guy wrote an article. Let me see if I can find it because it's got the best headline. I was at the exclusive Mavs media roundtable. It was more awkward than I imagined. And
We're
it
coming
just-
back. We're coming back. Hang on 1 second.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James Ham's there. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil behind the glass. If you follow one person who covers the Mavs, make it Kirk Henderson. He's our guest now. Mavs Moneyball. He writes there. He does a podcast, Pod Maverick at Dallas Mavericks podcast. Kirk, we were just talking about the Nico Harrison Invitational press conference, and you were not there. But why did they do this?
So
What
I got
the-
wind of this about pushing 3 weeks ago. That they were going to do a behind closed doors, invite only tier 1 media, which is essentially the people when COVID happened, they grouped media off and they basically shoved a bunch of people that they didn't like up into a different tier, which fair enough. And this was supposed to be something that happened before Luka Doncic's return. It was delayed for whatever reason. I have a strong feeling, though nothing to back this up on, that Nico Harrison was attempting to do what children do, which is put off their homework as long as possible. And instead of bundling this and getting all of his idiotic comments out of the way before Luka came, he decided to restart the news cycle yesterday with this press conference, and it was. Have you guys read the transcript? It's
Some of it.
This is approaching like politics level bad, where it just like give the man a shovel and he finds a way to dig new holes. I'm just impressed with how much he can't read the room.
Was it you that posted the screenshot of the interaction with Tim McMahon?
It's out there. The local
brutal.
news. Yeah, it's real bad. Tim started off the press conference basically just saying, why shouldn't the owner fire you?
Just unbelievable question.
Which, and he just, Harrison, by my read of things, I don't really think he's a jerk or anything like that. I believe that he can't understand why people are so in arms over this. It's not that he doesn't want to, it's just he doesn't get it. Ignoring the fact that all of his reasons are really not steeped in any sort of actual logic, which is what McMahon kept pressing him on. If defense wins championships, the Mavericks had the best defense down the stretch and then played very well into the playoffs. Their problem in the finals was it was the whole everything. Boston was better than them. Like that's the actual challenge. But and I think he's just sort of decided to my understanding, frankly, is that he had decided before the playoffs last year that he wanted to trade Luka Doncic and was looking for a way. This goes back far. This is reading Tim McMahon's book and the situation, this is a situation where Nico Harrison decided he wanted to trade Luka Doncic and then looked for a reason to do so.
All right. So the reason to do so, I mean, we're still left kind of befuddled with what the reason is. And not only that, but why did you trade him for like pennies on the dollar?
Oh, he actually believes Anthony Davis is a better basketball player. I mean, there's like a litany of reasons why Nico Harrison deserves to be fired. He 100% believes Anthony Davis is the better basketball player. It's why it did not occur to him to go get Austin Reeves as well or any other draft picks, why he essentially settled for a trade package involving Max Christie, who's a fine role player on a decent contract, and a 2029 first. He thinks Anthony Davis is better than Luka Doncic. The end.
That's disqualifying for his job.
Oh, I mean, that's what made the press conference yesterday so amazing. He just continued to utter disqualifying statements. He was pressed a little later about the Quentin Richardson trade, and he said, I believe that who did he even trade for? One of the twins. Sorry, my
Caleb
brain's
Martin?
not. Yeah, he said I believe that Caleb Martin's a better basketball player than Quentin Grimes is essentially what his take boiled down to. Like I understand that basketball is a team game and things got to fit together, and sometimes you have to have role players, but these are just the sort of things where he has his belief system, and it's very unfortunate that Mavericks fans, myself included, are paying the price for the fact that he just starts his basis points are wrong. And I really honestly, the further this goes, I don't expect him to have a job. Whether they do it before the draft or sometime next year, he can't continue to lead this team.
Kirk Henderson, Mavs Moneyball, and Pod Maverick, a Dallas Mavericks podcast. Is it okay if we shift gears and try and talk basketball?
Oh yeah, there's a game tonight.
Yeah, and I'm not being flippant. Like I genuinely, because I follow you and all the great work you guys do at Mavs Moneyball, and it feels really difficult when talking about the Mavericks, and we've tried to do this today, but we're trying to talk Mavs, and it's like, how do you get around the elephant in the room?
Well, if we focus on the actual basketball, what ends up happening is that you relate it back to the trade, but you can talk to the basketball itself. The Mavericks, I think, are 13-20 since the trade. So for all their talk of defense, they give up something like 60 points per game in the paint, which is 30th in the league. They are a disaster. And so Domantas Sabonis, who historically has, let's just be charitable and to Anthony Davis and say Domantas Sabonis has caused him some problems. All of these things balling together, like if Sabonis has a really big game, it's going to look really bad because you can't come out and give a lecture where I think he uttered the phrase defense wins championships in this press conference. Nico Harrison did like between 8 and 10 times. And I think the Kings are going to score 130 tonight. So what are we talking? What is it? It's all related, and you can really get back to the basketball. The Mavericks are the injuries have really hit the team hard. I've got to be honest about that. But then even before the injuries, they had expected Kyrie Irving to sort of deal with a massive workload, which isn't fair to a player of both his age and quite literally his size. I know what he's listed as, but if he's 6 foot and 175 pounds, then that would shock me. I mean, he is a slight man and an incredible athlete, but he was the only person on the team other than Spencer Dinwiddie who can get the ball to the rack. And I guess there's Najee Marshall too, but he's more of a forward. So what we'll end up seeing tonight is a Mavericks team that has a pretty good back line, but their guards are just not capable of matching up with anybody that the Kings have from a scoring perspective. And so it really doesn't matter that PJ Washington, Derek Lively, and Anthony Davis are capable of sort of patrolling the paint, to where if the Kings actually get going from three, if Levine is having one of those nights that he's capable of having, this could be one of those games where it's similar to the Hawks Magic game last night where it's over by halftime.
Okay, we're talking to Kirk Henderson from Mavs Moneyball. My question is, how do they set up their offense? Because it does make sense to have Anthony Davis and even like the pick and roll players with Lively and Gafford and even the pick and pop player with PJ Washington when you've got Luka Doncic or Kyrie Irving. Now that you don't have either one of them and they don't really have a point guard at all, like how do they get into their offense and how will this work?
It's been really ugly, but at times it's worked reasonably well. The big motions that the Mavericks do, where Anthony Davis is more of a distributor, have actually been quite effective. His passing. It's not that it surprised me, but I've not seen enough of it. The challenge becomes PJ Washington, to be quite honest. PJ Washington is a 4. He's not a 3. He's a 4 who can occasionally hit threes, and they've really neutered him in a way that's very disappointing because of all the players on the Mavericks roster, I think he's the one that sort of fits the okay, maybe we can build around him. Like he's not a super duper star, but he's a solid player, and I really appreciate both his effort on both ends of the floor. He's grown his game enough, but he's just ends up being the odd man out sometimes. Where if his three ball's not going, he is pretty rough. The big man rotation with Daniel Gafford and Derek Lively is very hit or miss. Derek Lively's not looked good since coming back from his injury, which is not entirely surprising. Ankle stress fracture, things like that. The guards, the X factor for me is if Spencer Dinwiddie is having one of those nights. He occasionally just gets really too big for his britches. Actually gets too big for his britches every game, but sometimes it really works out for him. He is an absolute master at the garbage foul. Like you will scream at your television watching this guy getting to the line where he just does some things where it's like, how did that defender bite on that? Yeah. And then so if that's working out well for him, that tends to open up the Maverick offense a little bit because he's a willing shot taker. But if you look at his just sort of, if you were to go down his game log, he has some games recently that don't make a lot of sense where he'll take 4 shots in 29 minutes. And then in another game, he'll take 17. It's like, what are we doing?
Some next level Zach LaVine stuff right there.
That's a big time.
And so to answer your question about how do they get into the offense, I mean, it's odd and it will be ugly. And I'm not really looking forward to it.
Okay, so I'm glad you said. I'm not glad you said that, but I am because I what's the vibe from Mavs fans for this game? Is it just to get this season from hell over with? Is it, hey, let's sneak into the playoffs with this group? It'd be fun. Where are Mavs fans landing for tonight?
That's a tough one because I think so many of the casual fans have abandoned ship. A lot of hardcore fans really do enjoy the basketball itself, as they should. And so I think that fans would like to see the basketball continue as long as it can, but it's like what we let off the segment with. When you have the specter hovering over everything, it makes the actual basketball difficult to enjoy until you're actually watching it. I mean, that's been my deal covering it game to game where I really can't stand talking about this team. And then I'm watching the games. I'm like, you know what? I like this because I like basketball. Right. I mean, a 10 seed I don't think has ever come out, so I don't necessarily think it matters. But when watching last night's play-in and watching Memphis just sort of – that was just a was the Seinfeld slap fight of a basketball game, and I think this one's going to be fairly similar, where it might be an instance of who has the ball last. You know, I still that one of the defining games of the season for the Mavericks was the DeMar DeRozan game winner over the Mavericks. Do you remember that? I absolutely love that play because he took like 37 steps. It was just so funny to watch, but it was so cool looking that I didn't notice it till down the road. And so maybe we'll get one of those games where it's a barn burner, because if neither team is all that effective at defense, then sometimes you can actually get some pretty watchable basketball.
Oh, fingers crossed.
We're talking to Kirk Anderson from Mavs Moneyball. Kurt, when you're looking at the way that this game may play out tonight, what is the one way in which you think the Mavericks can come away with a win?
I think the X factor, the aforementioned Spencer Dinwiddie coming out and putting north of 20 points is going to be the way things go. Najee Marshall's been a very consistent, if you haven't watched Najee Marshall's game recently, he's a remarkably skilled player, and you'll watch him and all of a sudden he'll have 18 points. You're like, well, how did that happen? Yeah. Maybe Klay Thompson getting hot. People don't really talk about this, but Klay Thompson's last game as a Warrior was against the Kings last year, where I think he went 0 for 10 from 3. And you have to think he wants that back, some element of that back, maybe him getting going. But he's been really when he's on, he looks great. But when he's off, it's like, ooh, brother. So those two guys kind of being playing above how they've played more recently is kind of where I would go. There's a recent signee, Brandon Williams. He played for the G League affiliate, but didn't play that much. He actually spent most of the year with the Mavericks. Mavericks signed him to a contract once they were able to at the end of the year. He's a fun little spark plug, little guy. Not quite in like the ye old Yogi Ferrell type, but just that kind of small guy gonads, and it just like you love watching guys like that. So I think if any of those guys were to get going in a tangible way, you'd see everything else follow, because Anthony Davis will do what he does. His jumpers will either fall or they won't. And then everybody else, just kind of gets their buckets in the course of the game. So that's how I see it going the Mavericks way if it were to.
Last thing real quick, Kirk. You mentioned Anthony Davis's jump shots falling, and I admittedly I'm not locked into 48 minutes of Mavs basketball every night, but the bits I did watch, it did feel like he was taking more jumpers than usual. Is that just anecdotal and it just
I think his dirty secret as a player since like 2020, if we're being candid, is the fact that when his jump shot is going, he looks like a top 5 player on earth. When his jump shot is not going, he looks like probably top 25, because he's still very impact. The impact is still there defensively. When the jump shot goes, that allows his drives to get going. When he forces action to the rim, he looks awkward. He'll make some shot attempts where it's like his shoulders aren't square or doing anything on the drive, and it looks like he's baiting for the foul. And that's just not his game. He's a skillful player, but when the skill isn't necessarily translating to baskets, his game slowly tightens up and he becomes a disaster.
Oof. All right. Well, looking forward to the game tonight. Thanks, Kirk, for hopping on with us, man. Keep doing great work at Mavs Moneyball. Keep doing great work at Pod Maverick, at Dallas Mavericks podcast. And we'll hope to talk to you soon, man.
Have a good day, guys.
See you, Kirk. Thanks.
Good luck tonight.
Kirk Henderson, Mavs Moneyball. One of the best. I'm dead serious, too. I didn't just say that because he was here. He's gone. He's not even in the backstage area anymore.
Yeah.
If you're going to follow one person who does Mavs stuff, make it Kirk.
All right.
He's very, very good. He's written some really scathing stuff about Nico Harrison, too.
Oh.
It's very, very good. He's awesome. Doesn't sound super optimistic about tonight.
No.
Let's get to Joe. I want to talk about your friend's Glizzy quest last night. Pause. But we got to get to the Elk Grove Kia talk line first, because our guy Mitch has been waiting for a very long time. Mitch, that's my fault. I apologize. It's Mitch in New Jersey. Time for everybody's favorite segment. Mitch, you do not talk over me, sir. Allow me to finish your introduction, and then you may talk. It's everybody's favorite radio segment. It's Mitch in New Jersey. Hello, Mitch. Now you go.
How's it going, Kyle, James? My daughter's giving me the job of getting our car a little fixed, minor thing. It's one of these keyless cars. I never driven one of these. I hope I'm not ruining something.
Now you're
that I
doing
don't
great.
know about. And I hope the chat room, you're going to be like, you're going to roast me. Let's make it worth my while to read. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Make me
Totally.
laugh. Just all laugh is all great. Doesn't hurt anybody. I didn't think it was such a bad trade. I know it's you don't trade a generation guy, but they did get Davis, Cam, Christie, and I didn't realize that first round pick was so long. That was a better haul than what we got for Fox. You got to admit that. And I hope the home team wins. Kings got small shooting guards, small forwards better take over the game. But say Luka wins it all for the Lakers, and somehow the Rams win it all too. You'll have a Luka and a Puka with a championship in LA in the same year, pretty much. I'm no Eminem or Lamar or any other rapper, but you know where they can take this. They can come out with some good material. If a Luka and a Puka come with a championship this coming season.
Thanks, Mitch. Appreciate the call.
There it is.
The Luka Puka punchline made it all worth it. Awesome. Did your friend wind up? So if you guys missed it yesterday, our guy Joe Brazil, we're gonna step aside here in a second, but Joe, you went to the River Cats game last night at Sutter Health Park. Front row, Joe. You and your buddy. It's $2 hot dog night. Your buddy went on a mission to eat 7 hot dogs.
That is correct.
I was on pins and needles.
So was I.
Did he accomplish this feat?
Should we wait until we get back, or do you want to just go right into it?
Sure. Yeah. Good tease. Did Joe's friend eat 7 hot dogs? We'll tell you next on the Insiders on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Mute the mics. Mute the mics for 1 second. All right.
All right, we're back.
We're back.
Oh, that's a long break. 4 minutes. Stay with me. I wanted to shout out Yogi Ferrell as well. The original chant name
Of course.
from Scotland.
Yogi.
Everybody says
Ferrell.
Yeah,
I got
it. Yeah.
Shout out to Yogi. Mavs and Kings legend. Will he be in the building tonight? We'll see.
His career just ended. Just like nobody wanted him anymore.
So, all right. So, Michigan, Chad, Brian, whatever your name is, Derek. I've been to Dodger Stadium. I had a Dodger dog. I was underwhelmed.
Wow. Surprise, surprise.
It was fine. Like, it was fine. It wasn't actively bad, but I couldn't tell outside of the. Boy, how do I dance around this? How do I talk around this? Outside of the. Outside of the parameters of the hot dog, outside of the
oh no
measurements of the hot dog.
Yeah.
Outside of that, I couldn't tell any day. I didn't think it was a spectacular thing. It was fine.
It is Wiener Wednesday.
I'm glad I had one.
My Lord, it is.
Are the
Wiener
Johns?
Wednesday.
Are the Johns out there? I don't want to say grabbing.
Hey, John, JC,
Grabbing chili dogs.
are you guys gonna go down to Wiener Schnitzel and grab some wieners for Wiener Wednesday? No.
It's $1 for a chili dog on Wiener Wednesday, just so people know. So
We had Donut Friday. that James and I started.
Yes.
That got moved to Thursday because our sales staff works from home on Fridays. So we do Donut Fridays on Thursdays.
Yep.
The official title. And then John and JC, our favorite buddy cop tandem who works together in sales.
Yep.
They started Wiener Wednesday, where they go to Wiener Schnitzel and take advantage of this deal.
They just smack a 20 down and get 20 chili dogs
they
and
just-
bring them back to the office.
And they don't like distribute them. They just throw them on the counter and they're like, here.
They just line them up. There's like a big stack. Yes. This is in fact what happens.
Yep. 1,000%. No comment, Dave.
Yeah.
Ooh, starting a Taco Tuesday might be fun.
Yeah, but then we're gonna have to pay for it.
You know, I
That's a
can.
good point.
I can maybe would Jack in the Box tacos pass?
Yeah, that would play.
I
Are
could
they
do
like
that.
2 for
I could
do
9
that.
cents? They used to
DoorDash them at Alberto's again.
be. Oh,
Might be a breakfast burrito day again soon.
yeah. Maybe Friday. Oh.
I'm not even asking if Joe wants anything though.
Oh.
Unless you would
Absolutely
like
not.
a lunch item delivered.
Yeah.
That'll play. We'll do that.
Why did he
maybe.
not eat?
It's possible.
No, he doesn't eat breakfast. Remember we had that whole thing? You had to cut the burrito in half, and then that burrito was still in the fridge on Monday.
I was hoping you wouldn't see that.
I
Dang it.
absolutely
I
saw
was
it.
really hoping. I did.
Doggone.
Okay,
That's not on me. That's for James.
I know. I
James-
was hoping
James
either of you
burrito.
guys. I was thinking on Saturday. I was like, oh, I left the burrito in there, and they're gonna see it.
Oh,
I
we're coming
ate
back.
some of it
We're
though.
coming back.
I promise.
You ready?
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, James Ham, Kyle Madsen, Joe Brazil, and Kenny Caraway from D-Lo and KC is here
Yes,
for
sir.
the
Yes,
handoff.
sir. Yes,
Kenny
sir.
Caraway, everybody.
What's going on, everybody? We don't have the.
That was loud.
I
Sorry.
like the horns. I mean, yeah, I don't have the horns,
Oh yeah, you
um,
don't.
but we don't have the intro song anymore.
I mean,
We don't. We don't.
all right, here we go. You're not gonna have headphones. Here you go. Hang on.
It's time now for the handoff. Taking the handoff from James and Kyle today, here's KC, Kenny Caraway.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's go, boy. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Kings-Mavs tonight.
Yeah, man.
I trust you, your basketball knowledge, and your ability to talk hoops to go through this bit on the fly. I did
Okay.
not text you about this.
No, sir.
James and I prepped for this. You did not, but I fully trust you to roll with it.
Thank
you. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Keys to victory tonight for the Sacramento Kings.
Oh,
Number
well,
one. Hang on. We got to.
ding.
Oh, where'd my. Oh, there we go. Hang on. Number one.
There we go.
Kenny Caraway, lead us off.
Take care of the basketball.
That's a big one. That was
Take care
that
of
was
the
key number
basketball.
3 for me. So I'm going to move that up. Key number 1 for me. Also, don't turn it over.
And when they, I don't know if the numbers bear this out. Will Z or Will that used to work in tickets.
Any
could
person
answer
named
this for me.
any person named Will.
Yeah.
If you can answer this question, what's the question?
I don't know what the record is when they have 12 or less turnovers, but I'm sure it's pretty good. I say 12 because is that about an average game? Like a great game is somebody having 7 turnovers or a team having 7 turnovers.
Yeah.
But
12
average
is
is
like a
about-
league leader, right around
Yeah.
12,
How many?
12 and a half.
So what's the number we're looking for?
12 or less.
12 or
turnovers. It's got to
fewer?
be a great record.
Like a clean game.
Yeah.
And if you're at 12 or 13 or even 14, a lot of those came when the game's out of control.
When the Kings have 12 or fewer turnovers, they have done that 39 times. Well,
Oh, they stink, huh?
sorry, Kenny.
Well, roll the ball all around the Golden One Center.
They
man.
are 18 and 21. when they have
What?
12 or fewer
That's
turnovers.
crazy. That's a trip. I'm shocked by that.
I am too.
Do you know what's so funny? You guys were talking about this yesterday on D-Lo and Casey. You said something. Oh, it was the stat that you asked some random guy named Will to
Yeah.
look up.
Yeah. Shout out to
It
my
was
man,
that stat.
Will.
And it turned out it was DeMar DeRozan shoots at 18 or more times. And they were 19 and 17. Every stat you look up for the Kings says they're about
500.
every single one.
That's right.
No matter what way you slice it, this team is
That's right.
This
Yeah.
team might beat the Cleveland Cavaliers in Cleveland, or they might lose to the Washington Wizards.
Yeah, man. And my only hope is they don't lose to the Dallas Mavericks
You can't lose.
and the Memphis Grizzlies. But I just
Not
think,
turning it over is big, though.
Not-
That's a way to let a worse team stay in or get back into a game is by live ball turnovers, fast break points.
not turning the ball over. And with this particular team, this Mavericks team in particular, if you can, and this is a struggle for these guys, but if you can defend the 3-point shot well and not let them beat you from beyond the arc, it feels like that's the way that they're going to be able to beat you. If Clay has 6 3-pointers, Spencer Dinwiddie is hitting 3 or 4, PJ Washington giving you 2, 3, or 4, and then Najee Marshall. Like if they're hitting their 3-pointers, you might be in for a long night. But if you can keep them to a situation where they've got to just hit a bunch of 2s and have this super high percentage from inside the 3-point line to beat you, I don't think they can beat the Kings that way. I think the Kings will hit enough 3s that it'll make it difficult for them to be able to beat them if they're not matching them 3 for 3.
Was that your second key?
Yes.
Okay, well, James, we need key number 1 from you still.
My key is set the physicality for the game early.
Oh, I already did that.
Like show up, start pushing people around early on and say, this is a playoffs.
Yes.
This is what it's going to be like. And if you don't like that, then go ahead and leave now. And
see,
the Kings can do that.
And see, frankly, if you can get Dallas to check out early.
Yep.
If they're one of those teams, and they may not, Jason Kidd may have them all row in the same direction, and they're going to try and overcome all this outside noise. Maybe they get into that space, but it would not shock me at all if the Kings come out and deliver the first punch. If the Mavs are like, "Hey, we got vacations booked. We're out of here."
Well,
I think
hell,
that's a good
Nico
key.
done already gave the exit interview.
Jeez Louise,
Wild.
man.
So I'm like, why do you do that?
I like that key from James. And then James, what is key number 2 for you?
Key number 2, win the battle of the 2 teams without point guards.
I think they're in a good spot to do so.
Yeah, because I think the Kings have more versatility in the players that they will play to have somebody that has 8 to 10 assists, like, or multiple players have, 7 to 9 assists. Like they've got 3 or 4 guys that can get there, where I don't think Dallas really has that. Like their offense should be really sticky and not fun to watch. Like it's a bunch of big dudes.
So our guest Kirk Henderson was like, "It's not going to be pretty."
Nope.
he was
grimy.
very real.
You know my third. I don't know if you can even ask.
Can I do my second one first?
No.
For sure.
There you go.
that's how we-
Absolutely.
You're so good at this bit that you're
Tap
just
out.
ready to go. This is incredible.
Tap out.
Number 2 for me, got to do the little things.
Yep.
Get the loose ball, get that extra offensive rebound, make the extra pass, those little things on the margins that Devin Carter does so well, that Keegan Murray does so well, Trey Lyles does so well. You need to do those little things tonight against Dallas. Kenny Caraway, key number 3.
Key number 3. Love this guy. That's my man's.
Oh,
But
just
you know,
say it.
But,
say it.
But
I
you know, I'm about to be critical. This is my man.
Yes.
Domantas Sabonis. You cannot let the Kings lose this game. If you're everything that we have been talking about for the past 3 years, we get mad when you're not on All NBA or All Star or you're a $40 million guy, going to be $43 million, all this other stuff. I don't want to hear anything if you're that guy.
That's it.
I don't want to hear this person didn't let you do this and that. I don't want to hear that. If you're everything that we, myself included, have been saying you are for the past 2 to 3 years, you do not let your team lose at home to this Mavericks team with your season on the line.
Yep.
That's the bottom line. That's the bottom line. Domantas Sabonis, find a way with your play, with your words, with your actions to get a win tonight for your team.
I have nothing else to add. That was my final key as well.
He just
Domas has
stole
gotta
yours. I
dominate.
think he was cheating off your paper.
He's just got the rundown
I
over
got a
there.
mirror. I got a mirror over here.
Don't turn it
Yeah,
over.
Domas got to dominate.
Let Domas dominate and the little things. Casey just out there just stealing his
But
stuff.
I mean, this don't, like I said,
It's pretty straightforward. But that just says it's pretty straightforward with the Kings.
Yeah.
Like there's not a lot of room for creativity here. When they're good, it's a very specific way, and when they're bad, it's a very specific thing.
Yep, I agree.
What's number 3 for you, James?
Get the crowd involved early.
Please.
Just get them involved. Like if you
Please.
can
yeah.
crank it up in there, like they can bring you home.
Yep.
So
It's gonna be
And again, might get Dallas to check out early.
It's gonna be a whiteout. I heard whiteout tonight.
I don't.
Everybody getting white
Somebody,
shirts?
somebody in the chat brought this up, and it's a great point. Why do they do this? The Mavericks are going to wear white,
I don't think they. Well, so
unless the Kings are wearing white.
on the court vision, the NBA court vision, it said the Kings were wearing black. Last night, somebody that works for the Kings, like it's not a secret. It's this young lady on Twitter who's like a ticket seller or something.
Okay.
She said, "Hey, bring the noise. It's going to be white shirts in every seat. It's going to be a whiteout. The team's going to be wearing white."
Okay.
So I don't know. Maybe court vision got it wrong, but I saw the same
If
thing.
they wear white, then this all makes sense.
Okay.
this is what
But-
it looks like
But
right here.
in that playoff series, Golden State's wearing white and the Kings are wearing purple or black or whatever, and the fans are all wearing white. What are you doing?
Well,
That doesn't make sense to me.
I could see a way in which you go to throw a ball to somebody and you see just a bunch of white and you're like, oh, wait, that wasn't my teammate. That was one of 3,000 fans in that section right there.
That's what happened when Jordan Poole turned the ball over.
You're right.
That's what
That
happened.
was the problem. It's like, God, I just couldn't tell.
Shout out to my boy Jordan Poole.
He had a good year.
He did.
He had a nice
I'm-
little
I'm
year.
happy to
Shout
see
out to
that.
Jordan Poole.
Hopefully, it translates into winning soon.
Well,
Well,
we'll see.
Let's not get
That
ahead
I'm
of
less,
ourselves.
I'm less optimistic.
Let's not get
I'm
ahead
less
of ourselves.
optimistic about that. I want to be optimistic tonight. I so badly want to. I think they're going to win.
I do too.
I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be close though.
I can
Probably
believe that.
closer than we think. Because in my brain, my knee jerk reaction, just knowing the bad vibes at the Mavs, is like Kings are going to roll.
Yeah,
But we
yeah,
can't.
yeah.
I think it's like a 7-point win where it's close late, and then maybe they get some free throws
Yeah.
and wind up winning by like 7.
You just don't know with this group.
You have
You
no
just
idea.
Don't know. I lean back on if the Kings play their A game and this version of the Mavs plays their A game, the Kings should win.
I agree. I'm right there.
There it is.
We'll see.
Right there with you. We good? Everyone said everything they need to
We're
say?
good. We're all going
Right.
to see each other in a little while out
Yes,
the.
indeed. Yes,
Yeah, we'll
indeed. The
see you out at
the whole
Golden One
crew.
Center.
Yeah, ESPN 1320 field trip. Let's go.
Going to be great.
Let's do this.
Out of Golden One Center. We will be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. breaking down Kings-Mavs, win or lose. Can't wait to do that with you right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. For James Ham and Joe Brazil, I'm Kyle Madsen. We've been the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. And until tomorrow at 10 a.m., drink water. Be nice, people. See ya. Hey, chatty house. Good show, guys. Appreciate you. See you tomorrow. 10 a.m. Go Kings.
Go
Anything
Kings.
else?
Light the beam.
Anything else I got?
Not a
I
whole
don't think I have
lot.
anything else?
Go A's, go Giants.
Oh,
Tyler Soderstrom.
Soderstrom.
Tyler Soderstrom, friend of the program.
Oh, he's on tomorrow?
No. He hit 2 more jacks last night. He leads Major League Baseball with 8.
I gotta tell you, I would look into getting him on the show again, but he sounded so disinterested in talking to us. So
No, I have a good story to ask him. Like we need to have him on again. I've got something crazy. That's right.
That's it. Well, that's why I don't want to bring him back on and like ruin the mojo.
We need to extend the mojo.
All
There
right,
it
guys.
is.
See you.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey yo, it's game day. It's game day. Hold up. This wasn't the best season. It was 40 and 42. We have traditions. Maybe we break from tradition today.
I'm with that.
We don't know that we're going to hear the song again. You could probably argue the tradition didn't work.
Yeah.
You're not feeling. Wait, hold on. Don't step on Lucky. Wait a minute.
Hey, you make your jokes. Kyrie won like one game in the next 2 years after that. I'm just saying, you want like it feels kind of like a funeral type one for one last go around, guys.
Hey,
you guys do what you want, but
hey,
it ain't over. Nothing's over.
I say we go with it, man. We go with it. I hear you, Jesse.
Nothing's over.
But I say we go with it.
I feel like it needs to be unanimous.
We run that joint 2 times if need to.
Wicked. We want to drive the car over the cliff to the other side of the cliff. Let's go. Play it. It's fine.
Oh man, Jesse, just the ultimate vibe killer.
Come on.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, what if we did it a little bit different? What if we did it just a little bit different? I have an idea. Jesse, you tell me if this eases your concerns a little bit.
My thing's like we'll play it tomorrow, but
hey, you know what? I don't know. There's not enough energy in this city today, man. We supposed to be the best fans in the NBA and turning up all this other. There's not enough energy in the city today.
What if we did this? We went.
What if
we did a little bit different?
Give me some. Tunnel. Let's go.
Let me take you where you came. Pop Star B, put the paint where it ain't. I'm stacking up the money, got the change for the bank. And I ain't signing nothing unless the check coming blank. Don't let them see you high if they change on the low. Got the key to the city, now I'm changing up the dough. If he hating on me, he a lame, he a joke. No rag, no set, I got the gang with me though. Can't rock with me now if you didn't back then. Zell on the mic, on the beat of Sap 10. Backyard boogie and I'm slapping Mac 10. They tried to kick me out and I went right back in. They hella mad, can't deal with me though. I work too hard, can't build with me though. You ain't putting up your chicken, can't grill with me though. I know some real ones and they still with me though. Get off, get off, get off, get off, get off, get off, get off. You gotta tell them get off, get off, get off, get off, get off, get off, get off. We heard your best song, it was trash. I mean, we had a double knotted in the bag. Every beat that I kill come with tags. In the whip, 150 on the dash. So me, I'm so low key. I feel like T.I. cause you don't know me. You say you got it all, but you gotta show me. While they was sleeping on me bad, I was working OT. Brand going up, fans going up. We laid it all out, yeah, the plans going up. They bitter about the wins, can't stand going up. And they scared to risk it all, can't stand showing up. Get off, get off, get off, get off, get off, get off, get off. You gotta tell them get off, get off, get off, get off, get off, get off, get off. Get off. Do you dance, do you dance, do you dance? Get off. Do you dance, do you dance, do you dance? Get off. Do you dance, do you dance, do you dance? Get off. Do you dance, do you dance, do you dance?
Hey,
come on, man.
Hey,
come on.
Hey,
come on.
I ain't gonna front.
Come on.
I'm gonna run it again.
Come on.
I'm gonna run it again. We up.
Yeah. Come on.
We up here.
Yeah.
Come on. We got a game to win. Come on. We're playing.
Let me take you where you came. Pop Star B, put the paint where it ain't. I'm stacking up the money, got the change for the bank. And I ain't signing nothing unless the check coming blank. Don't let them see you high if they change on the low. Got the key to the city, now I'm changing up the dough. If he hating on me, he a lame, he a joke. No rag, no set, I got the gang with me though. Can't rock with me now if you didn't back then. Zell on the mic, on the beat of Sap 10. Backyard boogie and I'm slapping Mac 10. They tried to kick me out and I went right back in. They hella mad, can't deal with me though. I work too hard, can't build with me though. You ain't putting up your chicken, can't grill with me though. I know some real ones and they still with me though. Get off, get off, get off, get off, get off, get off, get off. You gotta tell them get off, get off.
That's what we doing it today.
Hey, come on, man. Vibes need to be up. The city ain't up enough for me.
It's game day.
The city ain't up enough for me. Hold on.
No, you in Roseville.
We're gonna lay the ground rules out right now. I'm gonna lay the ground rules out right now.
Got rules. Okay.
Securing the 12th pick.
Oh.
Steve Brown.
Damn.
I know how you feel about this team. I know how you feel about the front office. I know how you feel about De'Aaron Fox, all this other stuff. Look, respectfully, save that for another day. I ain't trying to hear that today. I'm not trying to hear none of that today. I ain't going to block you. I ain't going to do that. This is free speech. Do what you do. But I'm not hearing any of that today. I'm not, we better keep the 12th pick and we should tank and all that. I ain't hearing that today. The Kings play today, and you said something perfectly last night.
I do.
You said something perfectly last night that resonates with me and should resonate with everybody else.
About time.
I'm not ready for the season to end. I'm not ready for the season to end. You may be, and that's cool. I'm not ready for the Kings season to end. So all that other stuff, save it for another. If they're as sorry as you guys say they are, you'll have another opportunity. Save it for another day. I ain't here to hear that today.
I'll take it a step further. I ain't ready for our season to end against them. I ain't ready for our season to end against the team that is essentially the punchline of the league. I don't want to end our season against a guy who's given a defensive press conference yesterday. They didn't even call it a press conference. I saw Tim McMahon. He was like, it was just a meeting with the media. It wasn't really a press conference. It was just a meeting. Oh, you didn't know that happened? Oh, I'm so sorry. It's because it wasn't recorded. It's because you had to. I went to the Dallas Morning News, The Athletic, ESPN. I'm trying to find all of the different angles. There were no angles. There's one angle because only a few people were allowed to ask questions. I don't want to lose to them. And Anthony Davis has been beating Domantas Sabonis' ass now for like a year.
It's 4-0 this year, huh?
The 11-0 wasn't, or 9-0, 10-0, whatever. It's not as funny as it was a year ago.
No.
Okay. Yeah, we need to. I don't want to lose to them.
No, I don't want to lose to them.
We blew their ass out last time. DeMar saved our ass the game before.
They had to come back.
I can't remember what.
Game. Remember, it was like Doug Christie's second game. It was down like 17 in the first quarter.
Okay.
And they had to come back and win that game late. I don't want no.
It was Doug Christie's second game. Yep.
You say it perfectly. I don't want to lose to that team.
Yep.
And for the 17,000 that's going to be at the Golden One.
Dinwiddie had 30 in that one.
He can shoot the rock.
PJ had 28.
Come on, man. He can shoot the rock too. For the 17,000 that's going to be at the Golden One Center, they don't need to go home. We don't need to go home knowing the season ended at the crib.
Yeah. Oh, that's
the other thing. If whatever happens Friday, if we get there, we'll handle that when we get there. But the season don't need to end today at the crib. And that's another thing. The 17,000, I think it's 131 or something like that. That is the capacity. I mean, they keep putting suites all over the place. So
it's 171,230.
It's my bad.
It's fine.
That's my bad.
It's fine.
You're right.
You ain't Sacramento.
For the 171,000 that's going to be in attendance at the Golden One Center tonight. And I'm just saying this, like I said, just laying the ground rules. I don't think this will be an issue at all. But we like to puff our chests out and talk about how we're the best fans in the NBA. You know, how we've been to games that don't even matter and we still turned up and everything else like that. Well, tonight's the time to show. I know a lot of people have been, thumbing their nose at the play-in and all this other stuff. Hey. If you are who you say you are, it needs to be a movie inside the Golden One Center.
Yeah.
That's right.
Thank you.
It needs to be a movie inside the Golden One Center tonight. I expect it to be. But we ain't gonna get all cute and bougie today. Well, we're only playing for championships. Nah. We supposed to be the preeminent fan base in the NBA. We like to say that a lot about ourselves. It's time to show it. The nation gonna be watching. Well, some of the nation might not even care about the playing. That's cool. That's them. But the nation gonna be watching tonight, and we need to show we turned up.
Well, the good news is, for most of us, Warriors Kings 3 is not happening.
And look, boy.
Man. I can't. I don't believe I have ever uttered this phrase in my life, but I will say it today. Thank God for Steph Curry.
Well, when he saved America.
Oh God, yeah, you're right. Oh my
Yeah.
God, yeah, I could forget that. Well, that was a different Steph. That was a different Steph Curry. That was America's Steph Curry.
That was America.
Not the Bay Area Steph Curry. You know what my favorite part about those 2 threes late were? You saw who got him the assist.
Yeah. Who did? Was it LeBron? Who was it?
No, not.
Oh, in this game. Yeah. Okay.
No, it was Draymond. Yeah. It was the other 23.
Nice little handoff. Nice little handoff here.
Bro,
get us out of this, buddy.
There is nothing more satisfying to me as a hater than to watch Draymond celebrate something Steph Curry does. Knowing Steph and Jimmy Butler just dragged your sorry carcass to the playoffs once again.
That dude had a wide open corner 3 with the game on the line. He must have hopped about 40 times trying to wheel that ball into the
You
hoop.
saw that too? He was like, what was it? What was the Red Sox player that was trying to the Carlton Fisk? I think he hit the.
Carlton Fisk, yeah.
He was fair. Yeah, that was Draymond yesterday.
Shot it. Brick.
Oh, man. Nothing. Major hater vibes last night watching this game. Nothing more satisfying than watching that dude celebrate something that Steph Curry just did. God bless it.
Man, Steph was fantastic, man.
Warriors in Houston.
Oh, well, I got thoughts.
I do too.
Ooh,
and I don't
think
we
we on the same page.
Are we? I don't think we are.
I don't think we are.
I think me and Kenny are.
Yeah,
I don't think we are.
Okay, well, fine.
All right.
Pardon my back.
Well,
me and Jesse see it.
Well, call me
The regular people. That's how we see
fine. Bonte D'Lo, because I got some thoughts on this one.
it. D-Lo's dubs for about a half season.
Hey,
our dubs.
Our dubs. We'll come back, man. Man, there's a lot of focus on Dallas yesterday. Still, no one knows why the hell Nico Harrison gave that media meeting yesterday.
Nico in the city? Should be, huh?
I'd get out of Dallas if I was him.
This is a playing game. Your ass better be here.
Any chance I could get out of Dallas? Yeah. Go ahead and throw me on the plane.
Can we get Nico in studio?
Nico's probably like, sure. A friendly fan base. We got you, Nico. Come hang out with us. We won't bring up the Luka trade once. We'll talk about Kobe.
Oh, yeah.
We'll talk about Nike.
That's it.
Nico don't even know this. I know Nico. Nico was the one who on the floor of Arco Arena. Kara asked Kobe if she could wear his shoes. And Kobe was like, oh, my God, of course. He called Nico over and said, hey, she's going to wear, and I don't remember what number they were next year. And Nico goes, all right, salute. 3 days later, an off-season package arrived. With
text him right now.
It's not like that.
No, it is. Text him.
All right. We'll come back. We're just getting started. We're thrilled that you're here with us. We'll open up the phone lines. Get your thoughts out there. Let's cook. 916-909-1320. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. So what's funny is my little one Morgan is watching at home on the big screen TV. They're playing pool, spring break. They're hanging out, and Morgan doesn't think we can see her. She's watching the screen and she doesn't think we can see her. So I'm just what's
going on?
I'm just waving.
I see you.
See that pink dress she got on? She thinks we can't see her.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. I see you.
She's looking at mommy right now going, I told you they could see me, Mom.
Yeah, 100%. Now, Morgan, she gets more love than Leland. You see what he was doing? Did you see what he was doing? Don't think that didn't fly by me. I was watching the insiders on YouTube.
Yeah.
I saw all the paraphernalia. The hell is wrong with you?
I'm sorry.
Wait, what happened?
Hold on. I cannot respect Leland Wells as a fan anymore.
Well, wait a minute. What I missed?
No, that's your boy. It's
your boy. You brought him to the show. You brought him to the party.
Yeah, you brought him to the party, and you kind of encouraged his behavior that he's on.
He rode with you.
Wait, will someone fill me in on what Leezy did?
Leland.
Oh, God, he's Leland now.
Yeah, he gets into the YouTube chat for the insiders, the start of the insiders, and said, let's go, Dubs. blue heart, yellow heart, blue heart, yellow heart, blue heart, yellow heart.
Exclamation mark 3
and
times.
That's why Leezy's credential got denied. All right, Lee. He's Leezy, Leland, and Lee.
How could you?
I better say hi to Audrey too, so she knows. It was just
Audrey,
more
what up?
than-
What up?
We didn't think we could see her, but I would say hi to my girl.
Look
Audrey,
at
too.
acting all
Oh,
confused. Look at
what you
3
talking
question
about?
marks.
Do we know
What you
if
talking
Leezy
about?
was hacked? Like Leezy, I don't think
You
Leezy's
better
about
use that
them
excuse.
dubs.
You better use that excuse.
I've been trying to say Leezy's been low-key Warriors for a while.
Oh
Big
man.
Warriors.
Well, wait a second.
There goes Stalin Mount.
Wait a
There it
second.
goes.
Wait a
This
second.
is like when Michael Scott had
Wait.
his nephew at the office.
Wait
Exactly.
a second.
Exactly like that.
He's causing trouble everywhere.
Leezy is a Jimmy guy. Leezy's
Okay,
a
the
Jimmy
buck stop
guy.
somewhere, or say Jimmy did work. We ain't let's
KC's
go Warriors.
Casey's been catching heat for 4 years about OK leg show, and he was a mellow guy.
Oh man, this is tough. Katrina screenshotted it. Oh, that is
Come
tough.
on, man.
Now, to be clear, he didn't say go Dubs. He said good morning, Chatty House
All right,
with
Yo,
well,
whose man's is
with
this?
the blue heart, yellow heart.
Whose
blue
man's
heart,
is
yellow
this, man? Hey, man,
Oh,
better bring some pizza on Friday. Jackie ain't letting you in. Well, actually, nobody will let
Nobody
you
will let you
because
in,
everybody
Leezy.
will be gone.
Well, also, Leezy works here. No one needs to let him in. He's got a key fob.
you know what? We want In-N-Out Friday back.
I don't know if he's going to have a parking space, but he's going to have a key
Oh,
fob.
they're at it. This, all right. I need to send out a building-wide email.
I had to park in a different spot today.
Oh, man. Really?
Yeah.
First time in 3 years?
No, yeah. That shouldn't be as mad. Like I'm not shouldn't be hurt about. I was a little bothered.
I think I might have to start parking on the back of the complex.
Look it. They need to go
That's where
park.
Complex
Go
was.
park across the street. If you're new, go park across the street.
Yeah,
Yeah.
earn your
as-
place.
As Damien said earlier, earn your place, noob.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
Who is our Pam that we could send to fix this?
Sylvia?
Wesley.
Oh, Wesley. Yeah.
Wesley will handle that. in a
But
heartbeat.
well, who's our Kevin and Andy?
Us. We're the ones complaining.
No, we're
about
not
it.
Kevin and Andy, dude.
Well, we're not. But
We're not Kevin and Andy's kind of Andy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Andy's Andy.
Oh man. Oh, it's even worse when it's the real one.
Oh, come on. Come on, bro. Hey, now you're being disrespectful. I told you about this in the opening segment. I'm not here for all that today.
Well, that's to be fair. That's the opening. That's the one from this morning.
We're coming back. He's on the line as well. Leland is here.
Oh
Wow.
man. Well, tough start to the day, but Lee is here to. I don't know if he's Leland, Lee, or Leezy today, but Lee's here to defend himself. Leezy, I did my best. I'm fighting a violent mob here. I did my best to try to. I tried to have you back with this Warriors centric message you sent earlier, but the Chatty House is demanding an explanation.
Yo, okay, so hey, as you mentioned, D-Lo, I'm a Jimmy Butler guy. This year he got a lot of cracks, okay? And I'm just happy to see him doing well on the Warriors. He's a successful black man, to quote Draymond Green.
Oh, okay, so now we're
Okay.
quoting Draymond. Now we quoting Draymond. So Draymond's your boy now. That's what you're saying? That's what you're saying?
Well, I'm not saying all that. Hey, I'm just supporting the chef and the Butler. I am not a Warriors fan. I'm just enjoying good basketball. And by the way, the Warriors gonna beat the Rockets, Casey. I'm just letting you know.
Run this man. Run him. Run him. We don't have time for that. Run his ass.
There he's gone.
Well, in defense of Leezy, he's right.
Well, he's just wrong.
He's
Right about what? Being a Jimmy Butler fan?
Nah, well, he is a Jimmy Butler fan. He's right about the Warriors. The Warriors are going to beat the Rockets.
What, in a game?
In a series.
Sure, I ain't gonna be sweep.
Warriors are going to be.
It
I didn't a
ain't-
sweep.
No, I'm talking about the Rockets ain't gonna sweep them. I didn't say that.
No, the
I didn't say that. So yeah, they gonna beat them once or twice. I didn't say it's gonna be a sweep. I didn't say that.
I think
got respect.
I think the Warriors win that series.
we've disrespected the Rockets a little bit too much this season. Like the Warriors were fighting for their lives yesterday against one ankle Ja Morant. Like that,
Yeah, it
they
was tough.
didn't necessarily look great yesterday.
With a 20-point spot too.
Yeah.
That was tough.
The-
But you did. But you
And I
just
think
you needed to
Steph-
win the game. And they did.
that's all they
Steph,
did.
I think it's his thumb or whatever. Part of his hands banged up. He's dealing with that pelvic thing. The Rockets are gonna like
That man
the
scored
Rockets are gonna play physical
37 with a jacked up hand.
He did.
Yeah.
He can do that. But if you are getting 37 and 38 from two guys,
Yeah.
and nothing from the others,
No.
you ain't beating the Rockets. You're not. The Rockets are a better version.
Fine. I'll wear it. I'll be the one who's been disrespectful to the Rockets. I don't buy them. I buy their coach. I buy the star that a man's going to be. Right now, this playoffs, I'm not in.
Last night, what I saw,
I'm going to go do the show with Butcher Boy.
last night, what I saw is a Grizzlies team that I'm just gonna watch my words a little bit because you never know what might happen in the future. But they're hampered at the very least. Like they're leaking oil. Push the Warriors at home in that situation to the limit. The Rockets are a better version of the Grizzlies, a better, deeper version of the Grizzlies. You've got a gang of people that you could throw at Steph Curry. You're not gonna stop them. You're not gonna stop them. Well, thank you, Lee. That's a little better. But you've got
for
a lot
those
of work to do. Pizza on Friday, in and out next Monday, and everything will be all right.
Read the message so the people.
Leezy says, "Let's go Kings." That's a good start. But like I said, pizza on Friday, in and out on Monday, and then that'll pay the debt. So there's that. But you got a man that you could throw at Steph. You got Dylan that you could throw at Steph. You got Van Fleet. You got Terry Eason. If you want to go Cam Whitmore, you got all these guys that you could throw at Steph Curry. Not that you're going to stop him, but the burden isn't on one guy to stay with him all series long, which means you can keep those guys. You can essentially kind of put a fresh guy on him time in and time out. And it goes back to
the Rockets aren't the first team to have that strategy.
I don't think you're stopping him, but I think there's an aspect of wearing them out over the course of 7 games. It's
Okay,
like
maybe there's that.
You need someone
Maybe
else
there's
to
that.
step up. And I'm like, I know Jimmy will do his thing, but like Paz or whoever, like you're gonna need.
Because if you're guarding Draymond one day and then Steph the next day, you're gonna be fresh versus Steph.
Yeah, like Steph's gonna get his, but like I do think like as physical as the Rockets play, I think there's an aspect they'll be able to like wear them out to the point where like, all right, someone else has to step up to here.
I don't know.
Besides Jimmy.
And I'm not making it like the Rockets are the super team, but I don't know if they've seen a lot of teams with that type of ammo to throw at Steph. It's been one guy where it's like, oh, he can bother him, but if that guy gets in foul trouble or if he gets worn down himself from running around with Steph, they take advantage of that.
Where did the Rockets defense rank? Does anyone know off the top of the head? I don't. I didn't. I should have. I figured we had a couple more days before we dove into the series. I know. Okay.
I don't know. But that's a lot. They got a lot, and then you got a situation where Sengun, I don't think he's gonna let those guys off the hook in the paint.
Rockets had the 5th best defensive rating this season.
Just
the Warriors are there at 7.
Just a week. It was one game.
You said Warriors were at 7?
Yeah, 7.
Who's so was Boston 1?
4. Oklahoma City's 1.
Oh,
Magic
that's
are 2,
right.
Clippers 3, Boston 4.
Got it. Okay.
It's only one game.
Oh man, God bless it. Okay, sorry.
It's only one game, but just a week ago, they had Steph in hell. They had him in hell when they beat their asses in Golden State. Once again, just one game. But that was just a preview of what they can do. I mean, they could essentially tell him, don't worry about scoring. Just stay with this guy and make it tough on him. We've seen that body type, that type of individual, maybe even on a smaller scale, give Steph problems in Keegan Murray. A taller guy that can move. And I think Amin is a better athlete and can move a little better than Keegan, but probably about the same size, maybe an inch or two smaller. We're having fun with it. I haven't officially said what I think the series is going to be, but I'm leaning heavily towards Rockets winning that series.
I think it's Rockets in like 7. If I had to make a real pick, it'd be Rockets in 6, I guess. 7's I guess the easy way out, but it'll be a tough series. But I think Rockets get them.
If you get the Pods, the Buddy Hills, and Kuminga's not playing, so who knows if he's
DNPs.
So like I need to know where
Moses Moody.
I like Moses Moody. The others have to step up. They have to, because I'm expecting Steph and Jimmy to do
do well.
Mm-hmm.
But if that's not going to be enough,
you have to. So it's the conversation for a different day. But you have to trade Jonathan Kuminga at this point, don't you?
Might as well. I mean, what else?
Like,
are
what are
do
you
with him?
doing?
I'm not all
like Steve's
Warriors
almost
beat reporter.
annoyed.
I don't get why he doesn't play at all.
He's almost annoyed when people ask him.
the other day he was asked, because in the last game of the season he was asked about Kuminga and whether or not, why he didn't play or something like that. And he's like, well, Guy Santos didn't play either, and he's been a great plus minus guy. It was just the way the game went.
Plus
like, bro,
minus.
We got
right.
no disrespect to Santos.
Steve.
No disrespect to Santos, but that's what we're doing to Kuminga now. Like, Santos didn't play, so it's cool that Kuminga didn't play.
No disrespect to Santos, but all disrespect to Kuminga with that one.
I do think he's going to play in this series, though. They need him bad in this series.
Kuminga.
Yeah. They're going to need another athlete. They're going to need another scorer to take the load off of Steph and Jimmy. Check this out. Real quick.
Okay.
5 times they played this year.
Okay.
The first game.
Why?
Playing.
In season?
In season, excuse me. In season tournament. They were in the winning bracket too. Like, it was a real game. But 127-121. Rockets won the first game. The next time, 99-93 Warriors. 91-90 Rockets. 105-98 Warriors. 106-96 Rockets. My point for reading those scores out is, if that's the way they're going to play, the Rockets are going to win.
No, you're wrong. What did you just say? What? Oh, Jesse's on the phone. The Rockets are 5.
Mm-hmm.
The Warriors 4. I'm sorry, they're 4, and the Warriors were 7th. That's it. The Warriors are a defensive team, or can be a defensive team too.
That's not the way. I don't think that's the way they're going to beat the Rockets in this series.
Well, why not?
Because they're not going to. I don't believe.
I was going to do it anyways. Now you're forcing me to do it.
I don't believe they can get into a defensive slugfest with that team in a series and win.
Sir, if there's one thing the Warriors can do with Draymond Green, it's get in a slugfest. Now, I hate that you're going to make me do this.
Your Dubs.
Well, no, not my Dubs, but my guy. Yo, Draymond's going to have an impact on this series too.
I think so too.
Like, he's we get our jokes off. Like, we're being serious here for a second. I don't know if Draymond's winning Defensive Player of the Year award or not, but if he doesn't, he's going to be pretty damn close to it. And he's going to have an impact on this series. You talk about everything that we hate about Draymond Green, the Houston Rockets hate even more. Like, if he's got to get Dillon Brooks tossed, he can.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Dillon Brooks isn't composed enough to handle a 7-game series with Draymond Green. Shoot, sometimes I wonder if Fred VanVleet is composed enough to handle the 7-game series with Draymond Green.
You think Ime's got anything for them?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I did, like I said, I think
Ime, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, we're fine.
He was on the losing end of that. That was Ime, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Send him
Yeah, he definitely got something for them.
Mm-hmm.
He absolutely has something for them.
I mean,
he's played them at the highest level.
They're a problem. And the other thing about them that I'm not sold on the Warriors about is going up against bigger teams. And when you're talking about Sengun, Jabari Smith, Steven Adams, they could dominate the boards. And that's before we get into a men. A man ain't no small guy.
Men's the one. I know.
So
what you said 5 times, was it 3-2 Warriors or
3-2 Warriors? 3-2 Warriors. Terry Eason in there as well. I just, like I said, I think
Barrett makes a good point. Draymond is barely composed enough to handle the 7-game series with Draymond. That's a good point.
We got Shoeless 99 said, "You're making it sound like Rockets and sweep. Welcome everyone to KC Bad Take Wednesday. Might as well bring out a bad impression."
I might as well block your ass. That's what I should do. But I'm not going to do that today. But I don't think it's going to be a Rockets in the sweep.
Well, to be fair, I don't know how to block people on Twitch.
I don't think that's. I think the mods got to do that.
Yeah, I think you have to actually do that on Twitch. And I don't even know if anybody has access to that account.
I only want to bring it up because it's not a Rockets in the sweep. Even like I said, I haven't figured out exactly where I'm leaning. I'm leaning towards the Rockets. But if I do, I think it's going to be a long series. I think it's going to be 6 or 7. But I just think. I think people are dismissing the Rockets just because they're young and they're the 2 seed. I think they're a bad matchup for the Rockets or for the Warriors. Excuse me.
I don't.
Go ahead, Warren. Do it, Warren.
Oh, okay. Nah.
You ain't gotta block him.
Nah,
Put him in 5 minutes. Put him in 5 minutes.
Warren, leave him alone.
Put him
Warren,
in 5 minutes.
He's fine. Leave him alone. He's fine. He's just fine. Okay.
You can talk about my takes. Don't talk about my impressions.
Yeah, that's kind of cross the line there.
That is disrespectful.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tread carefully because we can get impression at any moment. So.
Well, I mean, I just think the Rockets, that's a tough team. He's gonna be ready to go. He's gonna have those guys ready to go. And when you talk about playoff basketball, I see that look on your face. Don't do it. I see your look on your face. You don't know about playoff basketball. You talk about playoff basketball. They're gonna be ready to go.
Okay. Well, great.
Be ready for 1320 Insider Cruz Broussard all playoffs long, by the way.
We got that clip later.
Yeah, don't worry. Not right now, but he'll be scheduled.
Sabo does bring up a good point. Maybe Shula is my burner Twitch account. No one's ever brought up the impressions before. Maybe that's my burner Twitter account. I think the West is loaded with great series.
I do too.
I think the West is absolutely loaded with great series. So I'm excited. I'm excited for this for sure.
And hopefully the Kings can be part of it.
I hope so.
Hopefully the Kings can be part of it.
Ja looked like he was limping at the end of that game still yesterday.
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Well, it doesn't matter because the Kings have business to take care of tonight. It doesn't. Ja's availability for Friday is not even remotely relevant. And at least it may never be relevant for us. It may be relevant at about 9:30, 9:15
for whoever may get to play the Grizzlies on Friday.
Yeah, and then it can be a conversation. Talking about that just by itself, we've seen this so many times before. You're warm, you roll your ankle. It was late third. They wrapped him up. The way he was moving, I was stunned that he got back out on the floor, but he's still warm. The game is close. A lot of adrenaline at play. It is 12:33 Pacific Standard Time. All of that adrenaline is gone. Mm-hmm. All of that sweat equity from the game, it's all gone. The desire to beat Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors, the desire to shut the Chase Center up. Well, it was pretty quiet last night.
It was.
Well, until Steph. That's what they do.
Steph turned it up.
That's what he does. Steph, the only thing that can excite that crowd. That's all gone.
Well, it's like,
and then you wonder, like, okay, how does he feel now?
There's different parts of the body and all. It was like when Harden played 48 on that bad hamstring or whatever. It's like if you take him out, he's probably done.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Like, man, correct me. Did he do that twice?
Yeah, he did.
Did James do that 2 games in a row?
5, 6, and 7.
Oh, he did it 3.
Yeah.
To me, like that's Harden's finest playoff performance. Like he deserves a lot of credit for what he did, and everyone on that Brooklyn Nets said the same thing. Just him being there helped us, even though he couldn't do what he normally does. Just him being out there helped a lot. And for a guy who has so many, I don't want to misuse the word, but infamous playoff performances, that should be, even though it's not a 40-point triple-double or a 60-point game, that should be his shining moment. That was a big deal for him.
Absolutely.
And I'm excited to see what he does this playoffs, because, again, we talk about the West. I'm intrigued by this Rockets Warriors. We've been on this, we've been talking about this series here since we transitioned from Kings Dallas tonight to knowing that we won't see Kings Warriors again this year, or at least not anytime soon, at least. that like, we can have our fun about, this team's going to win. That team, looking at it's split. A lot of people think the Warriors are going to win. A lot of people think the Rockets are going to win. Most people think this series is kind of, going the distance, meaning at least 6 or 7. I think you've got 3 other series in the conference that could be that way.
Absolutely.
Lakers and Wolves, same thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then one that I think this series could have a massive impact on the offseason, and it's Nuggets and Clippers.
Yeah,
If Ty Lue run them out of here, man, we talk about the summer of KD. This could be the summer of KD, Jamal Murray, Trae Young. There could be some high-priced stars on the move this offseason.
100%. I already planted my flag with that one. I think the Clippers.
I'm with you.
Clippers handle
I'm
that
with
series.
you. Yeah, I'm with you.
I just don't
I'm with you.
think the Nuggets have enough. Obviously, they have Jokic, so you got a shot. And I like Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown. Those are good ball players. But the way the Clippers are playing right now, you can make an argument the Clippers are playing as good or better than anybody in the NBA as of right now.
The crazy thing about Jokic is he's going to get you 20 to 40 points from everyone else because he's going to get those assists. But unlike the John Stocktons, he's going to score 32 or 40. Or occasionally he might do 50.
Yeah.
But Denver's going to get points. I just don't know they can do it against this Clippers team, though.
I don't think they'll get swept. I think this will be a series when we're coming out of it. It was like, it was clear who the best team was.
I think so, too.
Long.
Yeah, I think so, too.
100%. And
I am completely out on Denver in this series.
And I feel the same way if they are, healthy or something like that. If Jamal Murray isn't good enough to go, like play and perform at a high level, Denver has no shot of winning this series. If they're going to win this series, it's going to be because Jamal Murray came back. He was able to be playoff Jamal or good version of playoff Jamal. And Jokic did his thing, and obviously Aaron Gordon. But if they're hampered in any way by Jamal Murray's injury, they're not beating the Clippers in a series. I would be stunned if that team beat the Clippers if Jamal Murray isn't at least 80%.
Yeah,
And I still don't even know if he's playing. Did he play the last game? Did Jamal Murray come back?
Jamal Murray played the last game of the season. I don't think so.
So,
in fact, I don't think he ever came back.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So there's no even guarantee he's ready to go.
Which I forgot about because there was another story. We had just brought that story to the forefront. Or I don't want to say we just brought it. The story had just come to the forefront.
He played the last 2 games of the season.
He did.
He came back for those 2 games.
How much? Do you see how many minutes he played?
31 minutes first game, 24 minutes
wow.
second game.
Okay.
So he's back. They're going to need him. They're going to need him in a major way to beat this Clippers team.
So I guess it's freaking first take on this goddamn show. I'll go a step further. I don't care if you have good Jamal Murray or bad Jamal Murray.
Hey, I don't disagree with you.
I don't think they're good enough to beat the Clippers. I don't know why. I really dislike this Denver team. And for some reason, I really dislike Jamal Murray. I don't buy him. I don't hate him. I just don't buy him. I don't think he's the star that they make him out to be.
Well, that's the thing. He's a very good player, and I think he's elevated himself in playoffs, like with moments and stuff like that. That's kind of
that's important.
Yeah, but like he's not Jalen Brunson though, or anything like that.
He's not, but at the same time, to win, and I don't want to disrespect anybody in this situation, but it's almost how we feel about like Malik Monk, right? Malik Monk isn't an all-star or a superstar, but we look at Malik Monk, especially last year, and I guess maybe even more so this year, or I'm not sure, but like, man, if we're going to pull off any upsets in a series, like you got to have Malik Monk. Like even the most optimistic Kings fan, if they were to get into that playoff series, would have a hard time saying, if I told you Malik was out for the entire series, saying like we could beat the Thunder without Malik Monk. Like we need him. He's not an all-star. He's not even the best player on the team, but you need him just in general and for those moments. Malik
is clutch in the fourth quarter. He's able to create his own shot late in games, things like that. That's how I look at Jamal Murray on a little grander scale. Like, I think he's better than Malik Monk. So, like I said, I don't want to classify him as that, but that's how he is for Denver. He's clearly not their best player, but if you want to do anything as a team, you got to have Jamal Murray there.
Denver also fired their coach like 2 weeks or a week and a half going into the playoffs. Like, I have to imagine it's not, oh, we fired the coach, everything's good now. Like, I imagine there's more problems there than not.
Point two.
See, that's a tough one to tell. Like, I don't know. I mean,
just going off of history, like, have we ever seen a team like, yeah, they fired the
yeah,
coach?
no, I hear you. Well, hopefully we see it tonight.
Well, this
Hey, you can get out of the play in.
They fired their coach at a normal time.
Yeah,
We've
that's
seen
true.
plenty of
This
success
was
with
different.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and for some reason, the Kings moving on from Mike Brown was the one that was ridiculed the most.
The Kings literally did it probably the most normal.
5
given all the
games under
context.
500.
All the context that we knew and all that we're talking about. But no, that was the worst one.
Wasn't it the championship season when the Cavs fired David Blatt?
They were like the number one team in the league at that point
When
they fired him, I think.
Or was it the
did
year
David
before?
Black go to the first finals?
Don't remember. I feel like Ty Lue took over the year
And they won the title? That's funny. I can't remember what year. Did David Black?
Yeah, David Black and Kerr faced off their first year.
Okay, so he was
there the first time.
That's 15 or 15.
Yeah.
And so he got fired midway through the 16 season, and Ty Lue won a title. You hated Ty Lue when the show started.
He did. That's a forgotten thing, by the way.
Not true
It
at
is.
all. Ty Lue, one of the great.
You really
coaches of the
tried to
game today.
rewrite history 4 years later, like we won't forget. And there's probably no video because you were at home, maybe on the couch.
Yeah.
I can't remember if it was couch era or
The Great
think
Wall,
it
I
was,
believe.
Great Wall era.
Yeah. I'm a Mandela effect this one. I've never said that. Never said that. Ty Lue, hell of a coach. That's my boy.
Right. We'll come back, man. We'll get our focus back again. This is going to be a real fun Western Conference playoffs, and hopefully the Sacramento Kings are a part of it. If they are, it starts tonight against the Dallas Mavericks, who were again the centerpiece of attention yesterday. We'll talk about that and this matchup tonight for the Sacramento Kings. We're dealing with KC return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Jamal Murray has hysterically the exact same stat line since 2020. Did you see what James said earlier about Zach LaVine?
No.
His stats, his numbers are the exact same with the Bulls this year and with the Kings, damn near.
Oh, that's funny.
percentage. Well, maybe not the number, but the percentages are the same. Like 51% from the field, 44% from three. Maybe give or two half a point or something like that. The only thing that's really changed is he shot better from the free throw line here. That was a trip when I heard that. Averages don't mean too much, honestly, especially when Deeper has had far deeper teams. Yes. I think they're missing the KCPs, the Bruce Browns of the world in this run. Hey, Josh.
I can't wait.
Oh no, I didn't go with the green and gold today, man. I went with the black and red today, man. That's crazy. That's absolutely insane, Securin. What a coinky dink. Not you, Josh.
The other Josh.
I don't know. You say something crazy though. The way things are going.
Cole, what up, man? I don't know. I saw people really upset about that the other day. About the ticket prices for tonight. Like, oh boy. Vivek doing it again.
Well, I don't think Vivek controls aftermarket tickets, does he? Resale tickets.
I think they were they had just gone on sale
when
people were talking about that.
I didn't even think there'd be any of those.
David, only afraid they might waste my time.
I said, man, we gonna see in the second round.
We might be saving the cowboy hats for Saturdays.
Oh, bro, they might not make it to Saturdays, bro.
Are we rocking cowboy hats on Fridays?
Just in general.
Oh, we rocking cowboy hats all day.
Yeah, I was just doing. Me and the wife were just going through some looks, and I was like,
You love that Western look, boy.
it's gonna be one of the moves this summer. Yeah, moving forward, it's gonna be one of the moves.
KC love that wrestling.
Casey's gonna drive in on a horse one day.
Well, I'm gonna have to get a parking spot around here.
Yeah, well, it's gonna be a self-driving horse, though. Oh, look at that! They focusing on Sabonis and AD here.
Udonis Haslem. I haven't heard much from Udonis, so I don't know how.
He's good.
Yeah.
He's good.
Where's Marcus Morris?
Wow. Marcus.
And he looks great. Like I like that whole. I like that whole look.
Yeah, looks good. Marcus might not get on national TV anymore. You had your opportunity.
I'm genuinely wondering what they were.
Shout out Jesse.
No, why not
Shout
just
out
shut the
Jesse.
hell up and let the rejoiner play?
Yeah, that's my bad.
Mustard.
Siblings.
You right. I think you called that one out the gate. That's the track on the album. Luther's crazy. It's the number one song in the country for eight straight weeks now. But that's the one. That's the one everyone loves.
That. And I gotta say I was wrong. I was dead wrong. I'm a big fan of Peekaboo now.
Yeah, me too.
I'm a big fan of Peekaboo, man. It just
bing, bang, boom, bang, bang.
I hate that part, but the song it just give me LA vibes, man. Then people just be walking to it and everything. I'm a big fan of Peekaboo.
This was a very West Coast album. It was such a break from what Kendrick normally does. Like listening to that, like I listened to Damn yesterday morning. GNX was such a break from that album. It was just completely different. And the GNX tour gets underway this weekend in Minnesota, Mall of America.
It's like Luger showing.
Get the camera. What the hell is he doing here? No, I think it's US Bank Stadium. Is that what it's called? Heard that's a gorgeous building. I'll never see it. It's too goddamn cold. I'll never see it.
Niners play the Vikings in September. We might have to make a move.
Minnesota.
We've never actually made a move. Do you know how many times you said we need to make a move? We've never made a move for a year.
Trying to get it paid for.
For a year.
Why would you make that move to Minnesota though?
To see the U.S. Bank.
I don't care. I'm sorry. I did not mean to imply that I care. It does on TV.
Didn't they?
I don't need to see it.
Didn't they say they were trying to put a WrestleMania there? Or Royal Rumble or something?
Something is there.
Or something
something is there. They've been trying to do WrestleMania for years there. But I think they got something. I don't remember if it was the Rumble or SummerSlam.
WrestleMania
or what it was.
It's warm enough at that point.
For a year, we said we're going to Las Vegas. I even said I was going to pay because it was Jesse's wedding.
We were supposed to make a move.
It's Saturday, dog.
Well, we made a good decision.
We sure as hell did. Could you imagine if we bought tickets for this sorry ass show a year ago when they went on sale? This is where WWE gets you. I joked about this with KC when we were watching that god awful Raw at the Golden One Center the other day. Can you imagine shelling out $300-$400 just trusting that the WWE is going to put on a good show? Now multiply that when you're taking your stupid ass to Las Vegas to watch WrestleMania, and you have to buy the tickets a year in advance. And because we're all smart and we know how the business works, we were convinced we knew what the main event was. You could not have told me a year ago, before they even announced that WrestleMania was going to be in Las Vegas, when they're holding that Super Bowl press conference with The Rock and Roman and everything there, that Dwayne was not going to be in the main event in some way, shape, or form at this WrestleMania. We ain't seen that hoe in a month.
Got Friday if he wants to show up.
Oh, he'll be there Friday.
He'll absolutely be there Friday because it's in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
And they've already confirmed who's going to be there this weekend.
Yeah.
Travis.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Building.
So
And
Travis,
I mean, how's that going to work?
I was just thinking the same thing. Oh, Saturday. He'll
be
do
there
Coachella,
Coachella
Saturday, and then he'll be there Sunday night. Where at some point, if Cody doesn't kick his ass, I'm done with Cody. If Cody don't lay out Travis Scott in Las Vegas, I'm done with Cody.
I'm not even gonna bother with night one. It's pretty trash.
And then I got Easter on Sunday.
Who
The only
cares?
thing I want to see.
Vince McMahon pinned God in a tag team match. They do not care about. Wait till they host Armageddon on Christmas, live from Saudi Arabia or whatever.
Well, they did start this all off with pay-per-view on Thanksgiving. Now that was fire.
Some Survivor Series.
Yeah, that was fire. That was good, wholesome family fun.
A Thanksgiving night tradition.
Only thing I want to see is Jay. I want to see Jade in how that plays out.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think if you tune in at the beginning of the show, you'll see it.
Oh no, it's gonna be early.
Like
I think it's the first match.
No, this is the second or third match.
Well, that's dumb. Make it the first.
Well, I think Jay's the first.
Wait, what'd you say?
Jay Uso.
No, what match did you say you were looking for?
Jade.
Oh, Jade. I
Yeah.
thought you said Jay.
No, I did. I said Jay first. I want to
oh.
see Jay. I want to see Jade and how that plays out. I guess I want to see what happens with Bianca.
Somebody turning.
Yeah, and
Somebody gonna get their ass kicked. Whatever that Mark Henry song was.
I want to see obviously Roman, and I think a lot of that is on night one. Night two, I'll just be there for the main event.
Well, I'm watching. I'm more interested. I'm just as interested in the main event in night one with Punk and.
That would be
Yeah, I
dope.
wanna
I
see
could
that.
care less about Jay. Still think they should have Gunther win.
I do not really.
Yeah, Jay is not good, dude. Like, Zack Ryder was cool. Like,
Well,
everyone.
don't do that.
Hey, everyone has their moments when they're over for however long, whatever. Like Zack Ryder, not Zack Ryder. LA Knight's been over for 2 years, and you guys
LA.
hate him. Like, it's the same thing. It's the same
It
thing.
is not the
He's
same.
not
It's the
over like
same
this.
thing.
It ain't the
Yes,
same
he
thing.
is.
No, it isn't.
He was
LA
at his
Knight-
peak.
LA
Eventually,
Knight.
Jay's
You know
like
what?
that'll go down, but it's the
LA,
same thing.
I'm not talking to you the rest of the day.
Mid card Jay Uso.
LA Knight is Jay Uso. I can't.
Yes. Yes. Wow, he threw his hands up in the air again. Wow.
That's
By the
is
way,
Jay Daniel Bryan.
No, Daniel Bryan's
Nah.
better.
He's a better wrestler.
Yeah, but that moment is the same. The yes moment and the yeet moment are
Maybe
No,
the
yes movement's
yes,
bigger
yes
than that.
movement might have been a little bit bigger.
Way bigger.
Might have been a little bit bigger
That was a moment.
because Daniel had Triple H. They really. You imagine if it wasn't for Daniel Bryan, they really were going to have Randy Orton and Batista headline a WrestleMania. This is like full-on Guardians of the Galaxy Batista, too. Not like Batista 20 years ago. This is Guardians of the Galaxy Batista.
yikes.
That's tough.
Catch a
the
G in
way-
the chat. I'm not a Jey Uso guy. Whatever.
By
Yeah,
the
you really
way,
aren't. You treat Jey Uso like I treat Jamal Murray.
Oh, like both have
Jay better than Jamal Murray.
no. No, Jamal Murray's got a ring.
They're about the same. They're actually
Yeah,
about
it's
the
the
same.
same. Yeah, like they both.
About the
We're
same.
probably both wrong in our takes, but it is what it
They
is.
cool. They cool. I like them both. By the way,
Minneapolis has the 2026 SummerSlam.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, 2026?
Mm-hmm.
Indianapolis has 2025?
I don't see it, but I'm sure.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You got to get Tyrese in there.
Didn't they just get something? Didn't they just have?
No, I think they announced a multi-year partnership.
Oh, brother.
With
Who are they, the
Indianapolis.
NFL?
Yeah, I don't know why they did this. I think they announced a multi-year partnership with I assume Lucas Oil.
No disrespect, because I understand the smaller market. Like I'm from Sacramento. I understand how it goes. Why would I ever want to go to Indianapolis?
Well, I feel like we can trash Indianapolis if we want to because SummerSlam's never coming here.
No. Unless it comes to Sutter Health Park.
Maybe Sky River is building something SummerSlam can come to, or the Royal Rumble, because whatever it is, we don't have it right now.
We do have the Republic Stadium.
How many does it seat?
Like 18,000.
Well, we'll get NXT there. Stand and Deliver or whatever it's called.
It's SummerSlam at the new Sac State Hornet Stadium.
Yeah, SummerSlam there. NXT at
live from Hornet Stadium in Sacramento, California. Big ovation there for Sac State men's basketball coach Mike Bibby.
Jacob 5'2" and someone else in a J Street brawl.
Oh, that's so great. A Doko brawl. But then you get the shot of what's the ice cream place?
Gunther's.
You get the shot of Gunther at Gunther's. Great. That's great. So many missed opportunities by Sacramento not having a stadium.
Oh man.
Goodness gracious. I'm going to ask a weird question.
Okay.
Is Jason Anderson on today's show?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Did you see the not confirmed got erased?
I never saw it at all.
Ah.
Yeah. Okay. That's great.
115.
Jay never comes on the show when I ask him, so I'm glad someone got him on the show. Are we talking power? Or are we talking playoffs?
We are. I'm not up to date.
Okay, I'm not either. Yeah, Jay,
Jay,
if you're listening, we got to hold off all the power. I'm comfortably behind.
We can talk
I'm
in
comfortably
the big
behind.
picture, but as far as up to date, I think I'm 3 episodes behind.
Man, I think I watched.
While we're doing this, Jason's on the phone or on the stream?
Good question.
I'll check. I think he's on the phone though, but I'll double check. I'll check with my guy.
In any event, it is the Kings and the Mavericks tonight at the Golden One Center. So we might not get SummerSlam, we might not get the Royal Rumble, but we got a play-in game at the Golden One Center tonight. We did get No Mercy. I think that was the last pay-per-view.
Was that
we got.
the Fiend joint?
Oh no, we had Hell in a Cell. No
Cell.
Mercy was like the second. I think I think I have this right. It was Paul McCartney, and then No Mercy.
Wow.
I think that's how the Golden One Center opened.
Wow.
It might have been Paul McCartney, and then No Mercy, but it was definitely I'm almost positive No Mercy was the second event, and that was the night of. This is one of WWE's funniest moves ever. So this is the network era.
Pour one out.
It was Cena and AJ.
Sounds right.
And they opened the card because the first presidential debate between Hillary and Donald was that night.
Goodness gracious.
So they opened with Cena and AJ so people could go watch the debate or something or whatever.
That's crazy.
And I think it closed with Dolph and Miz in what was I think it was the Miz. The match was phenomenal.
Yeah.
It was a great close. The crowd was crazy, but they did the main event, which was Cena and AJ. Fun fact, I caught AJ's elbow pad in that night.
Do you still have it?
I do. He threw it, and I just kind of reached, and I caught it. So
what did you do? You just put it in your pocket after that, or
I just held it. I was like,
just elbow pad.
And well, the thing that I tried to do the responsible thing. I looked around. It's a bunch of grown ass men around me.
To get to a kid.
So it's like I'm not. No, you can't have it. Get away from me, jackass! I looked for a child in my vicinity. There was not one to be found. So I'm gonna keep it.
Well, AJ's.
I'll wear it tomorrow. If the Kings beat the Mavericks, I'll wear it tomorrow.
Oh, disgusting. Haven't been washed since.
Well, it hasn't.
Just like the Rock's elbow pad.
No.
What do you guys think the vibes are gonna be like tonight?
I think it's gonna be.
I think it's gonna be lit.
It's gonna be turned up tonight.
I don't think anyone's going in there scared.
You say this all the time, and you're 100% right. Twitter, Chatty House, that is not the Golden One Center.
Mm-mm.
The Golden One Center is turned up.
Yep.
Damn near
10 times out of 10. Yep.
Now things can happen throughout a game.
Yeah. You can piss the crowd off.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But when it's go time, and Scott Fresh is like, hey, get on your feet and they ready to go.
Yep.
And I think that's what's gonna happen tonight.
And Fresh is so good at what he does, but on a night like tonight, Fresh could just say, y'all know what to do and leave.
Yeah. They can be I when I started the show, or when we started the show, and I talked about like, hey, I need them on it. That was just to say it. Like, I don't think they need that. I think the people, the 171,000 that are going to be at the Golden One Center, they're going to be ready to go. That is going to be a hell of a crowd. It's going to be
171,023.
My bad, in 23. My bad, in 23. They're going to have the white shirts on. It's a white out, all this other stuff. It's going to.
Oh, I don't think I knew that. Is that a shoot?
Yeah, it's a white out tonight.
Oh, man.
It's a white out. So.
Dumbass got a.
Wow.
I got a red shirt.
Well, I missed that.
I got my white tee on today, so shut up.
There you go.
I got a white shirt on underneath, so I might have to switch. But it's going.
Well, I don't think we're supposed to partake in that either, but still.
No cheering in the press box.
Part of the media
no being happy about the one job that we all pursued in our lives.
That's so lame. I'm pretty sure I crotch chopped Marcus Thompson during the series last year. Like, hey, right.
We all got this job because we wanted to be we're sports fans and stuff, but no cheering.
I have no rooting interest whatsoever. I only talk about it for 4 hours a day, how much I'm a Kings fan, but when I'm there,
we really do not abide by that at all.
But yeah, it is up.
All right, so we know what to expect from the fans. Do we know what we're getting from the basketball team today?
Nope.
Hell no.
Absolutely not.
That's one thing I'm kind of
and
stuck
you'd be
on.
foolish.
Like, I don't even know what to expect from the Kings today.
You'd be absolutely no one does. Like, you'd be foolish to try to predict the way the Sacramento Kings again. Within a span of days, they lost to the Washington Wizards and beat the Cleveland Cavaliers. They lost to the Washington Wizards, beat the Detroit Pistons the night after beating the Cavaliers. You beat two playoff teams in the Eastern Conference, real playoff teams, not play-in teams, not postseason teams. You beat two top 6 teams, including the 1 seed, back-to-back. Not even back-to-back games, back-to-back nights, days after you lost to the Wizards. How many times did that happen this year? Where you feel like you beat Cleveland at home, lost to Chicago the next night. Like, there's so many instances of that happening where you feel like, hey, we got something. I'm glad they beat Phoenix. I think they played well against LA. I have no, I think the Clippers, I don't know. The Clippers could do some damage in this postseason. In like, people talk about, oh, the Clippers, they've never done anything. This is Ty Lue. This isn't Doc Rivers. This isn't Paul George. Now, I understand that James Harden is there and he has his, but if Kawhi is some semblance of healthy, yeah, I might pick the Clippers in a couple series this year or this postseason. But anyone saying, man, the Kings going to be ready. Man, you don't know that. We do not know, and we haven't. It feels like for 2 years, we haven't known what this team will look like on a night-to-night basis. They beat the Warriors at home. We thought we buried the Warriors at home. Threw dirt on them. Then lost to the Pelicans for the 6th time. The good news is, though, it appears we've got the playing God on our team this year. And that's Jonas Valanciunas.
And the playing Jesus, too, and DeMar DeRozan.
Well, there, too. God and Jesus, Father and Son.
He's been there a lot, too. One thing Doug Christie talked about yesterday when he was talking to the media that I didn't even think about, and, it's not going to make anybody make a shot or anything else like that. But he did talk about postseason Sacramento, talking about the fans
Golden One Center.
He did, yeah.
All this other stuff. And
He said a lot of teams, he did more than that. He said a lot of teams get credit for things that were started here in Sacramento.
That's 100% facts. 100%.
Yeah, Doug did not mince words yesterday.
Yeah. And he's going to talk about his team experiencing that. And I think about, I know these guys have played in some great atmospheres and done some great stuff, but I think about DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine being part of that, Devin Carter being able to experience that for the first time, Valanciunas. It's going to be charged up in there. And this is you're already just trying to win because you're a competitor, because you're a professional and all this other stuff. But when you talk about getting the extra bit of energy, an extra jolt of energy, being in the Golden One Center and having that 171,023 behind you, I think that could help tonight. I think that could energize a DeMar DeRozan. That can energize a Zach LaVine. And it is a little different. It is a little different. And I think they're going to be surprised by that, even for a play-in scenario.
Mm-hmm.
You go to other places and it's just a play-in. Like, it's going to look a little like game 1, 5, and 7 of the Warrior season tonight at the Golden One Center. So I think it could help this team with any type of, basically, I don't know how you can come out flat if you're the Kings tonight. You might come out overamped. I couldn't imagine you coming out flat, not moving, not being on your toes, ready to move. That doesn't mean you win. That doesn't mean you make your shots, nothing like that.
Yeah.
At the start of this game, you might, I can understand you being overamped. I couldn't imagine not having energy to start this game.
Yeah. Well, hopefully that's not the case. And sometimes I know energy, effort, which I think is I think we throw that around a little bit too much, is really easy to lean on. Sometimes other teams just play better. And so, hey, Kings came out with that energy. They came out with that effort. How many times? I mean, no one likes to admit this. We've seen that happen. Mm-hmm. It's not that they weren't moving. It's that the shots weren't falling.
Yeah.
It's that they were begging for that first 3 to go in, and it didn't. I think that's one of the best things that people really, Kings fans, take really for granted with DeMar DeRozan is you miss a couple of, Keegan misses a 3, Keon misses a 3, like whatever. You're down 6-0. Okay, you know what? DeMar finds the mid-range. DeMar finds the free throw line. DeMar can find something to get himself a high percentage shot pretty quickly.
Yeah.
You got Zach LaVine who can score, as you point out regularly on all 3 levels. He can score multiple ways. But sometimes, like, the game just starts. It's not that you're flat. It's not that you're lacking energy. It's not that you didn't have the C4 or whatever. It's that your shots aren't falling.
Yep.
And that's a game within itself. How do you respond when the shot's not dropping? What do you do on the defensive end? How do you make sure you get a shot? How do you make sure, or not a shot, how do you make sure you get points? Is getting to the foul line, attacking the basket, going to Domas, grabbing Domas by his goddamn jersey, saying, hey, big fella, don't pass the ball this time. Take it to Anthony Davis and either score on him or make him foul you. Do that. You talk about, I'm watching Domas close tonight.
100%.
I need him. I need Domas to be all NBA Domas tonight.
It's 100%. I said this during the handoff, and this is what it is. If Domantas Sabonis, and this is a guy that I got love for. I think everything I've said about him, I believe. I believe he's an all NBA guy.
Mm-hmm.
I believe he's one of the top centers in the league. His numbers aren't hollow.
Mm-hmm.
19 and 14 for what is it, 3 straight years leading the league in rebounding?
3 straight.
If he's everything that myself and others have said about him, franchise, this is a guy that you build around. You're getting paid $40-something million a year.
Mm-hmm.
That's what people always like to talk about when they talk about these athletes. It doesn't,
yep.
We don't not talk about that with Domas.
Mm-hmm.
If you're all of that, you do not let your team lose in a 9-10 game against this Dallas Mavericks team. You don't do it. And I don't want to hear, oh, people got to let him do this. And I don't want to hear that. We're not doing that today. If he's everything that myself and others have said he is, and being frustrated that he's not involved in all-star conversations or all-NBA, and went to bat for him a number of different times. If he is that, there's no way he lets his team lose this game tonight.
No.
There's a lot riding on him tonight. And he's got to bring them home tonight. We'll worry if they can do that. We'll worry about Friday after that. But tonight, you got to win this game.
He can't be passive. We looked up at the screen when this show started, or somewhere after the show started, and NBA Today is featuring the Domas Anthony Davis matchup. Again, it was funny a year ago when it was 10-0. Well, it's not funny now. Anthony Davis, I don't think, has lost since then.
He's 4-0 this year. 4 straight.
All with LA.
Yeah.
But by the way, I look back. You mentioned the Kings, that Doug's second game. It was the start of the 7-game win streak, I believe. Yep, it was the start of that win streak. It was Doug's second game as the coach. Kings were down, I think we said 18 in that one. Kings were down 18 in that one. Dinwiddie had 30. PJ Washington had 28. I want to point this out because I know we obviously know what happens later in the year. Luka's not a part of this game, which we've established. The Kings did not manage to avoid Luka Doncic the entire year. They did not play him once. Obviously, Anthony Davis is a Los Angeles Laker at this time. Kyrie Irving didn't play in this game. So the Kings fought back from down 18 against a Mavericks team that didn't have Kyrie Irving, Luka Doncic, or Anthony Davis. They got contributions from other places. And that's the thing I'm stuck on the most. We talked about it yesterday. We're talking about Domas right now. It's not just Domas. It's DeMar. It's Levine. It's Keegan and Keon too. I need the starting 5 to be a starting 5. But there's a footnote to that. We'll talk about it as we continue to get ready for the play-in game tonight at the Golden One Center. It's the Sacramento Kings and it's the Dallas Mavericks. Jason Anderson of the Sacramento Bee. Very rare appearance for J.A. here on D-Lo and KC. He joins us next on the phone. He's too pretty to join us on the video stream, but he's going to join us on the phone, man. We're going to get ready for this game tonight. We'll talk Kings basketball with J.A. at the Sacramento Bee when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
You got a number, Justin? Okay.
Oh, man, Edison hit the text line. It's like, man, the Kings can take that crowd out of the game in 6 minutes. I was like, well, sir, you are right there. Let's hope that doesn't happen. I said, sir, not Siri. Relax.
Shout out to Edison for making it through all the wrestling talk.
Well, I just ignore you when you guys do that.
Shout out Jose Iglesias on the Padres. Just lost a fly ball in the sun. Maybe put your glasses on.
Saw that. Oh, he almost got knocked on the head. Yeah, sunglasses on his hat.
Oh boy, the Kings video out on Instagram. The white shirts on every seat. Feel the roar. Oh boy. I'm saying, man, we ain't out here being too cute for the postseason, man. Season's on the line.
Do we care about a whiteout and the Mavericks are the one wearing white today?
I think the Kings are wearing white though.
No, they got black.
I
got Kings Uni Tracker.
We talked about this on the handoff. I saw that too. The Uni Tracker.
Yeah.
That I'm wearing black. And I don't know who's right. But this lady who works for the Kings, she's like a ticket manager or something like that.
Yeah, I saw that tweet too.
She said they're wearing white. So I don't know. I don't know who's right. We'll find out. But
is it day baseball today?
None of the local teams. But Kyle and them brought up a good point. Well, they're actually critical of it, but it was still a good point. They had the white out for game 1, and the Warriors wore white, so didn't really diminish anything.
Yeah, I've been saying it all offseason. They stink. Tune in tomorrow.
Shout out Dan Morgan. I have never heard of this guy until this exact moment.
What does he do?
Do you know who I was going to say? Do you know who that is? No. He's the Panthers general manager.
I wouldn't know.
God, they have 9 picks in this draft. Wow. Good for the people who are really excited for the NFL draft next week. I'm not one of them.
I'm excited that it's next week.
I might be excited Wednesday.
Yeah, I mean,
or Thursday.
Yeah,
assuming the Kings aren't playing, I might be.
But these and the people got to do what they got to do. Like I said, you got a job to do. But a month ago,
well, this is NFL Live.
A month ago, they were having these same discussions about the draft.
Well, no, some people have gone up draft boards. Some people have gone down draft boards. No one really knows why. They just have.
Shadur Sanders has been the 3rd pick and the last pick of the first round within the last month, I believe. 2 months.
Crazy.
And this was before he had the private workout with the Giants.
Everyone lying. Everyone lying.
Except for the Titans.
Well, maybe.
Yeah, that's kind of.
No, we got Cam.
Yeah.
We're going with Cam. So I like draft day. I am not a fan of the build-up to the NFL draft. Not a fan at all. It is redundant, and a lot of the time, I remember I was listening to somebody, and they were like, we have all these mock drafts and everything, and people are wrong an awful lot.
Virtually all of the time.
They get like 5 of the 32 picks correct.
Mock drafts is essentially just stuff I made up. Read my column.
All this time, all this energy on these mock drafts, and this is no fault. They, like I said, they got a job to do, but they're not even accurate a lot of the times.
That young man looks like a Photoshop. The Will Campbell, it doesn't even look like a person.
Shout out Will Campbell.
Shout out. He's the number
one. What position he play again? Oh yeah, he's offensive lineman.
He's the number 1 rated offensive lineman in the league.
I am familiar.
So weird thing to be discussing is we're bringing in Jason Anderson. Our man J.A. of the Sacramento Bee. J.A., what's happening, man? Thanks for joining us.
Fellas, yeah, what's going on, fellas?
Very rare appearance for Jason Anderson here on this show. J.A., how you I know you're a reporter, you're impartial, you cover the team. What are your vibes headed into tonight? We're a big vibe show. What are your vibes headed into tonight's game at the Golden One Center?
You know, I think it's definitely a winnable matchup for the Kings. They can they can win this game. I mean, if they come out and they play right, they come out aggressive. You get Zach like on the attack, you know, if you'll pardon me for saying so.
Yeah.
Like they can go get these guys. But you know, they need to be physical. They need to be aggressive, and they need to take it to them right from the start and set the tone. And you know, and if they can do those things, if they can come out and play that kind of a game, they can go win this one.
I'm positive JA just made a Saved by the Bell reference. I'm positive that was
Zach Attack. Shout out to Zach. It's friends forever.
Okay,
Dude,
yeah.
Jay, what you know about Saved by the Bell, big dog?
Hey, I saw a few episodes back in the day, man.
See, this is why I like JA. Power and Saved by the Bell.
That's
Come
why
on,
he's
man.
my guy.
That's versatility right there.
Friends
Okay.
forever.
Okay. All right.
Come on now.
All right.
Oh no! Oh
yeah,
no!
it's bad. This dude on one today. It's bad, Jay.
Oh no!
Jay, man, if you had to pick one Kings player where it's like, if I know that he's here to play today and he's bringing the heat, the Kings will be all right. Who would that be for you?
One player in this particular game.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna say it again. It's Zach. Like they need Zach to. This can't be 8 or 9 shots tonight, Zach. Like he's got to get him up and he's got to find that rhythm because we've seen what happens when he does. Like, I mean, he's taken this offense to another level. You know, this team had to adjust mid-year. They lost the point guard of 8 years. They don't have one now, and then you kind of flip like half the rotation, and you got guys in and out. You're working in these new guys. You know, Malik's in, he's out, now he's out, and Domas is in and out. And, you know, there's just this team needs that from Zach. And otherwise, I just say I don't know what I'm trying to say here. It's just that they've dealt with so much adversity and difficulty and adjustments like on the fly. Doug likes to say, we're trying to fix the airplane in the air.
Yeah.
Right. And Zach's the one who, when he goes off, he can elevate that airplane, get it up in the air. And I feel like they really need that from him. I mean, look, DeMar can do it. Domas can do it. Malik, if he was out there, could do it. Any of those guys could do it, but Zach's the one I feel like there's a big difference in what this offense looks like when he's really going at people.
Jason, have you been able to pinpoint over the last few weeks, like what elevates Zach LaVine's aggression? Like, we have seen so many different versions of him. Is it a mindset? Is it something Doug says? Like what kind of triggers that? Yeah, no, I'm as you say, I'm going to attack tonight.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't say that we've gotten to know him that well yet. I mean, I don't know. Like I'll say this in the I don't know, not so much lately, but there was a little stretch there where he was not getting a lot of shots up.
Mm-hmm.
And he was kind of asked a couple of questions. We were on the road somewhere and he was asked, kind of directly, like, because Doug had said, look, we need him taking, not 6 shots. It was a Warriors game. He took 6 shots, season low, 6 shots. Doug said, I'd rather have him take 16 or 26. And Zach was asked about that afterwards. And he made a comment about, well, if you guys want me to play ISO ball, then I can do this and that. And it just made me wonder if some of the chatter, like around the team and this is what I was kind of referring to a minute ago, where like the identity, they're trying to figure that out. And this was kind of a flow and rhythm offense. And now you got more guys who kind of go get it in the ISO game. Mm-hmm. And it almost felt like he was, had maybe taken offense to some of the conversation. And I don't know that to be true, but it almost sounded like there was a little pushback on that kind of line of thinking. And I think Doug's maybe been trying to work through that with him. Like, no, man, like we need you to go do this. Doug has said repeatedly, we'll learn to play around you. We're not asking you to learn to play with us. We'll learn to play around you because he's that guy right now that can, go put up 30, 40 points for you. So, I think maybe that's been a part of it. It's just all been an adjustment. And I don't even say that to knock him. Like it's been, this is an adjustment for everybody. Like Doug, most of all. Like, think about being in Doug's shoes right now, where you got to take over. You get your opportunity to be a head coach, and this is what you deal with. Like right now, you get 51 games where we're going to flip your roster over. We're going to get, the roster was already, in terms of the fit and the pieces and like the connective little tissue that you need to make a team great. Like maybe that was already lacking, and now we're going to, and so they've all had to deal with this, and it's an adjustment, and it's hard, and and I get that. So I'm not knocking him for any of that. He's trying to fit in, like Doug would say, he's being a good teammate, not trying to do too much. But Doug wants him to go, he definitely needs him to do enough, and I'd rather have him do too much than too little.
Blaming James Ham for all of this.
What did James do?
Oh, James and Kyle Madsen hate iso ball. Kyle, Zach heard it all. He heard it all.
Well, maybe that's it then.
Yeah, man. Don't listen. You're gonna put the shots up, man. Don't listen to him, man.
Yep.
Get it done. Jay, you've been one of you and your partner Chris Peterman, one of the few people that have been with this team not only at home but on these road trips. And you talk about what Doug Christie has had to go through with this season and the twists and turns of this season. What kind of job do you think he's done this year with kind of holding things together and still having them with an opportunity to reach the goals that they had? Well,
J.A. said, "The hell with us." Jay, did you accidentally mute your phone, J.A.? No, that's not what happened. Jason just said, "You guys suck. I'm going to talk to Allen."
That's never not funny when someone freezes or just.
That's cool. Oh, we got J.A. back. Okay. All right.
I'm here. Sorry about that.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Did you get that question? KC asked you.
I think I did.
What you think about the job Doug Christie has done?
I think Doug's doing the best he can, man. And I've been, like all the X's and O's stuff, like we're not in the huddle. We're not in the locker room. It's hard to, some of that stuff's harder, I think, for us to gauge. But in terms of like the way he talks to this team, the way he talks about the team, the way he's like trying to uplift guys and like I've been impressed. I didn't know what to expect when Doug took over. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people knew him better from years and years ago, like as long as he's been here, than I really got to know him in my time covering the Kings, where he was an assistant kind of in the background. But I've been impressed with the way like he speaks, the way he thinks. Like this is a deep dude, and his love for the team and the city and the fans is absolutely unparalleled. Like there's just no question about that. So look, I really think he's doing the best he can in a difficult like situation, and again, it's kind of unfortunate that this is his opportunity, and I don't know that this is all he's going to get for an opportunity here. I think he's had a chance to show, like, at least to the best of his ability in this situation, like that he deserves more time to work with this group or whatever group they're going to have going forward. But look, I think he's doing the best he can. And I think that the situation's been real difficult. Like any team that flips their point guard, you have a point guard for almost 8 seasons who runs the show, and now he's gone, and you're asking, like Malik, who's never really been a starting point guard since high school anyway, to and maybe, like his first year with the Hornets, he played some point, but they put him in a real tough spot, and he's embraced the challenge. He hasn't backed away from it. And, and I really do feel like he's doing the best he can.
Jay, I don't mean to press you on this. You said that a couple of times. I'm going to rephrase the question. Do you think he's doing a good job?
Yeah. I mean, they have a winning record with Doug. They have a winning record at home with Doug. They have, I don't know, the pieces on the roster, I guess you could say they fit better than maybe they did before the trade deadline. If you had Valanciunas and LaRavia on this team before you traded Fox, like that team might work. It was that size and the length and the depth. Like that's the stuff you needed to make that group work. And so now you have a little more of that, but you don't have Fox. You don't have a point guard. You've dealt with injuries. Like Domas has been in and out a couple times. Malik's been in and out a couple times. Yeah, man, I think it would be unfair to say he's doing a bad job because of just all the volatility and everything involved. I think he's doing the best he can in a difficult situation. And, and he's managed to kind of keep them above water, at least during his time.
Okay.
Jay, we got you on the show. We talk Kings. We're getting ready for this game tonight against the Dallas Mavericks, but we couldn't have you on and not have some type of power discussion. Now, look, I'm not caught up. I'm about 3 episodes back on this one. If you're caught up, I just need you to answer a question for me. Does it pick up a little bit? Because it's been a little slow to start. Raising Ken has been a little slow to start.
Yeah.
Does it pick up?
You're 3 episodes. You're 3 episodes behind.
Yeah, I went out of town.
Okay,
I've been slacking.
Yeah, I think I'm one. Like I haven't seen the most recent. But yeah, man, things are starting to happen. So yeah, I won't spoil anything for you. But yeah, a couple things are going to happen. And you know about all the unique stuff, right? Like he's in the picture where you're at, isn't he?
Yeah. He's back. He's taking everybody out.
Back like he never left.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Sir, how did you get here?
And I'm not going to say any more than that because but yeah, it'll I think it'll pick up for you a little bit, Kenny.
Okay. All right, there we go. Great stuff, JA. Looking forward to seeing you tonight. Appreciate you as always, my friend. A rare visit from Jason Anderson as we pin him down here ahead of the playing game. Jay, we'll see you tonight at the Golden One Center, man.
My pleasure, guys. I'll see you later.
All right. Hopefully not for the last time tonight either.
No, man.
I
don't want the season to end yet, man. I ain't ready.
We haven't. And I am not trying to be funny. We obviously we see JA at the games. JA working a lot, but quick conversations, keeping it moving. That's my first extended conversation with Jason Anderson, maybe in a year. It didn't feel worth it with this playing game tonight. Like we've got business to attend to tonight.
Yeah.
I do not get the impression that he is even remotely okay with the De'Aaron Fox trade.
Yeah.
Like not even a little bit. Yeah. I'm not even sure. I tried to. I pressed him a little bit about the Doug Christie thing because he kept saying Doug is doing the best he can. He's doing the best he can.
Right.
That's not necessarily saying he's doing a good or bad job, and maybe JA doesn't feel like he should be the one to judge that.
Right.
But it also made me wonder, he's not on board for the Mike Brown firing. There's a lot that's happened since the last time we talked to Jason Anderson.
It's a completely different franchise.
Pretty much, yeah. He's covering a completely different team, and that was a good pickup by you. Is him and the newlywed Chris Biederman. They're really the only ones, other than Drapes, Mark Jones, Katie, those ones that travel and see these guys on the road. So, yeah, it was a good conversation there with J.A.
It was one of the things that I got from J.A., and you'll get from anybody who follows this team. We talk about it daily. You just can't put your finger on anything with this team.
Yeah.
Even and some people can just, easily say, they stink. But I believe if you're being fair, and I think that's what Jay was kind of, I want to say dancing around, but trying to work around is.
I think he was trying to be fair.
Well, exactly.
That's what I think he was trying to do.
It's not fair to say they just aren't good enough or they're just no good, or because they have dealt with a lot.
Yeah.
They have had a lot of moving parts. Individually, Zach LaVine, individually, Doug Christie, individually, Domantas Sabonis, and then you combine that with trying to bring it together as a team.
Mm-hmm.
There's just been a lot that has gone on.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, it feels like it's difficult to say whether or not, and I know we've had this discussion before, and I understand moving on from some guys, but it's difficult to say like, yeah, this group just ain't going to get it done
mm-hmm.
when they haven't had the same type of season
that everybody else has or a normal franchise has had. Some of that is their own doing. Some of that is out of their control.
Mm-hmm.
But they've had changes in leadership, changes in teammates, changes in leadership on the court, in the locker room, multiple times this year.
That's right.
So, like I said, sometimes you don't have time to be fair and you got to make a decision.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what this ownership and this front office may have to do. But if we're being fair to these guys that have been in this locker room and gone through this, there's been a lot of things outside of just what they do on the court that they've had to deal with all year long. And that could affect how they performed in some respects.
Yeah, it certainly could have. Hopefully, whatever that may or may not be is behind them.
Yes.
And to their credit, it feels like at least recently, maybe it has been. They have those, they have those recent wins against the Cavs, against the Pistons. The Denver game stunk. I don't think highly of Denver. I hate the way that game went. I wasn't overly distraught by it. I did want them to get that Clippers game.
Yeah.
I don't think Phoenix.
The Denver game, I didn't think they played that bad either.
I don't think they played bad.
Yeah.
I don't think they played bad at all. I would have liked for them to have gotten either one of those.
Right.
There's context to it, but the context, whatever. The reality is the Clippers game came down to the last shot again.
Yep.
The difference between the two is Kawhi's went in, DeMar's didn't. And I don't think the Phoenix game is a true, momentum builder. So it's a win, that's great. But having the momentum coming on the road with Cleveland and Detroit, if you could have, Phoenix had mailed it in, they were done. You were able to play, Valanciunas like 30 minutes that game. You were able to do a lot of different things. Valanciunas out there, showboating dunks and all of this.
That was funny.
And I would have loved if you could have gotten one of the other two. Again, not for 41 and 41. I realize that's ridiculous. It means nothing. I would have felt better.
Yeah.
My feelings are important in this.
That's quite all right.
Thank you for recognizing that. But just being able to get one of those 2 games against those teams would have been like, all right, now maybe you really do have some momentum. Because in that scenario, you beat 3 playoff teams in a 6-game stretch, and you handle business against Phoenix as well. Great. 5-game stretch, excuse me. And then you handle that game against Phoenix. Like, all right, I feel good about this. Now it's just like, I don't really know. Give me the team to beat Cleveland. They fended off the Cavs. The Cavs didn't go away. Sacramento hit shots.
Yeah.
Same thing with Detroit. Detroit didn't go away. Sacramento kept hitting shots. They're going to have to do some semblance of that tonight.
I'm looking at this.
Or blow them out. I don't care how you do it.
I would
Just
love
get
a
it
blowout.
done.
I would love that. A Kings blowout. I was trying to look at this, recent schedule and see, they kind of take care of business against the better teams outside of Washington. And take care of business against the weaker teams outside of Washington.
Yeah.
And that's not really true either.
Great.
Like they have a loss to Phoenix. They have a loss to Chicago. They have a loss to Orlando. I guess in the
Orlando's 41 and 41. It's hard to constitute them as a bad team.
No, but that's what I'm looking at, because I wouldn't. Maybe I could, but I wouldn't put Dallas as a bad team. I wouldn't look at Dallas or Memphis as the same as Washington.
Mm-hmm.
They're kind of on the same plane as the Kings. And what I was trying to see is if the Kings are playing teams that are on their level or lower, do they handle business? And much like everything else this year, it's been
all over the place.
All over the place.
Yeah.
Earlier, they had moments when they did handle those games relatively easily. There were spots where they didn't. In the last week and a half or so, they have. So
just see, here's the gist of it. Doesn't matter. It does not matter.
Doesn't. Find a way to win tonight. Find a way to get 2 wins in these next 2 games.
Just find a way to win tonight. We'll worry about Friday a different day.
Yeah.
Friday. We don't even know if we'll be here Friday, as to paraphrase Kyle Shanahan.
Good call, Kyle.
Take care of Dallas tonight. Put that team out of their freaking misery. Put that fan base out of their misery. Let them go back to being mad and find a way to get a win here.
I don't even know if they're. Do you think I didn't get a chance to check into Belo and JC in Dallas? But do you think they're like myself, like you and myself, like, hey man, let's keep playing, let's keep going, man.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Why
I think
not?
they are,
I
but
think
also
they want to be done with this season as quick as possible.
I don't think they. Hate
I don't
their
think
team.
that's true.
Yeah, I don't think they hate their team. They just hate Nico.
Yeah, I don't think that's true at all. I think they're looking at it like a lot of us look at this. They saw what happened to Ja. I mean, I know what Ja's saying. I heard him. I saw him. I know I'm playing. It's great. Good for you. They saw it too, and I'm sure they're thinking, hey, Sacramento sucks. The Wizards beat them a week ago. Man, who cares? All that we've been through, all of the Kyrie tore his ACL, Luka's gone, Nico's taking shots at Dirk.
Uncalled for.
If we can get to who cares if we lose in 4 to Oklahoma City?
It's not like you got your picks anyways, right?
Let's get to the playoffs.
Right. B. Perry in the chat says, I'm out here in Texas. Mavs fans want to lose.
Well, okay. Well, B. Perry is there, so I ain't going.
Well, I'm here in Sacramento telling you otherwise. So.
Well, I ain't going to argue with B. Perry. He says he's there. I'm with it.
I think they are.
Dallas, give your fans what they want.
They are distraught. There's a young lady I follow on Twitter that's a Mavs fan. She's like the Mavs queen. And she's like, this is why I feel this way. She said, I just want this to be over.
Well,
get to the summer and
with all due respect to the Mavs queen, I think I said the same thing a week and a half ago. Sometimes we just be talking.
I guess we're big in Texas.
I did.
Man, Fast Lane says, I'm in Texas, and he's not lying.
Well,
I guess, hey, D-Lo and KC, we're running things in Texas as well.
Well, that's the beauty of YouTube is you can watch anywhere in the world.
Somebody was in Dubai the other day.
Someone was. Who was it? It was one of our people.
Yeah. It wasn't a noob.
But Scooter's right, though. I did just say that a week ago. So with all due respect to the Mavs fans, I don't think you're telling the truth. I don't think you're telling the truth. That's when I wasn't even sure if we were going to make it. That's when I thought Phoenix was going to knock the Kings out. God, just get this over with. We'll come back. Getting ready for the play-in game tonight at the Golden One Center. There was another play-in game last night. Interesting ending.
Well,
not that it was close, but definitely made the highlight reels. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Dr. David says, I'm in Napa. Mavs fans want to lose this game bad. You know what, Kitchen Handy? I'm not sure if the GM wants this game. He gave an exit interview yesterday.
Facts.
Nico keeps saying defense wins championships too, like it's going to make anything better.
Nico is struggling.
I'm at the point where he's lying for someone in that organization or he just doesn't know what he's doing.
I don't mean this to be a disrespectful question. I think very highly of him, especially right now. But we had a conversation on the show a day or two ago about how you need franchise. Is AD franchise?
He used to be.
Yeah.
I know he used to be.
Not now.
I'm talking about right now.
No.
I wouldn't have him as franchise right now. I wouldn't classify him as that. Sidney Dean, he is, but I don't even know if he's franchise at this point in his career. I don't know if he's that anymore.
Kyrie hasn't been franchised for a while, I think.
Who?
Kyrie.
Oh, I disagree with that.
I would say
I disagree. I think Kyrie's franchise right now.
Well, okay, I guess we kind of define it. Like you wouldn't build your franchise around Kyrie right now. I wouldn't.
Well, I mean, Kyrie's biggest detriment is probably his age.
That's what I'm thinking about when I say franchise. Like I wouldn't
I mean, I
build my
would.
franchise.
I'd just build it quickly. I'd build it
You
around
build on
Kyrie
right now?
right now. But I'd build, like, you have to build. I think, God, Nico said this yesterday.
Oh,
their window's
Nico
like
Barley.
their
I'm
windows.
out. Hey, I'm out.
Their window is 3 to 4 years, and I don't know that it's that long. I think it's 2 to 3, and the problem is Kyrie's missing the next one. That's the other component. Kyrie Irving, the player, yeah, I would build around him. I'd build right now, but the circumstances between Kyrie right now, you can't.
That's what I'm
Yeah, you
talking
can't.
about.
You can't.
His age
I'm
ain't
talking
coming
about
off
the
that
player. You can,
Okay.
but like in reality, this second, no, I don't.
If
You
he-
can't.
If he was healthy, I still wouldn't.
I
No.
would though. If he would,
Yeah,
if he didn't tear his
I would.
ACL, I would say, hey, for that window that you're talking about, sure, let's go.
Mhm.
AD and Kyrie, but the ACL changes things. Like I said, I don't even know if he's playing next year.
Would you? This might be a better. Yeah, we got time. I'm say this wrong here. Just write it down so you don't forget it. Stupid. Kyrie. I think I'm gonna throw a Cube song in for 420 because we're gonna do the thing.
I don't know, David J. I don't know if they feel the same way. Ice, why would you trade DeMar for Kyrie? Are you being funny? Why would you trade anyone for Kyrie? Not just DeMar. And I only say that because he can't play next year.
We should run our Ice Cube interview tomorrow.
I like that. I like the way you're thinking.
Huh.
Just checking, Ice. Just checking. I was like, he's my guy, Ice.
King should have wear the throwbacks tonight.
Which ones?
The purple ones.
Oh yeah, I'm about to say not those little sorry ass blue ones.
I don't really like them.
You hit on the blue ones too much.
Those are whack.
No, don't mind me. I don't like any of these. Let's do Straight Outta Compton instead.
Straight out of Compton. Yeah, let's do it.
No, don't mind us. We're just planning our other radio show. That's all. It's a busy day playing
This is
games.
how it ends on D-Lo and KC.
This is what?
This is how it ends on D-Lo and KC, the sports show. Should start slowly planning more for the hip-hop one.
Just start playing more for KSFM. We were talking about like Kyrie. I asked the question about Anthony Davis. I asked because we had a discussion earlier this week about it. It obviously centered on the Sacramento Kings, but we looked around the league, and when you're talking about title contenders and teams that have a real shot at winning and all of this, you have franchise guys. You have a guy that you define as like that guy's franchise. You build around them. And while I respect him, I think he's a great ball player, and the context of building around someone is important. I asked the question: Is Anthony Davis franchise? And probably the more proper way to phrase that question is Anthony Davis still franchise? Because I think we're all of the belief that he once was. Obviously, Luka was. The question if Anthony Davis is another question that sparked the conversation about Kyrie Irving. I think we all believe Jesse doesn't. Jesse does not think Kyrie before the injury is franchise. I do. I think you do. I was addressing that question more from the aspect of I would build around Kyrie Irving. Absolutely. I wouldn't do it today, though. Like you can't do it moving forward, I think, because you're losing a year. He's coming off the ACL. You have too many unknowns. You have all of that. But Kyrie Irving, the player as we knew him before he stepped on Jonas Valanciunas' foot, that's franchise to me. I have a question though about Kyrie and Nico yesterday talking about this window for Dallas and Anthony Davis and defense wins championships. And if you're Kyrie with the tumultuous season that Dallas just had, and remember Kyrie's why I give Kyrie so much credit. He was like, yeah, I'd wish this stuff would stop. You know, he was asked about the Luka hate campaign that went on. He was like, yeah, there's no need for that. Yeah. If you're Kyrie, he has a player option this year at like 40. Would you opt out? Essentially forcing Dallas's hand. You executed this trade to pair me with Anthony Davis. I'm still in control. Do you walk away from that $40 million? Now, play along. We know how the league works. Kyrie gonna know.
Right.
Kyrie gonna know.
Right.
But do you opt out, forcing Dallas's hand, saying, no, okay, you said, I heard Nico Harrison. He said 3 to 4 years. Yeah. You're going to sign me to a contract extension that keeps me with the big fella for the next couple of years.
I like the way you're thinking. I like the way you're thinking right there, and the way you laid it out. Yeah, you probably do that. You probably, like you said, force their hand to commit to you. And that would probably look like, so you're opting out of 40. What you're probably looking for, like 3 years, 100?
No.
More?
Yeah. I'm looking at 3/120.
Nobody's giving Kyrie that.
I mean, the hell, I don't care if nobody's doing it. Dallas is going to do it.
Are you giving Kyrie 3/120 off a blown knee?
Yes. You already risked everything with this deal. If I opt out and walk, I could get 3 and 100 from someone else.
I don't know,
you went.
3
You already went all in. You need me to be a part of this. I walk away. You have nothing.
I don't think
you have absolutely nothing.
Well, that's and what just like, I don't know if that's the best decision to make. And just because you made a bad decision before doesn't mean you can't compound it with another bad decision. I mean, you're essentially giving him 3 years, 120, sight unseen, because you made a bad decision to trade for Luka.
It's not sight unseen. You're trusting your medical staff to make sure he's healthy.
The medical staff could be the best. His body may not respond well. There's
no reason to believe that's going to happen. Is there?
He's older. He's had knee issues before.
He's a 33-year-old coming off a torn ACL.
33 is not that old.
It's not that old, but this is,
I feel like,
especially at his position,
this is at least his second knee injury or third.
What was the
knee
first
injury?
one in
for
college?
where you want him to be? I feel it is.
The first one was in college.
He busted up his kneecap. He had knee issues in Boston. That's why he didn't play in the game 7. And then now this one.
If I'm giving you 3 years, 120, 33 years old, come off a torn ACL. Yeah, that's
Kyrie. So Kyrie's 33. He's been in the league 14 years. For 14 years, we're talking 3 knee injuries. Yeah, I'm not scared of that.
But he's already at the
guys
end.
Get
is
hurt.
The point. Like we're reaching the end of his.
Kyrie is not
now.
at the end. He's a 33-year-old guard. He's not at the end. Say no then.
No.
Say no. Say no.
Yes.
You wouldn't do it.
No, I would not do that.
Say no. You wouldn't do it.
I'll remove myself because I like Kyrie.
Say no. You wouldn't do it. All right.
I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it.
That's crazy.
I wouldn't do it.
That's crazy.
3 and 120 for Kyrie.
You do 3 and 100, but you wouldn't do 3 120 if he opted out today.
3 and 120, and he's not even playing 1 year.
How much did KD get?
It's different.
Why?
Because
that was his Achilles. That was his Achilles. How's that different?
He's a lot better.
He's better, and he was at a different point in his career as well. What was he? 29?
So So that means he didn't play for Brooklyn until he was 30.
Yeah, not 34. 4 years matters.
And he's not getting the same contract that KD got.
All right. I would. Like I said, it feels like.
All right.
It feels like.
I do it.
If you're Dallas, you're getting bullied into.
If I don't even care what Dallas does. If I'm Kyrie, that's what who's his mom? Who is it again?
His dad. I don't.
It's not his dad. Or is it?
It might be his honors. His mom.
Okay, I feel like it's a woman.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No. Hey, Nico. Saw that press conference the other day, player. I'm sorry, saw that media meeting. I'm gonna talk to you about Kyrie Irving in the next 3 to 4 years.
If anything, I'm trying to move off of Kyrie Irving.
Man, you are crazy.
I don't think so,
What's
man.
You are crazy.
But what's the end game? You're doing this to do what?
Who am I? Who am I in this scenario? Dallas
Nico
or
and Dallas.
Kyrie?
That's not a
No, you
championship.
pair.
You're gonna build around AD and
That's not a
got
championship
34,
team.
35-year-old Kyrie Irving.
That team ain't got no shot of beating the top 4 teams in the.
I know that. You traded Luka Doncic for Anthony Davis. If you're doing this whole, so the second Kyrie Irving stepped on Jonas Valanciunas' foot, the plan is over.
Plan kind of got blew to hell.
Yeah.
This guy's gonna.
All right.
He's got a major knee surgery, and
Yep.
he's gonna be gone for a year.
Yeah.
That's almost like that's to a certain degree, and I'm not saying it's the same. That's the same as when Chris Webber blew his knee out.
So let me.
Like, it's over. The plan that you had is done.
But we didn't know it.
We knew it.
We did not know it was over. That team was the best team in the conference the next year. All the way until what? All the way until what?
Until Chris came back.
Until Chris came back.
And Chris wasn't himself.
Yeah, because he shouldn't have come back.
So Kyrie gonna be out for the year.
Probably.
And what's AD's contract situation at that?
That's a good question. I started this whole argument and didn't actually know. I feel like he signed an extension last offseason.
Nico Damian, AD won't be here.
I feel like he just signed a contract extension.
I think he's got some years.
27, 28.
Yeah, he's got some years.
We've got the slowest internet to look it up. I'll tell you.
Yeah,
that,
it's a bad. Well, it's all them damn cars in the parking lot
right
using up the internet today.
So
playing video games or whatever they're doing in their office. I can't even get on Spot Track right now.
So Kyrie's,
he signed that extension. Average annual was about 58.
They would end at the same time, I guess, if you signed them to the 3-year deal. That's
right. If I could get Spot Track to open, I'd be able to tell you exactly how we execute this, Kenny. The end of the 27-28 season. What season are we in right now? The 25 season. So you could sign an extension. That last one could be a player option or a team option or whatever. Team options aren't really a thing unless you suck. So a player option at the end.
Sucks.
No, I'm talking about the player.
Oh, you're right.
Not Dallas.
You're right. So there's a 2-part question. If I was Kyrie, I would absolutely explore that and force their hand, try to force their hand in that situation.
Mm-hmm.
That's absolutely the move for him. That's a great idea by you. If I was
tapping
Dallas,
into being an agent once again, it's what we do.
If I was Dallas, I'd have to think about that. I'd really have to think about that. And if he forced me to make a decision immediately, I would say no. If I sat with it and, I had good internet in Dallas and I could see AD's contract and figure out how they match up, maybe I could work into being able to do it. But if he's like, look, Nico, you got to let me know now because I've got 20 minutes to opt out of this deal.
So,
well, if that's the case, then I can't.
You give Kyrie that extension. You go ahead and resign.
No, hold on a second. With all due respect to GM Caraway, I know in your GM world that's how it works. That is not how it works. Everything isn't as confrontational as you make it out to be.
That's how you do it if you're
Most
Kyrie.
of our meetings you've stormed out of.
That's how you do it if you're Kyrie. You call him 30 minutes before the
no, you don't.
July 1st. Be like, hey man, I just thought about something.
First of all, Kyrie is not calling anyone. Also, who gets on the phone like this? Why do we still use this as the motion to get on our phone?
This universal sign's kind of weird if you just put the palm of your hand to your ear.
Yeah, but this isn't a
Nico,
phone.
hey, bro. Hey.
Well, hey.
No. Yeah, no. That's not it. No, hey, just leave him be. Just leave him be. Just leave him be. Hey, that's my guy. Just leave him be.
Hey.
I got his back. Leave him be. I'm not going to do that. Leave him be. Hey, that was crazy. Don't do that again. Don't do that again.
Come on.
You're letting him get away with that?
Brother, he already went through the sandwich thing. Just leave him be.
Well,
come on.
well.
I got to have his back at some point.
All All right, man. All right, I guess we're just letting anything go
man,
here.
Hey, man.
I'm trying to be a
I'm
good
just
friend
trying-
at this
I'm just trying
point.
to talk on the phone, man. I'm just trying to talk on the phone.
Jalen
Hey,
says
hey.
umpire giving a warning.
Yeah.
Man,
No,
pointing at the dugout.
No,
Hey,
no, the umpire's staring at the dugout. I'm about to
Relax.
or staring at like the ref was staring at Trae Young.
oh my God, Trae.
That was actually funny. Trae faked him out.
Hey,
Thought you were getting the pass. No, sir.
Trey played his last game for Atlanta yesterday.
Well,
Oh
you gotta
no, I
get
guess he got one more.
tomorrow.
I guess he got one more.
And then they might win that game.
Man, he got to be done. So they play the winner of Heat Chicago.
Yeah, I think Chicago's winning both games.
Really?
Yeah, I think Chicago's winning both games.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was funny.
That was
Trae getting tossed was hilarious.
That was hilarious. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird sometimes that
I do,
happens.
just so we can end the conversation. I think you're both wrong.
Well,
I think that's the move for Kyrie, and I think that's the move for.
If I'm
for
Kyrie,
Dallas.
sure, but I don't think that's the
I
move
think
for
Dallas has to do it.
Why?
Like, what are you talking about? Moving on from Kyrie to who?
I'm just not winning anything with a 35-year-old coming off of a torn ACL. Like, you're not winning anything with that.
How come he keeps getting older and older?
Because he's going to miss half the season next year when he's 34. So when he's fully ready to be back, he'll be 35.
Here's the other thing that you can
Do we know that to be true?
Here's the other thing that you can. Yeah, you said he was 33.
He's 33
Kyrie's
now.
33.
He'll come back
His
at
birthday's
35.
in March, so he just turned 33.
He's
going to be 34.
It's going to take him
34 and a half.
Fine. That's fair.
Fair enough there. We'll
back.
compromise there.
Thank you. 34 and a half.
34
How you talk on the
and a
phone again, though?
Yo, what up, big dog?
Nope, that wasn't.
What up, big dog? I'm way up.
Hey, just do the,
I'm out
just
of
do
the
the
screen,
original
dog.
sign, bro. Just do the original sign.
I'm out of the screen.
I looked over. I was like, that's getting worse. Easy.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't
All
know
right.
if I could do it.
Didn't know Kenny hated Kyrie Irving like
That's my
that.
boy. That's my boy, Kyrie. He should make that move. But the other thing about it is, and I don't know how plausible this is, but a lot of people have been talking about Dallas as a landing destination for some of these trades.
Mm-hmm.
People have mentioned KD.
Yeah.
So you can maneuver and still have your little timeline for Nico without it being Kyrie.
Mm.
And I don't know how plausible it is. I don't know if KD has some say-so saying, hey, man, I don't want to go to Dallas. Like, don't send me there. Other players in that same position saying the same thing. Maybe you won't be able to get anybody. But the cap space or the contract that is Kyrie, if he were to opt in, can be valuable if you choose to go that route to move on from Kyrie and get somebody else in there that fits the timeline that you're talking about. I saw I don't think this was like I don't know why this was reported, but I saw a report yesterday that, and maybe it was the chatty house, I don't know, but they said that the Lakers have like made indications that they are not willing to engage in Dallas in a trade for LeBron.
Wait, what?
they made it, I think it was like, I don't know, legit, but you know what I mean? Like, I don't think it was a joke. I think somebody actually reported that the Lakers have let it be known they are not interested in dealing with Dallas with a trade for LeBron. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see. Oh, there you go.
I guess that's funny. I guess I don't know. Like, I think not to kill the bid. What sparked that? Was it a joke or were they?
I have no idea.
I don't either.
I have no idea. Boy, they were tweeting a lot yesterday during these playing games.
Wait, I think that's an old tweet that you saw, maybe.
Oh, it's an old tweet?
Yeah, from 2023. The Lakers aren't interested in what Dallas could offer in a trade for LeBron James. Damn it, Kenny. That's from 2 years ago.
Remember when that was
No,
That was
don't, no.
What?
Don't change the
Hold
subject.
on.
How many times
on.
has the
Oh,
internet
my
got
Well,
you?
no, I even put the caveat out there before that.
No, you
I
brought it
did.
up as you brought it. Hey, like it might be Chatty House, but it might be real too. Like, come on.
Well, I said it could be a chatty house situation. It wasn't a chatty house. It was just bad timing. But I said,
You're bringing up
I don't
tweets from
know.
2
I don't
years
know.
ago.
It was the fact that it was brought up was funny.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
Why is
made
it
me
funny?
chuckle.
What's the context of
It
it
made
being
me
funny?
chuckle.
Wait,
That here
okay.
we are.
Welcome to ESPN 1320, where Kenny gets his chuckle.
Yeah. Tune in
God,
at 3
when I
o'clock.
saw it, it made me chuckle.
Tune in at 3 o'clock to hear what else made Kenny laugh yesterday.
Find out what
Oh, come
old
on.
tweet got.
Don't do that, Jacob Z.
Oh yeah, no, hell yeah. No, you've been on that type of time
Crandall,
lately.
come on.
You gotta wear this.
Yeah.
man. And then he tried to move on
Yeah,
from it.
yeah.
No,
By the way,
it
guys,
still made me chuckle.
Oh, nothing to see here, guys.
It still made me
Kenny, come on. You guys know the Celtics won the title last year?
That's absurd.
Oh man, but remember when that was a thing? And here we are, how ironic they actually are playing together. But remember, I think it was about a year ago, maybe it was 2 years ago, when they were trying to say
June
LeBron,
5th, 2023 to be exact.
LeBron got his eyes on Dallas, pairing up with Luka.
Well, I do remember. I don't remember if it was Shams. I don't remember who it was, but I do remember someone tweeting the Lakers have their eye on Luka Doncic and thinking that was the funniest thing in the world because it was like, yeah, who doesn't? But you're not getting him.
Well,
No.
look, we can say it now because I don't think it's an issue. Although this was video. Windhorst tried to say a little after the trade, he's like, look, don't lock in Luka and the Lakers. Like, there's still work to be done there as far as him staying there. I think
I
he
don't think
not
that's
walking away
true
from
at
the
all.
Lakers.
Yeah, I don't think that's
but
true at all.
remember, we could, like I said, we could say now somebody was trying to tell us Luka in Utah was a real thing.
Mm-hmm.
They said, yo, Utah
Don't be
really
surprised if-
believes.
Yeah,
They really believe.
I do
like,
remember
they
that
could get-
conversation.
They could get Luka in free agency, and all the cap stuff and the draft picks and everything was maneuvering for being able to go after Luka.
It was like everyone ignored the man was going to make $300 million. Like Luka was willingly going to have to walk away from the richest contract in the history of the association.
No,
That
still
wasn't
nobody's
going to
done
happen.
it.
And yep.
Nobody has done it to this day.
And I assume Steph isn't. Because he's not, I don't think he's going to sign a deal that long. He could, but I don't think he's going to sign a deal that is as long as the one Luka could have signed for
5 years.
Yeah, I don't.
5 years.
He's not going to sign a 5-year deal.
Why not?
I mean, I guess he
Yeah,
could.
I would. I'll figure out everything else later.
I guess he could.
Steph might play till 40. What is he, 36 right now?
No, he'd be
41. I think.
41.
Yeah.
But didn't he just sign an extension? Didn't Steph just sign a 2-year extension?
He did.
No?
He did because it matched up with Draymond.
Steph Curry,
right?
4-year, 215, 1-year extension. So he's through the 26-27 season.
I thought that matched up with Draymond.
Well, yeah. I mean, I know if I wanted to latch on to somebody, it'd be Draymond. So he has 1 year left. He's 37 next year. Yeah. I guess he could. He'd be 42 if he signed it. I assume he would top. God. Would he approach $80 million? Like not on average annual value, but that last year would be around like $80 million.
Wow, yeah. Steph playing till 42 seems definitely possible until you watch games like last night where he looked like he was exhausted.
Well, yeah, because he's dragging
How long is he gonna be able to do that?
him and Jimmy Butler.
How many times in the last, I don't know if it's this year or last year, but like 12 months, has Steph just looked like he was on he wasn't gonna be able to breathe no more.
Steph damn
just
near gonna
out
pass
of
out.
it.
Cameron pants the Draymond Green standing next to Guy Santos on the bench, cheering him on.
No, he's on the floor going, yeah, yeah.
I wanted Dre.
All
I
right,
wanted
Draymond.
Draymond to get a technical so bad when he fouled out.
Oh, yeah, right.
I wanted it he
Draymond
was
getting
like
a
trying to
technical.
get
Yeah,
after
right.
the ref. I was like, oh, tee him up. That would have been hilarious.
They are scared to death to give that man a technical foul.
Instead, he just no.
Man, they're subbing you out.
That's another reason why I think Houston might be able to get him. That man was looking tired as hell in the one game playing.
Steph?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't get nothing from everybody except for Jimmy.
Yeah, the others got to step up.
Now, we'll get TC right now, Jesse. That's my bad. 916-909-1320. TC, what's happening, baby?
Yes, sir. What's up with my three brothers, man? Jesse in the back, man. It's fired up game day.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You ready, TC?
Man, you know I stay ready, man. I'm ready, man. It's game day. Kings, man, let's turn up, man.
Yeah,
we
man.
fired up, bro. We finna, man, listen, man. We gonna win tonight.
I need everybody to tell me, stop telling me to fire up. Like, we got a radio show to do. Y'all trying to get me fired up every 5 seconds.
Charged up right
I got
now.
KC. TC, I got KC bringing up tweets from 2 years ago.
Hey, I heard that. You know what, that was wild. Kenny got you on that one, bro. That was wild. That was wild. Hey, but listen, I know, before we go, right? Hey, I'm with you, D-Lo, on that. I'm giving Kyrie that, bro. Like, Kenny and Jesse, let me ask you a question. This coming from a Kings perspective. Now, are the Kings giving Kyrie right now 3 years, 120? If yes. As a point guard, yes, I'm giving Kyrie 3 years, 120. Look from it from a King standpoint. I get what you're saying, D-Lo, from a Dallas standpoint, from a King standpoint. Kings win tonight. We'll talk about Friday later. Kings win tonight, bro, by I'm gonna say 9 tonight, bro. And we move on and we fired up. 9 tonight. That's the number 9. Not 10, 9.
He said not 10. Not 10. 9.
Sure you guys got that right.
I don't know if I agree with TC though about Kings going 3-120 for Kyrie.
So that's kind of my argument, right? Like nobody, I don't want to say nobody else. A lot of other teams would not look at that as a smart decision. I can't compound a bad decision with another bad decision.
So if you're Dallas, what are you doing next year? Treading water, like relying on Anthony Davis to play 70-plus games, get you somewhere, and then asking Anthony Davis to do it again when Kyrie comes back? Is that the plan?
Well, you mentioned it, though. Sorry, you mentioned it. Your plans got thrown out the water when he tore his ACL.
Yeah, I don't think Nico knows that this whole thing is over now.
Oh, I don't think he does either.
That's my thing. Like, there's no bringing Kyrie back.
Nico
like, this is all done.
Doesn't know it was over before it started. You gonna tell Nico it was over before it started tonight when you see him in the VIP
that's
area?
Your boy. You're gonna be in the VIP area.
I ain't allowed in the areas that you.
Stop! Don't do
I just want to get down early enough to see my boy TD. I just want to see TD. That's
TD,
it.
Hell yeah.
All right, man. We'll come back. Which Sacramento King?
9,
not 10. Which Sacramento King has the most pressure on them tonight? We want to hear from you. 916-909-1320. You can jump in the chatty house on YouTube, Twitch, or Twitter, whatever it may be, wherever you are. We appreciate you being with us here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I did see something. Oh, what'd you say, Jesse?
I was a little hurt when Dane was telling us who was going to games and all that.
They'll go to people who don't even work.
Yeah. Oh, you got tickets to the Word? No, Kings. Oh. Yeah, I'll take them anyways.
That is crazy. That is crazy.
I went to go ask. Yeah, can I get tickets for this week? Oh, they're all gone for the rest of the season. Oh, okay.
I wonder if we're keeping them. They should.
Yeah, they should. I feel like it's useful.
That was a good decision that they made.
We need a sign-up sheet. Or a better gatekeeper.
I want to do a little bit of investigation because I saw something yesterday about a featherweight tournament put on by I think the WBC or Ring Magazine or somebody. Looks interesting. Even though I don't like featherweights, I don't like watching. If it's under 130 pounds, I'm probably not going to watch it. I'm not saying they're not great fighters. I'm not saying it's not great action. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just telling me personally, I don't like watching fighters under 130 pounds. So I wish they would do that tournament, maybe in the 135 division or something like that. Now we're cooking. But I mean, even if they were doing a tournament in the like the 120, I don't know what featherweight is, but off the top of my head, but if it was like in the 125s or something like that, like a tournament might get me to watch, but I wish it was somewhere else. Sorry, Steve. We don't believe you. You need more people.
Steve Brown sounds like a 1990s relief pitcher.
Well, Legion, I wouldn't call the man a clown. I'm not going to call Steve a clown. But by his takes, I either don't think Steve played basketball, and if he did, he wasn't very good. I don't think he was around good basketball players as well. But once again, I haven't seen the little fella before. That's just an assumption. But just the way he talks about basketball, I don't think he's been around the game like that. That doesn't make him a clown, by the way. So we're not going to call him a clown. Steve, let me see your profile picture again. I can tell by the way you hold that phone in your Abby, you ain't got no hoop game. that screams role player.
Damn. There's nothing wrong with being a role player.
That Abby screams mop up duty. I'm just having a good time with you, Steve.
Every day at 2:15, I step out of the studio. Every day at 2:18, I come back. And Casey's insulting Stephen Brown somehow.
Well, Lizzie wanted me to call him a clown. I'm not going to call the man a clown just because he doesn't think LaMelo's good. I just don't. I don't
really fault anyone who doesn't care for LaMelo. It's tough to make the argument he's not good, but trying to figure out what exactly LaMelo is in the league, I don't think is.
We'll know who he is when he gets to his next team. Because
Probably,
he figures it out or he doesn't.
Yeah.
And by then it's like, all right, like this is who you are.
Yeah.
Charlotte, you get the benefit of the doubt, I guess.
Trae's so funny. He wanted no part of this game.
Watch him fake him.
That referee is pissed.
Got him twice.
That referee is furious.
Twice. This one quick. Look, ref was reaching. Watch him reach. Reaching. Give me that. Faked him out.
Give me the ball, Trae.
Hey.
Give me the ball. Ref staring at him. Don't do that.
I thought that was hilarious. I did.
It's Harry Lyle because Harry Lyle shaved his head. Now he looks like John Dickinson.
I'm about to say, now he looks like Corbin.
He does look like Corbin. Whatever happened to Corbin?
Once that broke ass Baron Corbin.
Did he get future endeavors?
He's been telling the story on podcasts that there's one person who wanted him out, and that person was behind all of it. Blah blah blah.
But he didn't say who it was?
No. I've never seen him say who it was, but yeah, he's been saying like, "Oh, this one person wanted me out, blah blah blah, didn't want me there."
Hey, if this, which I think there's some definitely like real heat, but if the extent of this Seth Rollins CM Punk thing is a work, man, they got me. They chatty housed me. If you hear Seth talking again, I think it's real. I think he has real feelings. Like I don't think
he absolutely does.
It'll spill over into like an actual storyline where he'll like fight him in real life. But I think he really don't like CM Punk.
I think there was sorry, go ahead.
I'll say Drew McIntyre said the same thing. He said he don't really like CM Punk either, but we'll make money if they got to.
Yeah, I think the gist of it is you use real life feelings to build a story, because in that regard, it's not a story. But I think there's also a hey man, let's talk. And you sit down and you talk and you kind of work things out. And it's like, yo, we've got an opportunity to do something special. This is how I felt about you leaving. This is how I feel about you coming. But you have these discussions where you tell each other like how you feel. And you're like, it's out there. Or like, I got you. Punk says his piece. And then it's like, okay, now when we get out there, they already know how you feel because you've said it. Let's use that. There's no working with that.
You think they've had that conversation?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. I absolutely think they've had that conversation. I don't mean, it doesn't mean that they're friends. It doesn't mean that like everything is all good. It means I feel like in those situations, especially in the WWE, especially in this version of the WWE, you sit down, you talk about it, and then it's like, all right, but we know we're doing business together. Let's just capitalize off of that. It's not that different than what Sean and Brett did. They did hate each other, but there was a certain point where it's like, we're building towards this Survivor Series match. We've got to work with each other. Like, this is what we're going to do. We're just going to capitalize off all of the stuff that, you know, then it was a little different in 97, but people did know Sean and Brett hated each other. They got in a fist fight. Like, that was, I think they even said that on TV, that they got in a fist fight, like a real fist fight. You just capitalize.
And I don't think Seth and Punk would get in a fist fight. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't think Punk would do that at this stage with someone in WWE.
Right. Like, I don't think he would, but Seth, once again, it could be all part of the business as well, but he don't miss an opportunity to tell somebody how he feel about CM Punk.
Well, but it's smart though, because they're headlining night 1 of WrestleMania. Like, yeah, make money off this. There's going to be a point. There's going to be a point where, you know, Seth or you know, you get the classics. Or Seth and Punk are working together, and they get Roman out, and then you have Seth and Punk, you know, face to face, and you get that WrestleMania pop, and you have a quick moment before Roman comes back in.
That should have been it. That was one. And they can still do it. They can always go to it. But Punk and Seth should have been a one.
Well, I think that was the plan. I think that was the plan last year. But unfortunately, they didn't know what the hell to do with Roman Reigns, and you don't put Roman Reigns anywhere but in a main event. And I guess we had to have John Cena in the main event.
I keep seeing more and more about Seth joining Cena on The Rock.
Yeah, they had a
why that was so we're going to rehash the Authority.
Maybe they had a couple people think they caught a couple clues on Monday.
Okay,
the best for business line.
Oh, that's an Authority.
The Authority line, like that stuff works if you do it right, though.
Yeah, but why run it back with Seth?
Because he's been getting his ass kicked every WrestleMania, keeps losing.
Yeah,
helped out Cody, didn't benefit him at all last year.
You can keep. I mean, it doesn't matter because Cena's probably the champ, but you can keep Cody babyface because now he's got this faction he's got to go up against. Like the deck is so stacked, but you know it's a corporate situation again, and you know they're doing all they can to hold good old Cody down.
Seth's been playing the card too, like he wants what's best for WWE, and if it keeps going like against him and stuff like that, he'd be like, all right, to hell with you guys.
But that's the tried and true formula. Hogan had the Heenan family. He had to go against Bundy and Stud and Andre. And Austin had the corporation where it was Vince and Taker and Boss Man and,
Did Cena
Dude
ever have
Love and did what?
I might have been gone. Did Cena ever have that?
Cena had the
He didn't really have a.
not
corporation
really
to go
because the Stephanie Hunter Authority thing, I think, was kind of after Cena's main runs, and that was more like, I mean, Roman was mixed in there, like Brian was mixed in there, Brock,
Brock was, yeah, and he wasn't.
but he
a
didn't go
corporate
against
guy,
the
but he
authority.
was-
Yeah,
He had a guy
yeah.
with Heyman and all
Yeah.
of that. Yeah.
Paying
But
this
not the
off.
same.
Paying this off too. Taker versus Shawn, WrestleMania 25 was WWE's #1 WrestleMania match.
Taker versus who?
Shawn.
Oh, Sean.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was number
Oh, that
one.
was WWE's. Yeah.
Yeah, it was WWE's list. Right.
It's the
Brett.
it's the best match I've ever saw.
Yeah, Brett versus Stone Cold is #2, and then Rock versus Hogan 3.
And
Savage
Brett-
versus Steamboat is 4.
That match
Oh,
was
that
overrated.
so that's where Wrestling Ops was getting.
Yeah, it was
They were-
WWE's list.
Okay, I
Yeah,
got you.
Shawn beats Brett again.
Sean is better at everything than Bret Hart. Everything.
Yeah.
But
Well, Brett's probably a nicer person.
Brett had an iconic year. 97 was an iconic year. for
Peyton
Bret
Hillis
Hart.
had an iconic year too.
Oh,
You got
Oh,
the Madden. You got the Madden
Wait a
cover.
minute.
What? You got the Madden cover as well.
Wow.
don't do that to Brett. Come on.
Better hope you know who is not listening. That group text is about to go crazy.
I saw a picture on Twitter side by side of Bret Hart.
I saw that too.
And it's with Pamela Anderson, just stone faced.
Yep.
But he was with some sisters.
Some random black. Oh, that man was his wife is she's not black. She's I don't know if she's Asian. I don't know what she is, but she's dark. I know that. She is dark.
Yeah, but
Shout out to that, man.
yeah, big ups, man. Some would say going into
Domantas
WrestleMania.
Sabonis is the Bret Hitman Hart of. Oh, well, that's my bad.
I was gonna
That's
say
my bad.
some people would say going into WrestleMania 13, Bret Hart had a lot of pressure on him. Who's got the pressure in this playing situation for the Kings?
Bret Hart have a lot of pressure going into 13. Yeah, sure. I know you said you and I think maybe Hammer maybe said Zach LaVine.
I said Zach was the most important.
Most important. That's right. Pressure. I'll just harp back to the conversation with JA earlier. To me, it's Domas. The marquee matchup is Domantas Sabonis versus Anthony Davis.
If this team isn't, how do we feel no matter what, win or lose, if Sabonis only puts up 12 points or whatever? Like, he just has the stuff we've been talking about. It's like it was DeMar DeRozan or Zach LaVine that won that game for them. Like, how do we feel? I'm not even talking about win or lose. Just he puts up just the Domas stat line that we've kind of talked about.
Like, so 12 points or 12 shots? 12 points. I don't think the Kings won.
No, I don't think so either.
12 shots. He could be 10 for 12 and have 20 points.
Yeah.
He's gonna have, I think, 10 to 15 rebounds.
I think so too.
Kenny was talking about on the Insiders, like, Domas, like, if you are who you like we say you are, like, you got to step up. I'm not sure Domas is the one who wins them the game tonight.
No, I don't think so either.
I don't think so either. But like this is it. We always talk about this as part of the job or whatever. You get paid $40+ million a year. You're the franchise. You're the one that's on the ESPN 1320 game day graphic for the biggest game of the year. You're the one that they're talking about on NBA Today and the biggest game of the year. You have to show up. You have to show up. You have to. What is the average? 19 and 14. You probably need 25 and 15 tonight.
Wow.
Like you need to go above and beyond. That was one of the things with that playoff series with the Warriors. It wasn't just that he didn't do his averages, is that they went below.
Yeah.
That can't happen.
Yeah.
In the playoffs, and you need your numbers to go up. You know what I mean? The field goal percentage might go down, but your points go up, your attempts go up. Like, everything is magnified. And I don't want to hear tomorrow if the Kings lose. I don't want to hear it being somebody else's fault, or they didn't let him do this or that and that. If that's the case, then he's not what everybody says he is. I think he is. I think he is an all NBA caliber player. And if you're an all NBA caliber player, you find a way to guide your team. That doesn't have to be scoring the most points, but your rebounds, your defense, your communication, staying locked in, making sure everybody else stays locked in. All of that needs to be on display. All of it. Like, you can't have a subpar game tonight.
I feel like I'm looking at something wrong. Let me 16.1. Oh, okay. Those are his career numbers. Let me try this again. I hate the way that Basketball Reference breaks down. They give you these head-to-head matchups with like Anthony Davis and Domantas Sabonis, but then they give you career averages after that. You scroll down a little bit further, you can get the one-on-one matchups. In the 14 games that they've played, Anthony Davis has averaged 23.5 points per game and 11.9 rebounds. 3.0 assists. Domantas Sabonis has averaged 15.2 points per game, 11.5 rebounds, and 5.4 assists. Again, those are the 14 games that they've played. As we have laid out here on the show, they've played against each other, but as we've laid out on the show, Domas won the first 10. Anthony Davis has won the last 4. But 23.5 to 15.2 are the numbers right now. That's the point discrepancy between the two.
You got to play above that tonight.
Yeah, that ain't going to do it. That ain't going to do it to me.
An acceptable stat line tonight for me, for Domas, is 21 and 15. What about 5 to 7 assists? I need 21 and 15.
The 5 to 7 assists concerns me. Feel like that number needs to be higher because he's going to look to make it higher. If he's at 10, those guys are hitting shots. If he's at 20, if he's flirting with 20 points and 10 assists, those guys are hitting shots, and I think the Kings are in a great spot to win that game. I'm going to stop short of saying they won comfortably, but they're
like
9,
not 10.
9, not 10.
Yeah,
that's right, TC. I see you.
But yeah, no, he's got a. I hear what you're saying, Jesse, and that leads to a different question that we'll have maybe another day, or if this comes up, is he even that guy? But that's what
I think we've asked and answered that.
We've answered, but
I don't think
James will
Domas
tell you
is.
he is. James will tell you he's that guy, but you need to build around him the right way. All this other stuff. I don't need those caveats tonight.
There's no evidence that that's true.
I know, but I don't need those caveats tonight.
Goddamn, James! I swear. First he pisses off Zach LaVine, and now this, allegedly.
I don't need those caveats tonight. I need him to have a 21 and 15 game.
Yeah.
Because you got, and that, look, if Zach is cooking and DeMar's cooking and they both got 30 apiece and you're up by 12, so you don't have to shoot. That's a different scenario, right? Like, now you can play whatever role you need to play. But if they need you, if you're in a crunch, if you're in a pinch, I need that 21 and 15. I need those assists. I need that type of performance. Once again, I'll say it, against this Mavericks team, as we know it, in this win or go home situation at home. I think he's got I agree with you. I think he's got the most pressure on him. He's got to come through. He's got to be a leader. He's got to lead this team to at least one more game.
Yeah. I think he's got it's an interesting, we talk about the Belo and JC component in Dallas. I imagine they're saying the same thing about Anthony Davis too. We got our guys in Texas who are locked in with us right now. But I do think there's a contingency of fans who are like, all right, they're the fans who are at the American Airlines Center tonight, right? Just like we talk about the Golden One Center fans, they might be a little bit different than the Twitter fans. They might be a little bit different than the Chatty House, the truly like active. They go to the games, they invest in their money, they're cheering on the team, right? They're they're like, okay, I've seen Luka take over playoff games for us before. I've seen Luka drag us to the NBA Finals before. I need to see you win us a play-in game. Like our job is to figure out like who is the most important component for the Sacramento Kings. The most important matchup might be Domantas Sabonis versus Anthony Davis, because Anthony Davis is almost certainly the most important component for Dallas. We can talk about X factors and wild cards and all of this other stuff, and Dallas has them, and Sacramento's going to need them, which we'll talk about in a minute. But they're saying the same thing about AD in Dallas. I need you to do this. I've seen you do it in the regular season as a Laker or as a Pelican. I've seen you in some high-profile games in the playoffs before. As like, I'm gonna need to see you do it as a Dallas Maverick.
And that's the name of the game. That's the name of the game. That's what happened. Our guy Foodie Kumara in the chat says we're setting up for Domas slander tomorrow because Domas not exceeding those numbers. This is the name of the game.
Mm-hmm.
This is what it is. You get into these situations, your best players have to play their best game. That's typically how you advance, how you move on, how you survive is with your best players. And he's not the only one that has to show up. Like, you could have 21 and 15, then Zach has 7. Like, you're not going to win. Or DeMar, has a bad shooting performance. And it's like, yes, it's still a team situation. But he's got to make sure he's doing his part. He's got to make sure he's dominating the way that he can do it. And 21 and 15, I don't think that's crazy numbers for Domantas Sabonis. That's a damn good game.
Not at all.
It's not like I'm asking him to score 45, something that we don't ever see from him. They see 21 and 15 on a regular basis from Domantas Sabonis. I'm asking to see that in a situation where your team is in a win-or-go-home situation. That's not asking too much. Not at all.
I don't think so either. I do want to point out, we talked earlier this week about, Domas. We could talk about Domas. It was probably Monday because you guys were talking about, you and James were talking about Zach and DeMar and the importance of those guys, particularly with Zach LaVine, the importance of being aggressive, having aggressive Zach LaVine. The Zach attack, as J.A. referenced earlier. There's going to have to be one other component to this, whether it's Trae or it's Devin Carter. There's going to have to be one of those guys. Hell, it could be Jonas Valanciunas, because I think Jonas Valanciunas is still going to get his regular minutes, even though I believe the focus will be on Domas today. I need a starter strong game, but I need one other guy, and it doesn't have to be in the point. It could be in the rebound category. It could be in the assist category. It could be in the toughness category. It could be in the scrappy category. It could be on the defensive side of the ball. It doesn't matter. We need to look at, and I'm assuming those are the only 3 guys we're really talking about when all is said and done. I'm going to need one of those 3 guys. Like, if the Kings win, we're going to be referencing one of those 3 guys tomorrow. And I think we have to have one. And again, it doesn't have to be, we need 10 points. We need a trade day as I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true.
I don't know. I think we do need something from off the bench. I think what do you have last? I think in that Clipper, one of the games, he had like 2 points or something like that. I don't know if we could survive with that tonight.
I think you can survive if Devin Carter is doing something for you on the defensive end that you can point to. Okay. If Devin Carter, dove on the ground, got a couple of loose balls. If Devin Carter hit one clutch shot late, if Devin Carter got a I think there's, I don't think you need that big scoring output, but you need to be able to point to something. Yeah. And I think we need it from one other guy besides the 5, which I leaned on heavy earlier in this week. I think we need one other guy.
JV, the nasty boy.
That's fine. Stop. I don't like that. It makes me really uncomfortable. It makes me more uncomfortable than Bean Money. But fine. We get a big night from Jonas Valanciunas. I will call that man Nasty Boy tomorrow. I will adopt that stupid ass nickname and we'll ride with it. He plays well tonight. He's that guy we point to and go, hey, right there. Okay. Gilbert's asking Keon, question mark, LOL. Dog, Keon's a starter.
Yeah. Keon
I'm expecting Keon to be good tonight. Keon is a starter. He's got to play like a starter, like a big time starter.
I agree.
Because we looked at the box scores from earlier this year. We mentioned that game with no Anthony Davis, Luka Doncic, or Kyrie Irving, and they had guys. Some of them random, some of them not so random, but they had guys get the job. Now they lost. They were up 18 in that game. Yeah. Like they're gonna have guys ready to. I do think there's a certain level. Again, I don't care what the fans want. I think there's a certain level of I do think Dallas is feeling a certain way.
I do too. I still believe, something that I said a few weeks ago about Dallas is these guys come to play. They want to advance. They want to be in the playoffs. And I think it was after that when they had at Chicago, when Chicago was one of the hottest teams in basketball, Dallas at that particular time, they deserved to have this opportunity to go into the playoffs and face OKC or whoever they were going to face. And I think they're going to have that same level of focus, that same level of intensity going into this game. Jason Kidd is going to have those guys ready. So, yes, you're going to have to watch out, obviously, for the ADs, but you're going to have to watch out for P.J. Washington. You're going to have to watch out for Gafford and Lively. You're going to have to watch out for Spencer Dinwiddie, Max Christie, Klay Thompson, Hardy. These guys are going to put their best foot forward. I think you're going to have to beat it out of them. You're going to have to beat them down, fist-wise.
Hell no. No, hell no. That's crazy. No, I'm trying to eat lunch. Literally, I just heated up my lunch. And Casey's talking like this. No.
That's why I had my fist up. That's why I have my fist up. You have to fight.
Sick.
You could.
You're gonna have to fight, man. You have to punch them.
Jesse, just go to commercial. Just we'll.
No, that was crazy.
No, that was wild. Yeah. Yeah.
There's always going to be someone that's unhappy with the referee. We can't be perfect, I guess.
Lay off the CMOS. That's funny. Yeah. Casey's had a couple moments where he's needed to take a walk. Oh, man.
Boy, I heard this one too. This one was crazy.
Well, John Bull, I don't think so. I don't have any plans to. That was actually my first time there. And you're right, man. That drive. We left later on a Friday than I'd like to. The drive home was pretty easy, but the drive there was tough. But it was beautiful. It was a little expensive. We had a pretty cool hotel and ate good. So I don't know that we'll be doing that. I need to, where I need to make a trip to is see my brother Charles. He lives kind of near Seattle, so that's kind of my next trip that I got to plan.
Seattle was pretty cool when I was out there recently.
Never been to Seattle. Never been. Get up there at some point.
It's cool, like city vibes and stuff like that. Or cool buildings, stuff like that.
All right, Kenny took a walk. He's back. You've had a rough couple days, man. You've had a rough couple days.
I'm talking about the game, man. I'm talking about the game. I can't never even just talk about the game out here, man.
You're always quick to blame everybody else. One thing we haven't talked about, James is going to join us here in a minute. Dame won't. I think that we talked a lot about the Western Conference.
Yeah.
Rightfully so. Hopefully the Kings are involved, but that Bucks Pacers matchup, I think that's one to watch.
It is,
man, but without Dame, that's tough, and they're being really. They're kind of vague.
They're being very hopeful, I feel like.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm fearful.
I don't think he's coming back.
I kind of feel the same way. They keep saying the start of the playoffs. Like, are we talking about game 1? Or are we talking about the first 2 games?
Eventually it'll change. Oh yeah, he'll be ready at some point in the playoffs.
Yeah, I don't love this. I don't love this for Milwaukee. They're playing great without Dame, by the way. I love this series. I'd love it more if Dame Lillard was there. But I think I'm kind of with Jesse. Like, I don't have a lot of comfort that Dame Lillard's going to play this postseason.
I feel the same way as both of you guys.
And everyone, the slant. Oh, they're making big progress. Like, all right.
And like you said, what does that mean? Does that mean
like this isn't in
the middle of this series?
It's not an injury,
right?
Like you're literally teetering on what's safe for him. That's what you're navigating. That's not pain tolerance.
Right.
That's not, the ankle's good. No, you're trying to determine what keeps this man safe. And that's a lot different.
And one part of me, I was going to say, I don't know how you determine that in a week, right? Like, it's not good enough right now, but a week later he is.
Right.
And maybe if
he's good a week later, today.
Right. And maybe that's what they mean by progress, right? Maybe they've tracked whatever they need to track, ran whatever test they needed to, and they're good. But in their mind, I need to see 4 weeks of this. And the progress is, well, we've got 2 straight weeks of good test back. Now, if we can get a third, that would be great. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe that's what they mean by progress.
Yeah.
But I'm with you guys though. It doesn't feel like we're gonna see Dame this postseason.
Something like this too. It's not even like can the team doctors clear him like with how serious it is, or you got to?
That's a good question. I mean, the team doctors are doctors.
Well, because we know.
Go ahead.
We know how they move.
Yep.
Allegedly, whatever I got to throw in there. We know how team doctors move from time to time.
I would say for something.
Well,
like
you of all
Shout
people
out
would
to
know.
Miami
Yeah, you of all people would know.
I would feel like with something like this, it'd have to be specialists.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, you have to, if he's seen his own person, they got to clear him first, and even then, you got to clear whatever you got to do for the Bucks.
Right. No disrespect to their version of Pete Youngman, because they know. I'm sure they know exactly what they're doing. But I need multiple options. I need specialists to kind of look into this one as well. So yeah, and with no Dame, I don't think they can beat the Pacers. I don't think they can.
No. Is there a record? Did I put that in the notes somewhere? Nope, I didn't. They've been playing well without him. I think it's like let me take that back. Since this blood clot injury, I don't know what the whole season, but since this injury, that's a weird way of phrasing it. But since this blood clot issue, it's like 14-6, 14-5. Like it's a solid record.
Yeah, they played well.
But
Bobby Portis will be back too. That's
the playoffs.
Yeah,
it's playoffs.
So I just that's a tough break for Milwaukee. And then if you're a Bucks fan, if you're Belo and JC out in Milwaukee, man, it's tough too, because we speculated here it could be the summer of Giannis. It's just another year passing that more and more questions will be raised, right? Like if you're Giannis, yeah, it's circumstantial, but how many of these seasons am I going to have? Should I make that move this summer and ask out? It could all be done in a couple weeks. And that would be terrible for them.
You think Giannis is asking out? I won't even say this year. I'll say in the next 2 years.
Yes.
Damn. All right.
I think he's making the moves now.
Like he wants
the stuff in the articles, like the whole, like I always point back to this one, the whole, hey, if we're not winning, like I'm not above getting traded. They can move me if they have to. Like we know what stuff like that means.
Giannis, I believe he's kind of trying to be a good guy here and not just be a jerk, but he sees the writing on the wall, and he's given a lot of time, a lot of years to Milwaukee, and he's probably ready for something different.
All right.
You think he's gonna ask out
this year?
At any time?
I don't. I understand. Like it feels like there's a lot of circumstantial evidence to say otherwise, but I don't know. I don't.
If they lose in the first, because if you trade Giannis, that's a big move. I feel like I don't think you can just. All right, here we go. Giannis, you're out of here. If they lose in the first round, I wouldn't be shocked if he plays maybe one more year. They take another down year. It's like, all right, now.
But if you lose in the first round and Dame doesn't play, does that cushion anything?
Well, how much is Dame going to make a difference? It's
Then
three
I gotta imagine it.
Well, yeah,
It's
but
gonna
that's
matter.
3 straight years you've lost in the first round. At some point, I feel like if you're honest, you look into the other guys around you, like I'm just not getting any help anywhere.
Well, one of them years you were hurt.
Yeah,
Actually,
came back that series though.
2 of them, he was hurt. He
Came
was
back
hurt
in the last
against
2 games.
Indiana, and he was hurt against Miami. They were 1 seed. It was 1-8. So, and my whole thought is like all the reasons why are 100% valid. My thing is, how many more times is that going to be used to just kind of keep going? Like,
I hear you.
3-4 years of like, oh well, this guy was hurt, that's why we didn't get there.
It's like Chris Middleton's not there anymore. Like Bobby Portis is a great role player, sure, but that's not getting you a title.
They still have an outside shot. Their best chance, they had a 3-4 year window. They got one.
Here's what I'd ask Giannis. Where are you going? Like, ideally, Giannis, where do you want us to send you?
Well, I have
New York.
Okay. So you can go to New York and so you'll be paired with Jalen because we're not getting Jalen. But we're stripping apart the rest of that team. You're good. I just want to make sure you're good with that. And you think the pressures of losing in Milwaukee will equate to you hurting your hamstring a week before the regular season ends and dealing with that New York media? Also, Jalen's, you're positive. Jalen's your one. That's your guy.
Well, he's mine too.
And that's no. That's not. I didn't mean your number one. I meant your one. That's your heart. That's your guy.
Yeah.
Jalen's gonna be your one. Okay, because we got you, Dame. That wasn't good enough. And Tom Thibodeau. This is what you want. Okay.
I mean,
just understand, Cat's probably coming here.
Yeah, Cat's probably.
And I'm gonna fight to get everything I can.
You might get Michael. It's either Michael or OG. You can't have them both, but Michael.
No, it won't be both, but it'll be one of them.
Yeah, it'll be one of them. That's cool. And my retort to you is, it's nice living. I like it here. I was kind of raised here, whatever. That's great, but what am I doing here?
It's fine. That's perfectly fine. I just want to make sure, one, I'll execute this trade for you if I can. I will. But I'm not coming up short on this. Like I still have Dame, and I've got to build. This arena's new. We got new owners. I got to build a competitive basketball team. So I'm not walking away without Cat and one of those other two that we just referenced, and probably a couple of picks along with it. If you feel good about that, we're going to try to get this deal executed for you. Just know the grass isn't always greener.
We throw this team around a few times. There's that team in the Bay Area. It's pretty close to Fresno.
No, that's KC's.
No, I don't want to go there.
Why not, Giannis?
Send me anywhere but there.
They're offering me Jonathan Kuminga, who doesn't even play, a bunch of first-round picks.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
Whatever
like,
players.
What do they have to make?
I'm not sure that they have.
They can finally trade Draymond Green, who I'm convinced will just retire.
Pretty much.
And then Kuminga, and you probably have to take Moody too. Don't have to. You probably fight for Moses Moody too.
You'd have to take Buddy.
You can get the second greatest.
Why would Milwaukee even entertain this if New York calls?
If New York calls?
Yeah.
Because you can get some legit people back in that one.
You get Towns.
You get Towns.
No. That's what I'm saying. Why would they even entertain Golden State?
Oh, I thought that. Yeah.
I was just throwing a team out because we brought them up.
Yeah,
well, no, we didn't.
Well, yeah, but yeah,
I didn't bring up Golden State.
That's
I said
kind of
no.
your thing,
He brought it up.
Well, you brought Golden State up like a year ago.
Yeah,
Oh,
in
I
the course
thought
of
you meant
shows,
today.
you have brought it up
Because they've been trying.
He said, "I thought you meant today."
I thought they've been trying. Steph been trying.
Yeah.
What was it? The All-Star was after the trade deadline, so he already had Jimmy, huh? Boy, the politicking that was going on that week.
That's how it works.
Don't
works.
fall for it, Giannis.
Heatles were formed in China.
Don't fall for it, Giannis. Do not fall.
You could have
for
got
it.
some players to Sacramento if you went to Steph's party.
Well,
probably could have got Giannis here.
Hey, he forgot his phone charger.
Well, no, I did. My phone wasn't charged.
Oh, sorry. He forgot to charge his phone.
Was it dead?
No.
What was the
no.
percentage at?
Like 5.
This dude.
You could have turned it off and then turned it back on like 2 hours later, man.
This dude. You are an all-time fumbler.
There wasn't a Best Buy down the street?
I'm going to go this year. Huh?
There wasn't a Best Buy down the street?
You're going to go to what this year?
I'm going to go to the party this year when it's in LA. I'm going to go whoever's party. I'm going to go to James Harden's party.
Where's the... yeah,
You're going to have to pay a cover charge to get to that
I don't
one.
think your wife's letting you go to that party, fam.
Oh, come
Your
on.
wife is not letting you go to that party.
He's going to have a regular party.
Yeah, right.
He's throwing a dance
Yeah,
party.
right. James Harden's going to have a regular party.
Come on.
Okay, pal.
And Paul Pierce will be there as well, I'm sure.
I could probably go to Luca's party.
Well, Luka might have a
Jordan
party.
people.
James Ham will be invited to
Although
that
I
one.
couldn't get into the the Jordan festivities this past All-Star.
It doesn't matter if you could have gotten in, you wouldn't have gone.
But I'm saying next
No,
year. it won't
Patrick
make the
Willis,
same-
I'm cool. Like, good, Patrick. Thanks, man. I don't do pictures.
Bro's a fan. He wants a picture.
I'm
Shout
just.
out to my boy P Dub.
Yeah, right.
Shout out to my
One
boy.
other quick thing before Hammer joins us. It took like 7 seconds for Joe Dumars to get that executive president job in New Orleans.
Yeah.
can I just casual observation from your boy?
Okay.
Watching from a distance, Joe feels like a snake.
It took him 7 seconds to get the job. It took 3 seconds for the tweet to come out after so-and-so got fired that he wanted the job.
Right. Like Joe had I'd like to remind you too, Joe Dumars worked for the league office. Joe Dumars wanted ultimate control, the way the story has been relayed. Joe Dumars wanted ultimate control here in Sacramento when Monty and Wilcox were hired.
Yep.
And again, the way the story is told, Vivek was like, no. And Joe went to the league. And I mean, his desire has been to run a basketball team. I don't fault him for that. I feel like Joe might move a little funny.
Let me ask you a question. Does Joe move funny? And I'm not defending him. I don't know.
Oh, you can defend him. Like I'm just asking. I don't know.
I'm asking a general question, like kind of outside of Joe Dumars. Does Joe move funny, or is the phrase we use here off? Is that the game?
It might be. It might be.
Like if that's
it might be.
If you want to live in that world, those are the things that you do. And
so
they all
does Doc
do it to
move
each
funny?
other. Yeah.
Okay. So it's just the game. The game is moving funny.
I think they all
right.
They all have they're involved and they think this is how it goes down. This is how they operate. The only one who doesn't maybe realize that is Monty McNair. Monty McNair plays with class, dignity, and that's not this game, Monty.
Telling you need to steal something, Monty.
That's not this game.
Stop trying to make deals and pay everything right price. Steal something.
Monty is nice. He has integrity. He's just a stand-up individual. And this is the wrong game for them.
We don't know that to be true. Monty's the guy at the party who just stands in the corner. He the guy at the club, just back here with his foot on the wall, just standing here.
See, what and look, he not hollering at nobody, nothing. He's just chilling, stand-up guy. He's just a chill guy, as Reese would say.
Was West the guy that tells you Kendrick Lamar's going to be there?
Yes.
Fire Fest.
Yes. Yes, that's absolutely what he is.
Fire Fest. I saw before, James. I saw a funny little moment. Did you see when Ja Rule was on the Breakfast Club?
That's when he was talking about, yeah.
So MB had said something. He said something, and Ja Rule goes, oh no, MB was like, how do you feel about them saying Fire Fest is coming back? And Ja Rule was like, I'm glad you asked me that, MB. I've been waiting for this. I've been waiting for us to go down this road. I'm glad you asked me about Fire Fest, because I was thinking the other day, and I remember the first time I came up here to the Breakfast Club, and you were asking me, that's your business partner. How could you not know what was going on? And they just all started dying. He's like, Envy, I was waiting for you to ask me that one. Obviously, those who don't know, Envy got in some hot water because his business partner.
That's one way of putting it.
Business partner was doing some shady real estate
dealings.
Practices.
Yep.
Yeah. And
they was trying to throw Envy in jail with him.
Envy. I remember that was a rough
That was rough.
I said, oh man.
He was getting beat up.
But yeah, to what we had said before, I just kind of feel like that might be how you have to move in that business.
Okay.
And Joe, I don't know if Joe was campaigning for it or something like that, but if you talk to some people, it's like, hey, we're getting Griff out. What do you think about
that? It's no different. It's no different than what players do, like and agents do. It's we use the Kyrie scenario. Kyrie opt out. If Kyrie opts out of his final year, he knows Dallas is going to offer him a contract. If Dallas isn't, he knows exactly who is.
Right.
It's the game. We welcome in James Hammond, the Insiders. James, I was kind of commenting on how I feel like Joe Dumars might move a little funny. Might be a little sneaky with some of his moves, and then AC reminded me, yeah, they're all sneaky. Like this is kind of how the game works, whether you're an executive or a coach or whatever. It's just kind of the name of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of the name of the game, but not every team does all of their transactions in the public view.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think that the Kings, under the current regime, have always been like out front and want their name in the media the entire time, which I've never quite understood, because it puts your players under a tremendous amount of stress. It puts your coach under a tremendous amount of stress to deal with players that are stressing out. And there's a human element that gets missed a lot by certain people. And players, they're impacted. Their families are impacted by trade rumors, by everything else that's floating out there. And I don't think it's always the best to have your name attached to every single potential transaction that there is on the market. And that's kind of how the Kings have, they don't work in incognito mode.
Yeah, right. Okay. Well, that's got nothing to do with tonight. So.
And it's also, I think a lot of the times the Kings do that too, but a lot of times we've seen them use this leverage because we know people will believe anything attached to Sacramento.
That's true, because we're idiots here. So yeah, we believe that Jeremy Lamb is running the organization.
I never said that.
No, you absolutely did not. How you feeling about tonight's game? Vibe check for James Ham headed into the play-in game tonight.
Look, at the Kings are the better team. They're the better team today.
I agree.
So whether that equates to them winning, who knows? Like, this team, anyone who thinks that they've got a read on this team is totally wrong. You think you do, and then they just have a way of either letting you down or blowing you away by their performance. And so I'm going to sit back. I'm going to set up my 6 quick thoughts, and I'm going to enjoy a basketball game. And I'm going to enjoy it with the understanding that there's a, 43% chance that it'll be the last Kings basketball game that I watch this year. Or this season, but with an understanding also that they have the opportunity to not only win this game, but potentially another game and extend their season by another 4, 5, 6 games. So yeah, I think this is an interesting place to be, but I'm kind of over and done with worrying about whether this team is going to do something special or not, because there's no guessing what they would do anyways, you know? So I'm just going to try to sit back and enjoy this one as what could be the last game of the season. And if it's not, I'll walk into Friday night feeling the same way. And if that's not it, then maybe I get 4, 5,
James
6,
has got him
7
getting
more.
swept against Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
What I know there hasn't been a lot of really good teams here in Sacramento in general, or during your tenures covering this team, but is there a team that has had these types of roller coaster moments since you've been covering this team? Like, is there any season that compares to this at all?
Yeah, I think the only season that compares where you felt like they had the talent to compete and to make a playoff run was Dave Yeager's first year, when they traded DeMarcus and Rudy Gay got hurt, and they traded Omri Caspian and waived Matt Barnes, and they went from a team that was sitting in the 8th seed at All-Star week, at the All-Star game, to a team that quickly fell out of it. It was a season that had so much built up promise that fell apart so quickly. And the major transaction in the middle of the season, that's what kind of reminds me of this. But also the expectations. I think that team had expectations, and so did this one, and they didn't live up to it, and neither has this one. That doesn't mean the Kings won't find a way to turn this thing around, but we've been waiting 82 games for them to turn this thing around, and here we are at a play-in game. So you just never know.
You could argue we've been waiting 164.
Mm-hmm.
Going back to last year, it feels a lot like last year we kept, and this year is a lot different because last year there wasn't as I think James and I would both say, there weren't 4 or 5 seasons in one last year.
No.
It was just one season where they just couldn't quite hit the gas. And this year, all right, we're making a change. All right, let's go, Doug. Everybody rallying around Doug. Well, hang on, we're gonna make another change. Oh, okay. Well, that's a big change. Okay, everybody, let's rally around Zach. Well, wait a second. It's the trade deadline. We got a couple more changes we got to make. And, now we're, fixing airplanes in the air, as Doug Christie points out pretty regularly. But I don't know if the plane is fixed or not. But this is the point where we said with DC when he first used that analogy is, hey, I love you, brother, but at some point you got to land this plane. You got to land it safely. Yeah. And we're kind of entering the descent right here where you've got to get this plane on the ground and determine what you can do. And if not, there's no telling what could happen. I think one thing we didn't talk about today, we're all focused on the game. We're all focused on winning. One thing we haven't talked about yet is what could happen tomorrow if they lose. I mean, it's Wednesday. We got 2 business days. Not that business is only conducted on weekdays, but we could see some major changes over the course of the next 48 hours if things go bad tonight, Hammer.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, I don't know. I'll bring up a movie reference, but I doubt you guys have seen it. The second Indiana Jones, the Temple of Doom.
Ask me if I've seen the first one.
Well, have you seen the first one? No,
I have not.
The second one, he's in a plane and they're flying. He's supposed to fly somewhere and he wakes up and the pilots are gone, right? They've already grabbed parachutes and jumped out and the plane is careening towards a mountain that's going to cause it to explode. And him and Kate Capshaw and Short Round, they all jump into a giant blow up raft and jump out of the plane. And they float down. They land on snow. It flies off a cliff. They land. They go off a waterfall. They land into a stream, and they float up to an Indian village that is being pillaged by bad people. And that's where I kind of feel like we all are. We're like Doug's been trying to fix his plane in the air, and most of us we jumped out on that raft. And we're floating downstream somewhere else, wondering what in the world is going to happen.
Is Doug about to crash into a mountain?
Oh no!
What happens to Doug in this scenario?
It's very possible that Doug jumped out of the plane with us, but we'll find out here. We'll find out here soon.
That's not Doug's style. He's just going to crash into the side of the mountain. It's like, hey, did what I could.
Yeah.
Did what I could. Do you have a player this has been a lengthy discussion here today. You and KC we talked earlier this week about the most important player, and we talked about the aggressive Zach LaVine and how important that is for this team. But is there a player on the Sacramento Kings that has a lot of pressure on them?
I don't know. I would for tonight. Yeah, I would say it's Domas.
That felt like the easiest one to go to because he's the one on the graphic and he's the one who's getting paired against Anthony Davis in the 1v1 matchup, and that's where we landed.
Well, that and he's also the one that whether it's him or it's people around him have quietly let it known that look, if this thing isn't figured out, that he would like to be the next one to go. So. This is a game where you're walking in as the most talented team. You've got matchup advantages at almost every position. The next game is, again, you should be a team that I believe at this point would probably be favored over the Memphis Grizzlies. If you want to be that team, you want to be, that franchise and you want to be that player, I do believe this is a moment where, Domas has to be great and has to lead his team to victory. And that's not easy because I do think you have forces on this team that are pulling different directions and haven't bought in fully to the fact that the easiest pathway forward for the Sacramento Kings is directly through Domantas Sabonis. But if you can get everybody on the same page for a game and then maybe another game, then you're going to have, another 7-game series to worry about.
Mhm.
And that's where I kind of land. I think the Kings do have a ton of talent. I do think that they've got pieces that, if they're used correctly and if they buy into their roles, can be impactful and good. And so I think we're just going to have to wait and see what team shows up out on the court. Is it the team that pulls different directions the entire game and fights for whose turn it is, or is it the team that embraces just sort of like this I don't know, this really good style of basketball that works and is functional and everyone touches the ball and everybody moves the ball and everybody's playing for each other. And we've seen it. We saw it, a week and a half ago with the wins over Cleveland and Detroit, but then it just goes away. And I don't know why that is, but that's the only path forward for this team. And I think it's on Domas to have his voice heard and to be the noisiest voice in the room and demand that this team follow his lead. And we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, man. He's if he's everything I told you guys earlier, if he's everything that we've been saying he is for the past 2-3 years, they don't lose this game against this Mavericks team tonight with your season on the line.
Mhm.
And that's part of the role and the responsibility that he has, being, an all-NBA guy that we expect him to be, having the resume that he has, having the contract that he has. That's part of the game. And like I said, if it doesn't work out tonight, I know me personally, I ain't trying to hear about no other forces.
Mhm.
Like, you're supposed to be that dude. So bring this team home. And that's what I'm looking for tonight.
Yeah, and like when I say that, I'm not putting it all on him, because I do know that there are ways in which this team doesn't function right, and it's not his fault. But I do think that the pathway forward has to be through him. And again, I think he is an all-NBA player. I think he is every bit. I think he's a Hall of Fame player, and he needs to show up and and rally the troops around himself. Be the leader that he can be and that he has been in the past. I think it's really interesting. Like, I don't know what to expect from this game, because again, we haven't really, this team is so all over the board, but I do know what I expected last year during the playing game. And that was for De'Aaron Fox to show up and just be incredible, just like he was the previous playoff series before he broke his finger. And he was still really good this season before, even with the broken finger, in the playoffs. That ingredient is, I knew exactly who De'Aaron Fox was in the play-in or in the playoffs. And it happens so quickly where you're like, oh man, he gets it. He gets the magnitude of the moment. And with this team, we don't know yet, because I haven't seen DeMar. I haven't seen Zach LaVine up close and personal, where you've watched somebody for a long stretch of the season as a person that covers a team, and then see what they look like when the bright lights are on, and whether they show up or they wilt, or whether they do things that hurt their team or help their team. And so I'm kind of intrigued by that aspect of it.
Oh, go ahead. There you go.
No, we have talked about, we've looked at the different box scores throughout the season. It's 3-0 for the Dallas Mavericks, or excuse me, 3-0 for the Sacramento Kings against the Dallas Mavericks. This year we found, the first game, which was the second of Doug Christie's career, the start of that 7-game winning streak. That was against Dallas. They were down 18 in that one. They came back to win. I think it was by 10, but there was no Luka. There was no Kyrie, and obviously Anthony Davis wasn't there yet, but they had a lot of role play. Spencer Dinwiddie played really, really well in that game. PJ Washington played really well in that game. And they had guys here and there who made contributions that made that game difficult for Sacramento. Again, they ultimately walked away with the win. I think it was a double-digit win, but we also know there was the DeMar DeRozan game. That was against Dallas, that DeMar, and I think that one went to overtime, and Malik in overtime willed that game to Sacramento. They blew him out the final time that Kyrie tore his ACL. Point in all that, Hammer, being is they have guys who have the ability to step up for them and contribute against this Sacramento Kings team. I'm leaning heavy on the starters tonight, but I do think we need something from either Trae or Devin, or, I don't know what Jonas Valanciunas' minutes are going to look like. I feel like they're going to be there. I think we need something from one of those three guys to really, like, if one of those three guys does something that we remember, I think the Sacramento Kings won this game.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, it is all hands on deck, but you're probably right. If I would say if the starters played 42 minutes tonight and there was like, I don't know, was that leave like 30 minutes total between the other players, I wouldn't be shocked. I think, we could see a few minutes from Devin Carter. But again, Devin's sort of specialty so far has been to be really good defensively. And I don't know that there's one player on that team that scares you. Like individually, they all at this point look like role players except for AD. And even AD is a role player in a different way. He's somebody who needs somebody to set him up who, is better when he's in, when he's the second best player. And that's kind of the way he's developed throughout his career. But you look at their other two bigs and they're like pick and roll specialists or rim runners in Lively and Gafford. You look at PJ Washington, and anytime we've ever seen PJ Washington tear up the Kings, it's in a pick and roll situation where he picks and pops, and then he torches the Kings because they're all so focused on Kyrie or Luka going downhill, and he's left alone. I don't think that there's one player, even Clay, who just creates like a lot for himself, except for maybe Spencer Dinwiddie. And so I'm intrigued to see what this team looks like, because the Kings are a team we can say that they don't have a true point guard, but I mean, that's discrediting the fact that Domantas Sabonis averaged over 6 assists a game this year and over 8 a game last year. I mean, Domas is as close as you can get to a point guard. Well, Dallas doesn't have that. And the players that they have, most of them are put in place to sort of support Luka or to support Kyrie, and neither one of those guys are there. So, it really does kind of put them in a weird situation where they just have to scrap a lot of who they are and what they do. And that's where I think the Kings have an advantage. So I would agree the Kings need something. And I would say also Trey Lyles has been really good lately. He's played a lot of minutes, but I think he's stepped up late in the season when the Kings needed him to, whether it's, due to injury to Domas or due to injury to Keegan Murray. He's been really good. He's, played 39 minutes a couple of times, 40 minutes. But he's been able to hit his threes. He's been able to kind of give you that extra boost. He's a guy that I would kind of circle that, if you are going to get some sort of bench production, it would be him. And he really does, fit as far as like a defender against some of the players on this team, especially a guy like PJ Washington.
One of the guys that is kind of a guy that can swing the game a little bit in the favor of the Kings, or the opposite way that we haven't talked about much, is Keegan Murray. And I think back to the play-in games last year. Keegan was fantastic, one of the best games of his career in the game against the Warriors, and then went into New Orleans and was completely non-existent. And I think he doesn't have to have, I think he had 32 in that Warriors game. He doesn't have to have 32. But if he's playing good basketball and he's playing good two-way basketball, knocking down shots, being aggressive, getting out in transition, that's an element that I think, along with Sabonis, LaVine, DeRozan, that might be too much for this Mavericks team to handle if you got a good Keegan Murray. If you get the Keegan Murray where he's just kind of just waiting around and not being aggressive and not being assertive, that could spell trouble for the Kings. So I think he's a bit of an X factor for this game tonight for the Kings.
No, I totally agree, because I think the other thing with Keegan is if he's really good and he's really good at the power forward position, the last thing you want to do is have AD chasing him around. And I don't think Lively or Gafford can stick with Keegan on the perimeter. And so that's a problem for them. So I could see them going small, shifting AD back to the 5, using PJ Washington at the 4 to defend and play against Keegan Murray, and then them having to go small because of that. So I definitely think Keegan can be a major, major piece to this. And like, look, people saying I'm underestimating some of the Dallas Mavericks players. Like, I don't think the Dallas Mavericks players are bad players. I just think that most of them are very specific role players to play alongside very specific star level players. And when you take away the 2 star players, those role players look completely different. And that's why this team has not found success in the post, trade, and it since the deadline. It's why they've been all over the board. And you could say the same thing. Both teams, I think, are 6-9 in their last 15, something like that. But just the way that they've been able to do that, like Dallas doesn't have a win against a good team. There might be a win out of those 6 that's against a solid team, but nothing like what the Kings faced down the stretch. The Kings just had a much more difficult schedule. And if you back all the way up to the trade deadline, the Kings have been a much better team. And, it's pretty jarring to see how bad the Dallas Mavericks have been. Even over their last 15, their net rating is like a negative 7.2. They're just not a good team. And they're not able to stop anybody, but also their offensive rating is down around like 110. They're not good offensively at all. And it's because they don't have a point guard. So that doesn't mean that, Spencer Dinwiddie can't come in here and bust them up like he has done in the past. But it's a lot different when Spencer's the third guy or the second guy on the court, when he's allowed to come in and play like the Malik Monk role versus when he's got to be Kyrie. It's just totally different. So now the Kings can, if he does get hot, they can shift either Keegan or Keon Ellis over to him and try to slow him down. They can shift Devin Carter over to him. And we're talking about a player who averages in double figures, but this isn't like a 20-something point per game guy. He just happens to have a couple of big games against the Kings during his career. It's just, for me, the way that the Mavs have beat the Kings in the past is very specific, and it's predicated on like really high level pick and roll play with their big men either dunking at the rim or the superstar scoring on some crazy bucket or PJ Washington hitting wide open threes. And all of those players, your rim runners got to the rim because they were in a 2-man game with Luka or Kyrie, and PJ Washington was left alone because everybody got sucked into the middle of the key trying to slow down Luka or Kyrie. Those guys just aren't there, and it makes this team a lot different.
All right, we'll come back. We got a few more minutes with James Hand before we send him off to the Golden One Center. We'll get you ready for that game tonight here at Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, hammer.
What's going on?
Nothing, man.
Sorry, I had to pull my upper tray out there. It's hard to talk.
You get used to it.
Bryce, this is a good question. I'm not quite sure why the Kings totally scrapped the DHO game with Domas, but I'd also say that, first of all, Kevin Huerter stopped being impactful in the DHO game. So that's one reason. And then you just had so many changes, and it's not easy for players without practice to learn the nuances of playing off of other players. And I think that's what we've had sort of the struggle for Zach LaVine to figure out how to play with Domas. And he started to get better at it. He's found like that little space behind Domas where if you take the ball and just take one half step back, you have a wide open three every time. But it's just players learning each other. Yeah, Weezy, we'll know pretty quick. Like tomorrow could be an eventful day.
We might not know Doug's fate very quickly because they don't have to fire Doug.
No,
because he's
that's
not
true.
he's an interim coach. Like he could be a part of the coaching search, or they hire him.
Yeah, and he's part of. He's under contract until July 1st. So, and he might even be under contract for longer. It just depends on what they did with the assistants. I don't know.
Oh, I think they're all gone.
Oh, all the assistants?
Yeah.
There might be a couple of them that stick around.
Barbosa won't be. I don't think Barbosa will be.
You don't think he'll be gone?
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
That's Doug's guy, right?
Yeah. They did a lot of traveling together with Domas.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's that situation. I think there are other guys that he's relied on here. Ja Morant is one of those guys that has had to take a huge step forward with all of the other pieces missing with Mike and Luke Lauk's gone. So maybe he's a guy that sticks around. We'll have to see how it all works out. I hope there are a few of them
for auction. The original pocket watching scoreboard.
Yeah,
it's gonna be in a museum somewhere.
Yes, it is. Can't exactly see where Jesse lost all those games in a row, but it's in here somewhere.
I thought we got rid of that.
No, still here. Still here.
I rolled those guys in Mad Props this year.
That's football season only?
Yeah.
Poor Carl Madsen kept picking off vibes and it kept biting him in the ass.
Sabo starts the bidding at $100. There we go.
Uh-oh. Yeah, we're
coming back, Gamer.
All right.
All right, back here with James Ham for a few more minutes before he gets on the road and heads out to the Golden One Center. The Sacramento Kings. Is it their last game of the season? Is it just the last home game of the season?
Man.
Or is this the start of the greatest postseason run in history, and the Sacramento Kings' first title is just 3 short months away?
I like that one.
I
like that.
2 short months away.
Let's go with that
April,
one.
May, June. Yeah, 2 short months away.
Yeah.
Longest postseason in sports. We talked a little bit how tomorrow could be an eventful day. We really don't know what tomorrow will bring if the Sacramento Kings come up short tonight. But one thing you said earlier, Hammer, you actually said it to start this conversation, is the Sacramento Kings are a better basketball team right now. And that's the thing that keeps sticking with me is, I can't shake the feeling that if the Kings drop this tonight, it would be a bad loss. I mean, I know it's not a loss to the Clippers. It's not a loss to a team that's won 8 straight. It's a loss to a team that it really does seem like you're better than right now.
Yeah, I think that's the beauty of the play-in, right? That you should. We saw it yesterday where Atlanta just got crushed by Orlando. I think the best team advanced. We saw yesterday where the Golden State Warriors held on against a Memphis Grizzlies team that, again, the Warriors did exactly what they always do. They got a big lead and then blew the big lead and then figured out a way to hold on. But they're still the better team moving forward. And I think when it comes to the play-in, it really does depend on who is the best team today, who is the best team, over the course of maybe 6 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever it might be, and who's playing better. And for me, the Kings, while they've had a bunch of ups and downs, they're playing better basketball right now than the Dallas Mavericks. And I'd say the same thing about the Memphis Grizzlies. The Kings are playing better basketball than the Memphis Grizzlies right now. And it can be frustrating. And, we focus on the minutia here because that's what we do when you have, daily radio shows. But that doesn't change the fact that this team is playing better. We can pan back, to the All-Star break. You can pan back to like different points in the season. But I think when it comes down to it, the Kings are playing some of their best basketball right now that they have in a while, with some really good wins and some really tough but highly competitive losses. And, if you get a game like what we saw when the Kings went in and lost to Denver, or they lost to the Clippers, if they play at that level tonight, they'll beat the Dallas Mavericks. It doesn't have to be the effort that we saw against the Cavs or the Pistons. The Kings are a team that when they actually show up and are locked in, they are a good basketball team. They just haven't done it enough. They're not, there's a complacency to this team that I don't think I'll ever understand. But at this point, we've gotten to, this deep in the year where there is no more time for complacency. There's no more time to like overlook somebody or anything else. And if for some reason the Kings were overlooking the Dallas Mavericks tonight and just thinking they're going to walk in and beat them, that would be ludicrous to me. But then again, so was losing to Washington, 2.5 weeks ago, whatever that was.
And this doesn't mean anything in the grand scheme of things, but sometimes we're close to everything and we know the ins and outs of this team and it benefits us in a major way. Other times we're too close to it, right? We look at Atlanta. Yeah, Orlando's going to beat Atlanta. They should handle them. Look at Chicago and Miami. Yes, Chicago should win tonight. And if we were in Milwaukee and talking about Kings Mavericks, yeah, the Kings probably should win. They're not a great team, but they should win that game tonight. And that's what it is. They should handle business tonight, win this game, and give them an opportunity on Friday to go into the postseason. But here's where it does help us. We are close. We have seen this team fall on their face a few different times, and that's what gives us a little pause to say, hey, anything can happen with this particular group because you never know how they're going to come out to play from game to game. But much like both of you guys have said, they're the better team right now. And I said it earlier, if they play their A game and the Mavericks play their A game, the Kings' A game should be better. They should win.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. I agree with that statement 100%. I just think right now the Kings are a better team. And, like talent-wise, fit-wise, positional, like almost any metric, they're just the better team right now. Look at the last 15 games. They're the better team. Now, again, if they somehow survive this, I kind of have the same exact feeling about them against Memphis. Like Memphis is a team that's in turmoil, just like the Dallas Mavericks. And it feels like this is a weird sort of season for turmoil. Like I think the Denver Nuggets right now are still like in major turmoil after the firing of Michael Malone. I think that, Dallas is in turmoil with their general manager for some reason going out and opening his mouth at all. Like, what are you thinking? Like, why would you?
Before your season is over.
Once again,
like
before exit interview, before
your playing game.
Yeah, I mean, it's realistically, it's like hey, I'm not quite dead yet. Like, why are you talking? Why are you talking? It's such a distraction. And, I'm sure he'll be in the building tonight. It's like, why? Why are you opening your mouth?
Ask him.
And yeah, well, if we get that opportunity, hey,
Nico,
I know we don't know each other. I know we don't know each other, but why? Why are you talking?
Why are you doing this to yourself?
Yeah, it doesn't really make any sense. It's such a distraction. But again, look at Memphis. Memphis is in such turmoil. And it just feels like there's so many teams around the league that this late in the season are still like stuck that have like self-inflicted wounds that are they force themselves into some chaotic moment. And, God bless Monty McNair for, not having a press conference the day before the Kings have a play-in game, like to address why you traded De'Aaron Fox 2 months ago, whatever it is now. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, why some of these teams are getting in their own way. And I think it's part of the reason why I feel like the Kings at least have like a puncher's chance of making it to the playoffs.
And who would have thought Mavericks trade Luka, Denver fires their coach, Memphis fires their Kings are the most normal team in the damn postseason.
In the play-in, at least, yeah.
Certainly,
or at least the West Coast play-in. Yeah.
And we don't have Draymond, so
Well,
we automatically beat the Warriors in that sense. We don't have Draymond, so our normalcy factor, is
off the
stronger.
charts.
Yeah, it's stronger.
Well, I'm just glad the Kings aren't playing them again. I did not want to see another Kings Warriors matchup. Like, I don't care. I'm so over it.
We all are. We're convinced the league would have pushed the game back a week just to build the drama.
What was the scenario last season where they you combine the playoffs, preseason, and regular season, and they played like 15 times?
It was like
26 games or something.
Yeah, it was like 9 out of 13 games or something. They played the Warriors 3 times in the first 9 games, and then on top of that, they played them twice in the preseason. And then they ended the season with the Warriors before they had the 7-game playoff series against them.
That's right.
So maybe you're right. Maybe it was 13 or 11 out of 15 games or something. You just got so done with it, and so done with having to drive down and then the games here, and all of the same media members saying hello to all your friends again and again. Just weird.
Before we let you go, Hammer, we were talking about the Warriors. It was a hot topic of conversation earlier. Who do you have in that series? The Rockets or the Warriors? Your early pick for that series.
Man, it's tough, but I'm going Golden State.
Okay. Yeah, and you. I think me and you are Warriors. Casey's leaning towards the Rockets. Jesse's
Demolition
going to the Rockets.
And the Legion of Doom.
You remember at the beginning of the season when I told you guys that the Rockets were the most talented team in the NBA, with the most young and talented team in the NBA, and here they are, the number 2 seed in the Western Conference. That doesn't mean they're going to win. But
what is swaying you? What is swaying you from them? Because you were all about them to start the season, and you're right, here they are as the 2 seed. Why wouldn't you pick them against Golden State?
It's just a youth factor. They haven't been there. They just haven't been there, and the NBA playoffs is so specific. I mean, very seldom does a team just go race right to the top. And like Indiana making to the Eastern Conference Finals last year, that was just an anomaly. Now, if they made it this year, I mean, I would still think it was an anomaly because of the 2 teams that are at the top, but it wouldn't be as shocking. Houston just hasn't been there before, and I don't care how many of their players have been to the playoffs. The majority of the players who are playing rotational minutes have not. Mm-hmm. And, they're not going to know what to do when the bright lights are on and when the timeouts are 2 minutes longer and you have all this nervous energy and stuff. It's just a different ball game.
All right, Hammer, get out of here, man. You got a long drive ahead. We'll see you in a little bit at the Golden One Center.
See you guys.
All right, Hammer.
It's our man James Ham with his game attire on. He's got the nice sweater and the button down. He's ready to handle business tonight.
He's ready to go.
Big game James.
Big game James. I don't think this amounts to anything because the guy is going to play. But Anthony Davis is probable with a left abductor strain.
That's what he's dealt with
the entire time?
Yeah, I think so.
On the injury report, though, it's probably.
That's fine.
I think he's in, he's playing. So
I'm like Mercury Morris. Call me when he's out. Paraphrase Mercury Morris. Call me when he's out. Even at then, if I told you right now Anthony Davis was out, is any Kings fan going, woo? Thank God.
I'd probably be even more stressed.
No, because we've lived this life.
I'd be more stressed.
We have lived it.
He didn't play.
We have seen this same tired ass movie over and over and over and over again. But here we are. We said it to start the show. Not ready for this season in. Despite the fact I might have said that a week ago. Week and a half, whenever that Wizards game was. They're here.
They're here, man.
You got a chance to Extend the postseason. Can I selfishly, one, I'm about content, get more content out of this.
Mm-hmm.
Selfishly, though, I'm so fascinated by the dialogue by fans, media, and the approach of the team. If somehow the Kings do win tonight and manage to beat the Memphis Grizzlies, and at 40-42, 8 games worse than 2 years ago, 6 games worse than last year, you wind up in the same exact spot you were against the Golden State Warriors. You're in a first-round playoff series against the Oklahoma City Thunder. I'm so fascinated by what could happen in that regard. What's that do for Doug? What's it do for Monty? Is this the clarity that Domas needed? Like, what is it? What does it all mean if they wind up at 40-42 getting to a playoff series? And whatever happens in the series, I don't care.
Yeah.
But what happens to just get there?
No, it is an interesting
on NBA TV
subplot for the reaction to everybody. Like I said, the decision makers and the fans. I know for me personally, I would look at it as really good job. You made the playoffs. Feel good about that. You still got some things you got to handle in the offseason. That doesn't take that away. Yeah. But good job being able to bounce back. Like there is a positive aspect to being able to get into the postseason. Good job, Doug Christie, getting these guys together. Mm-hmm. Good job on you players with a tumultuous season that took so many twists and turns. You were still able to stay focused and reach one of your goals. Mm-hmm. So salute to you. Like I said, still have things that you got to handle in the offseason, decisions that have to be made. That doesn't go away just because you made the playoffs. But I would celebrate that from this group. Mm-hmm. That would be something that would be a positive from this group. And I wouldn't worry much about that win-loss record because seasons have different stories. Mm-hmm. And sometimes 40-42 is a disaster. Sometimes you're able to swing that into getting into the playoffs. Sometimes 46 wins keeps you out of the playoffs.
That's right. Yeah.
And nobody's happy about that. So, that's how I would feel. But I do agree with you. It'd be interesting to see how everybody else would react to that scenario.
Playoffs makes it a lot easier for the next GM to keep Doug around.
The way he said that was pretty smooth.
No, that's funny. That's funny.
If Doug Christie can get this team to the playoffs, I think that means something.
David Griffin, so keep him around.
Not Griff, like I said, the next guy.
Oh, I wonder who the general manager of this team would be. Who wants it? Like, would that general manager job be appealing to someone?
How appealing is taking over a team that got to the playoffs? Like,
well, there's that.
There's something to build off of.
Yeah, there's that.
That's the way you look at it if you're hoping.
Well, you got to deal with Domas's clarity issues.
Yeah.
If he has them, I don't know. Maybe he doesn't have clarity issues if they get to the playoffs. I don't know.
If they get to the playoffs, yeah, there should be no.
What about DeMar? Like, if you get again, like if you get there, okay, are we just collectively are we still trading DeMar DeRozan? Because we said yesterday or earlier this week, it doesn't feel like if, it feels like when.
I think they are. If they got to the playoffs, I would look deeper into trying to keep them around. But I think they are, mainly because I feel like that's their only realistic way of getting new people in here.
Mm-hmm.
Is with the DeMar trade.
He's the new Harrison Barnes.
Yeah.
He's the last trade you got.
Yeah.
If they get to the playoffs, then the way I see it is Doug Christie was somehow able to land this crazy-ass plane safely.
That's right, yeah.
That's the way I see it.
That's the biggest takeaway.
I put it on Doug if they get to the playoffs.
That's the biggest takeaway.
And I guess these are questions we could ask at any time, but I'll just ask real quick. There's no thought to the fact that they were all on this crazy plane at one time and they figured out how to get here. Next season,
with some tweaks here and there, it could be all right. It's not a crazy plane no more. Like we're here, we're together. We had a training camp. We know each other as teammates, as players. We can be better.
Here, Kenny, he's
with
setting
time.
up run it back.
Yeah,
Run it
I'm
back
not-
part two.
I did
run
say
it back part
We
two.
would've
I
said
did
some
say
things
with some
over the
I
weeks
said with
where I
some
don't think
major
we're done
tweaks.
yet.
I said with some,
I don't
some
think you
minor
said
tweaks.
major.
Excuse me.
You said-
Some minor tweaks.
Okay.
But
I don't even know what that means, to be honest with you.
let's, for argument's sake, let's say DeMar doesn't go nowhere. DeMar, Levine, and Sabonis are still here.
Yeah, but what are the
I'm out.
tweaks?
A change for Trae Lyles. Trae Lyles maybe not here. Maybe you get I would say a starting point guard, but I don't think people want Keon.
You're getting booed by your own producer. Look at this man in here.
Look, so it means nothing that they went through. That's the question.
Well,
I keep asking.
but that's this question you're asking. That's the question I started the whole conversation with.
Jesse says no. It don't mean nothing.
At least for that, I'm not keeping that group around like DeMar, Zach. Like
I'm not sure that
Yeah.
Jesse's wrong.
I'm not sure he's wrong either, but we just kind of dismissed like they were like Doug ended up taking the wheel.
Dismiss, asked. So I ask you, we know what a crappy general manager you are.
I'm a great general manager.
Well, you stormed out of the room.
This is my best deal. Do you
I'm
want
a
it?
fantastic
or not?
general manager.
You get to the Oklahoma City series. What are you doing? What are you doing with this team? Are you confident? You know what? Starting with Charlotte, we were able to navigate the rest of the season, 2 playing games, won a game against Oklahoma City, won 2 games against Oklahoma City, whatever makes you feel good. And yeah, the tough part is like I'd feel great for Doug in that regard. Man, past that,
I probably, in all honesty, I'd probably try to figure out what, get some fillers out there for what a DeMar DeRozan trade might look like and what I could get back in that. And if you get through Oklahoma, like Jesse said yesterday, I listened to everything. But if you get to Oklahoma City and all this, yeah, you're listening. But I don't know how aggressively I'm shopping Domas and Zach LaVine.
Well, none of this matters. They need to beat Dallas tonight.
Got to beat Dallas.
And that's all it boils down to. And you
Beat
got to get through.
Dallas.
You got to get through Anthony Davis. You got to get through Jason Kidd. And they have a group that can give you problems. I think this team is better. I think this Sacramento Kings team is better than this Dallas Mavericks team. I also think this is a bit of an unknown because they haven't played this team with Anthony Davis. I don't care how the fans feel. I don't care how Nico feels. I feel like I know how Jason Kidd and these players feel. I don't think, to quote my partner, I don't think these guys are tired of playing with each other. I don't think Dallas is just done because Kyrie is hurt. I don't think Dallas, the players, the Mavericks, I don't think they're done because Luka Doncic is in Los Angeles as a 3 seed. I think they look at it like, hey, keep this. We could beat Sacramento. Domas is soft. They have no idea if anyone. Keegan, please. We got a couple of guys who could break Keon down defensively. They have no depth. They're confident going into tonight's game. I don't care what the fans think or what they want. I think you have a different version of this Dallas Mavericks team that's in Sacramento was played all year. And I feel like that gives a slight psychological edge to Dallas. Now, again, I think Sacramento is better, but I think if you're going in there from a psychological standpoint, if I'm Anthony Davis, I'm going in it. They ain't seen us. They saw me with LeBron.
Right.
They saw you with no one. They ain't seen us.
And I think they'll be looking at that. And then they'll probably looking at, like, hey, we can beat Sacramento. And then, man, you saw what happened with Memphis.
That's
and
right.
Ja.
Everyone was watching Ja.
Yeah.
Everyone was watching
Let's
Ja.
go out here and win these 2 games. Like they're gonna be ready to play tonight.
Yeah.
I'm pretty confident now. I'd be surprised if they weren't. They're gonna come ready to play. I do think the Kings will be ready to play, and I think that Golden One Center crowd
is going to charge some things up in there for that Kings team.
Well, like our man Edison said, don't get played out. Don't play the crowd out 6 minutes into the game.
Right.
We hope to see y'all at the Golden One Center. If we don't, we will see you here tomorrow. We're going to head over to 102.5 for a bit. Heat Bulls next here on Sacramento Sports Leader. We got playing action coming up on ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings, light the beam. Come on, man.
All right, y'all. We got to run because we got to give away Ice Cube tickets before we head out to the arena.
Cube.
Hope to see y'all there tonight. If not,
let's go.
Run your game. Give Zabo his points. Give Zabo his points.
Zabo don't get no points. There wasn't no
Why
read
not?
today. There wasn't no read. You can't just randomly say it.
Zay, you get points. Yes, you can. Zay, you get
You
points.
don't have the scoreboard.
You're
still comfortably ahead, Zabo. Don't worry about it.
Give Zay the points. Or as usual, count it. Count it. We'll see y'all tomorrow, man.